Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.
Chapter 1, White Eyes Degenerated? Sorry, that's an illusion. Konoha Hospital, Ministry of Education. Tsunade sat on a chair, casually crossing her legs, holding the application materials in her hand, and curiously observed Jingai's unique eyes. Hinata Shizuka, you quit your ninja team because of the degeneration of your bloodline. You applied to join the medical department to study and want to become a medical ninja. Yes, I want to become a medical ninja and find a cure for the bloodstained disease. Jingai gave his own reasons and explanations. Looking at the entire ninja world, medical ninjas have always been a scarce commodity, even in Konoha, which attaches great importance to the training of medical ninjas. Tsunade would naturally be happy if someone took the initiative to apply to study in the medical department. The only regret is that the other party originally belonged to the Hyuga clan, but was suffering from a blood disease. Tsunade pointedly said, "Can you tell me about your eyes?" Tsunade was very curious. Although the blood stains were also degenerating, why were Shizue's eyes different from the others? The pupil is azure blue with a black dot in the center, like a shining blue star, beautiful and mysterious. Facing Tsunade's question, Jingai answered calmly. I was injured while on a mission with the team. During the injury, my eyes began to be afraid of strong light and my vision was blurry. After receiving treatment, the blood stains began to degenerate. Others thought that Jingai's white eyes were degenerating, but they didn't know that this so-called degeneration was actually evolution. The story begins before Jingai traveled through time. He and a close friend were playing a Naruto mobile game. 3 days before the game was launched, there was a recharge promotion. Recharging 648 would give them a chance to participate in an epic lottery, with a very high chance of winning rare props and items. Jingai decisively chose to spend the money, and had good luck during the lottery, winning the Samsara eye with one stroke. Just when Jingai was about to show off to her best friends, she suddenly felt dizzy, her eyes started to go black, and she fell straight onto the sofa, unconscious. When I woke up, I found that I had traveled through time and space to the world of Naruto. After his injuries healed and the first fetal movement of the Samsara eye ended, Jingai withdrew from the ninja team on the grounds of blood disease and applied for training in the medical department. I have approved your application. You will start studying from tomorrow. I hope you can put aside the matter of the blood disease for the time being and study hard with a calm mind. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The application was finally settled, and Jingai breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he applied to study in the medical department and further promoted to a medical ninja was very simple. That is, he did not want to risk his life for his family and the so-called will of fire. As long as he becomes a medical ninja and applies to work at Konoha Hospital, the family cannot order him to perform family tasks in the name of the clan, nor does he need to accept tasks and commissions in the village. In the ninja world, medical ninja is definitely a profession that makes money easily and has a high income. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Jingai specially bought a few bottles of non-fading paint, as well as a drawing board, paper and other things before returning home. Unlike other ninja families, the distribution of the Hyuga clan's buildings is very strange. With the clan patriarch's compound as the core, the residences of other clan members guard the patriarch's compound, and then the residences of the heads of many branch families guard the clan courtyard, spreading outward in circles. The lower the family status of a member, the more remote the area he or she lives in. Jingai is one of the members who lives in a remote area. After closing the door, Jingai put down his things and walked into the bathroom with a bottle of green paint. When Jingai took off the forehead protector, his forehead had been dyed green. Jingai's caged bird cur seal disappeared after the first stage of the Samsara eye's fetal movement ended. The mark on his forehead was drawn by him with a paint pen. Unfortunately, the paint at home will fade. That's why Jingai especially bought paint that doesn't fade. He also bought things like drawing boards, so people would mistakenly think he was learning to paint. The Samsara eye needs to go through 3 fetal movements before it can stabilize. During this period, Jingai cannot use the power of the Samsara eye. Every time the fetus moves, he needs to hide in a room with closed doors and windows and wait for the movement to end. Fortunately, these problems can be explained by bloodstained disease. The family firmly believed that Shizuichi was not the first person in the Hyuga clan to show blood degeneration, but the way his family members looked at him had begun to change. The Byakugan is the eye technique that the Hyuga clan is proud of. Blood-related degeneration means losing the Byakugan and the original status and value. Jingai doesn't care what his clan members think of him. A corrupt, dark, and unjust family like the Hyuga is not worthy of his support and dedication. After becoming a medical ninja, I moved out of the Hyuga clan's territory. Not caring about other people's opinions does not mean that Jingai is willing to be looked down upon or accept unequal treatment from his tribe members. Using a paint pen, she drew the caged bird cur seal on her forehead. After observing it carefully, Shizen snapped her fingers in satisfaction. Perfect. After finishing the seal for camouflage, Jingai went to the yard and started training. He simply ignored the soft fist and other things. From today on, he needs to work hard to improve his chakra control strength, which is a necessary condition to become a medical ninja. When his reincarnation eye finishes its 3 movements, he will be able to directly overthrow the clan, so why would he care about the soft fist? Climbing trees, treading water and other training contents are not difficult for Jingai, but these are just the beginning of finally controlling chakra. If he wants to become a medical ninja, he needs to continue to work hard. The next morning, Jingai took a lunchbox, some notebooks and pens for taking notes, and rushed to Konoha Hospital. The medical department and Konoha Hospital are connected, so just go directly to Konoha Hospital and wait for Tsunade's arrangements. It didn't take long before Tsunade, yawning and with messy hair, arrived. Read these books, and then tell me what level your chakra control has reached. I am very sleepy now and don't have time to teach you. After saying that, Tsunade lay down on the table and fell asleep. Tsunade will teach me personally? Jingai never thought that he would be favored by the big boss. No, Tsunade during this period was not yet a big shot, and she hadn't even earned the title of Sunin. He can only be considered a medical jonin with decent capabilities. These are books prepared by Tsunade, specially prepared for beginners, just right for beginners like Shizuka. Jingai walked to the corner, put down the bag she was carrying, opened the book in her hand, and began to read it carefully. The first chapter introduces medical ninjas. A few pages later, there are various training methods for the precise control of chakra, as well as standard level divisions. Treading water and climbing trees are just the beginning. What? Looking at the detailed records in the book, Jingai found that he seemed to have reached the learning standards of a medical ninja. It seems that after the first movement of the Rinnegan, his control over chakra has greatly improved, and his ability in this area is constantly increasing with the passage of time. After all, the Samsara eye is a powerful eye technique that is comparable to the Rinnegan, and can bring Jingai enhancements in all aspects. Resisting the urge to wake up Tsunade, Jingai continued reading. Before they knew it, the morning had passed. Jingai had been reading for the whole morning, and Tsunade had been sleeping for the whole morning. Fortunately, there were no seriously ill patients in the hospital that morning, so Tsunade didn't need to go out in person. Tsunade also had a good sleep, although her sleeping posture was not very elegant. After all, if you sleep on the table, not only will the side of your face get easily reddened, but you will also drool unconsciously. Taking a look at the water stains on the table, Jingai's mouth twitched slightly. Princess Tsunade, you have to maintain your dignity and image. I don't have a camera, otherwise I could take a couple of photos of Tsunade as a Black History photo. New book launch, dears, long time no see. I have been recuperating due to health reasons. Now, your donkey is back. Love you. Chapter 2, isn't it just the Palm Immortal technique? Is it difficult? Rubbing his stomach, Jingai took out the lunchbox he brought from the bag. Open the lunchbox and the aroma begins to fill the air. Tsunade sat up from her sleep, wiped her saliva without any image, and said in a daze, "Is dinner ready?" The lounge was quiet for a while, and Tsunade, whose thoughts began to return to her brain, realized that this was the lounge. Subconsciously, her eyes turned to the lunchbox in Jingai's hand. "Let's eat something together." Facing Tsunade's still somewhat confused gaze, Jingai raised the lunchbox. "Ha, that's great. I woke up so late this morning that I didn't even have breakfast." Tsunade was not polite either. She snatched the lunchbox, grabbed the chopsticks in the lunchbox, and started eating in front of Shizuka, without any intention of sharing. "This is my bento." Jingai didn't expect that he was just being polite, but he ran into a female bandit who was not polite. Delicious, this is chicken, it tastes good, and this, when you come over tomorrow, bring me another portion." Tsunade made requests while eating. Jingai really wanted to give her a big pussy. You are eating my lunchbox and you still make demands. Considering that this girl almost killed Jiraiya with one punch a while ago, Jingai suppressed the urge to give her a big pussy. After finishing the lunchbox quickly, Tsunade patted her stomach contentedly and said happily, "So satisfying, hiccup." Jingai, wiping her mouth, Tsunade handed the lunchbox to Shizuka. "By the way, what level of control over chakra have you reached?" "The 3rd level." Jingai answered with a dark face. "Very nice." Hearing this, Tsunade smiled and raised her hand, shaking her finger at him. "Boy, we have to get busy. Go to the cabinet next to you and find a new coat to change into. From today on, you will follow me and help me." Putting on a brand new white coat, Shizue began her learning career as an assistant to Tsunade. "Although I was just helping out, I was able to learn a lot. As a newcomer, you must be mentally prepared to start from the basics." On the first day, Jingai was basically learning how to bandage wounds correctly. The chakra and physical strength of a medical ninja are limited, and it is impossible for him to use medical ninjutsu to treat every patient he encounters. Suturing and bandaging are also important knowledge that medical ninjas need to learn. There weren't many times when Tsunade needed to take action herself. After all, there were many medical ninjas stationed in the hospital and the medical department. But compared with Tsunade's, these people's skills are not even on the same level. After observation, Jingai discovered that many medical ninjas could not even master the palm technique. After handing the cured patients over to others to take care of, Tsunade wiped the sweat off her head and took the initiative to explain. The palm senjutsu is a very difficult A-level medical ninjutsu to master. There are only a few people in the entire Konoha hospital and even in the medical department who can learn it. I won't eat your lunchbox for nothing. There are related books and ninjutsu scrolls in my cabinet. You can go read it yourself when you are on break. Just put it back where you left it after reading it. Although Tsunade is an unreasonable female bandit, being unreasonable does not mean being shameless. He ate the lunchbox that Shizuka brought and asked to continue bringing lunchboxes. Tsunade would not let Shizuka suffer any loss. Jingai can read and study all the books and scrolls in his collection. Tsunade was not afraid that Shizuka would secretly learn some of the ninjutsu. If Shizuka could learn it, she would be the happiest person. Most of the ninjutsu recorded by Tsunade in the scroll are not easy to learn. If you want to master them, you need to spend a lot of effort, and it also depends on whether you have enough talent. With Tsunade's permission, Shizue decisively selected some books to take home to read. Among the ninjutsu scrolls, Shizue only chose the palm fairy technique. Whether it is difficult or not, we will decide after trying it. 3 days later, Jingai looked at the green light on his palm. "Isn't it difficult to master? How long did you study on your own?" Although the scroll had been brought back 3 days ago, Jingai did not have much time to study because he had to go to Konoha Hospital to study with Tsunade during the day, and he had to read various books when he got home after get off work. If you want to become a medical ninja, you must master a lot of relevant knowledge, which covers a lot of knowledge. Between working as a temporary worker and reading books, Jingai didn't have much time left to learn ninjutsu. But even so, he still learned the palm immortal art within 3 days. Jingai remembered that in the anime, Sakura put a lot of effort into learning the palm fairy technique and it took her a long time to master this medical ninjutsu. The next day, we arrived at Konoha Hospital. Jingai told Tsunade the news immediately. "Oh, I'll learn it." Tsunade, who was writing a medical record, replied without even looking up. After a few seconds, she felt something was wrong and raised her head sharply, staring at Jingai. "You said you've learned the palm jutsu? Are you sure it's not a basic healing ninjutsu?" "No, it's the palm immortal technique." "Is this technique difficult?" Jingai raised his hands, and both palms were covered with green chakra. Tsunade stared at Shizuka's hands blankly, her little mouth slightly open. "How long did I study?" Tsunade suddenly thought of her past self and asked impatiently. "Tell me the process of your learning the palm immortal technique. Don't leave out anything. Is this guy a genius?" "No, how can there be a medical ninja more talented than me, Tsunade? I do not believe." Facing Tsunade's questioning, Jingai spread out his hands and answered. "Every day when I get home from Konoha Hospital, I spend the rest of my time reading, except for taking a shower, cooking and eating. When I get tired of reading, I take out the scroll to study. That's how I learned it." "What the hell?" Tsunade cursed out loud. For 3 days, this kid had to go to Konoha Hospital to study with me every day, cook for himself when he got home, and then squeeze out time to read. Only when he was tired would he learn ninjutsu by himself, and that's how he learned it. Look at Jingai, and then look at those medical ninjas in the medical department who are learning palm magic and complaining all day long. Is this the difference between geniuses and ordinary people? My mind is broken. No, I'm not breaking my mouth. This kid is studying with me, so he can be considered half of my student. A great teacher will produce great students. Is there anything wrong with that? No problem. Very good, you are worthy of being my student Tsunade. Tsunade had a teachable expression on her face. She raised her hand and patted Jing'ai on the shoulder, admonishing him, study hard and don't be complacent. When you have learned several applicable medical ninjutsu and mastered some related knowledge, I will let you apply for the exam in advance. When to take the exam and whether the standards are sufficient is just a matter of words from Tsunade. In the entire Konoha, no one is more qualified than her. I will study hard and will not let Lady Tsunade down. Jing'ai promised solemnly. Not to mention Tsunade, he himself also wanted to pass the medical ninja assessment as soon as possible, and then move out of the Hyuga clan's territory, that dark and corrupt place. Go study. From today on, you don't have to help me anymore. After some consideration, Tsunade decided to let Shizuka stay in the lounge and study without having to do any assistant work. It's not that Tsunade was afraid of tiring Jing'ai out, but Jing'ai's learning ability was too strong. Jing'ai had almost mastered some of the basic things needed for treatment in just a few days. Instead of continuing to help out, it is better to study hard and strive to pass the medical ninja assessment as soon as possible. Tsunade really wanted to know what Shizuka's limit was. In just 3 days, he easily learned the Palm Immortal art. Is this a sign of good talent or just luck? Chapter 3 Those who are recognized by Princess Tsunade are her own people. With Tsunade's support, Jing'ai no longer needed to help out and could study in the lounge with peace of mind every day. With enough time and Tsunade's personal guidance, Jing'ai learned the chakra scalpel in just 2 days. For a period of time afterwards, Jing'ai was like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing all kinds of relevant knowledge and learning various medical ninjutsu. Tsunade was shocked at first, then slowly got used to it, and finally became numb. She felt like she was being squeezed dry, with not a drop left. Most of the medical ninjutsu he had learned had already been learned by Jing'ai. 2 months later, Tsunade personally took Shizuka to take the test. As expected, Jing'ai passed the assessment with excellent results, successfully obtained the medical ninja certificate, and submitted the application form for working in the hospital. In a tavern with elegant environment, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the team trio reunited. Tsunade, I heard that you accepted a disciple, and the other party is from the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya had forgotten the pain after his wound healed and put the fact that he was almost beaten to death behind him. As soon as they met, he winked at Tsunade. Oh, there is such a thing? Orochimaru paused as he raised his glass. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya fiercely, scaring him so much that he shuddered. Only then did she withdraw her gaze with satisfaction. I didn't accept him as a disciple. I just saw that the boy had talent. I happened to have time, so I took him with me. But I was wrong. Hinata Shizuka has a high talent for medicine. Don't talk about this. Shaking her head, Tsunade changed the subject. What have you two been doing lately? Ever since the Jonin examination, the 3 of them had completely withdrawn from the team and were busy with their own things. Tsunade is in the Konoha hospital, Orochimaru is doing some weird research, and Jiraiya is either on a mission or stealing, collecting materials. I recently encountered a troublesome task, which took up some time. Orochimaru replied casually. Hey, I'm busy. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, but was interrupted by Tsunade before he could even start to speak. Okay, you don't have to say anything. If you're not peeping at girls taking a bath, you're writing your nonsense. As she said that, Tsunade put down her wine glass and slammed the table to warn him. If I find out that Shinshu brought back some weird books again, I promise to beat you to death. Why don't you teach something else? Why do you have to take the children to read pornographic books? Hee, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. It was Rope Tree who took it back secretly. It has nothing to do with me. Jiraiya defended himself guiltily. Hee. Looking at the ferocious Tsunade and the timid Jiraiya, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This was one of the few times he could relax, and Orochimaru cherished such days very much, even though he spent most of his time sitting aside and watching quietly, drink and eat, and share some interesting stories from work or tasks. Soon, the 3 people, who had eaten and drunk their fill, left. Tsunade left, and Jiraiya was still sitting in the same seat, holding a bottle of wine in his hand and grinning foolishly. Tsunade seemed to have forgiven him and was no longer angry with him. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, who was grinning foolishly, with disdain, then stood up and left silently. After returning home, Tsunade, who smelled of alcohol, just walked in the door and ran into Kushina who was sitting alone in the yard. Tsunade-sama. Someone came. Kushina looked up and quickly stood up to greet them. Should I call you sister? Or is the word sister a bit too hot to the lips? Tsunade put her hand on Kushina's head in dissatisfaction, ruffling Kushina's red hair. Sister Tsunade. Her hair was ruffled. Kushina was stunned for a few seconds and screamed. After all, few girls like to have a mess on their heads. Don't cry, sister is wrong, sister will take you out shopping later, okay? Tsunade didn't expect Kushina to be so fragile. She burst into tears at the slightest teasing. It took a lot of effort to coax Kushina into submission, and he promised to take her out shopping. Looking at the smile on the little girl's face, Tsunade shrugged her shoulders weakly. She felt that coaxing a child was more tiring than working in the hospital. Sister Tsunade, someone just sent you a letter. After getting Tsunade's promise, Kushina took out a letter as if she was presenting a treasure. Letter? Mine? Who would write to me? Tsunade took the envelope puzzledly and opened it. After glancing at the contents on the letter, her face became solemn. After putting away the letter, Tsunade patted Kushina's head. Kushina, Sister Tsunade needs to run some errands. How about I take you out shopping another day? Can't I go? Kushina looked at Tsunade pitifully. Tsunade began to have a headache. You were asked to play with the child for no reason. Now you feel uncomfortable. After struggling for a while, Tsunade was finally defeated. Is it okay? But you have to be obedient, okay? Kushina is a poor child, and Shizue's situation is similar. If the two of them get together, maybe they'll have something to talk about, and maybe Kushina can make a new friend. Although the village strictly prohibits anyone from contacting Kushina, Shizuka is someone Tsunade recognizes, which is equivalent to being one of her own. With Tsunade around, what's wrong with contacting Kushina? Anyone who disagrees can come and argue with Princess Tsunade. So Tsunade took Kushina and left the Senju ancestral home and headed towards the Hyuga clan's territory. On the way, she remembered something and bought a lot of food from a roadside store. Lady Tsunade took Kushina to the Hyuga clan's territory. The Umbu ninja who was monitoring Kushina reported the news to the third Hokage immediately. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window and looked towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Is it because of Hinata Shizuka? Jingai applied to study in the medical department. In just over 2 months, he had mastered medical ninjutsu that surpassed many medical ninjas and successfully passed the medical ninja assessment. On the day the assessment ended, various materials were delivered to the desk of the third Hokage. Because of the injury, which caused the blood stains to degenerate, and then he was treated coldly by his family and suffered a lot of unfair treatment, he applied to study in the medical department, but accidentally showed his talent. The scarcity of medical ninjas and Shizuka's own talent attracted the attention of the third Hokage. The most important reason is that Shizuka is someone recognized by Tsunade, and Tsunade is a disciple of the Hokage. So, Shizuka is half one of their own. The third Hokage took out Shizuka's information and looked at it carefully, then he was silent for a while. What a pity. Jingai's situation is rather special, which means he can only be half of his own people at most. Chapter 4 No one accepts me? Then I will live a new life. In the living room with closed doors and windows, Jingai, with her face covered with a scarf, sat quietly on a chair. The second movement of the Rinnegan came a little suddenly, so Shizuka had to ask someone to send a letter to Tsunade, asking her to ask for leave for her, as she needed to rest for a while. Jingai had no way of knowing how long it would take, so he would stay at home and rest until the second fetal movement of the reincarnation eye ended. Boom boom boom. Hinata Shizuichi. The knock on the door woke Jingai up from his empty mind. When he came back to his senses, he stepped forward and opened the door. Although his eyes were blindfolded, Jingai's strong mental strength and perception meant that even if he couldn't see anything, it wouldn't cause too much inconvenience in his life. Tsunade is not just a person, there is also a child. This chakra, no, chakra, is not something that ordinary people can possess. The child, with his huge vitality, chakra that is unmatched by ordinary people, and this sensitive timing, Jingai guessed the other party's identity. Uzumaki Kushina. Jingai came to open the door himself. Tsunade looked at him with his eyes covered and said in surprise, I thought you, Hinata Shizuka, couldn't even take care of yourself, but I didn't expect you to be able to move around so freely. Jingai opened the door and said, although I can't see anything, with the help of my sense of smell, hearing, and perception, I can maintain a normal life. As for the work at Konoha Hospital, I have to stop it temporarily. Taking Kushina into Shizuka's house, Tsunade looked around the house. Kushina followed behind her like a curious baby. I'll take care of the hospital. Just rest at home. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, pulled Kushina to sit on the sofa, and said with some concern, but your eyes. It's just a minor sequelae, it will recover after a while. Shizuichi gave Tsunade a reassuring smile and nodded to Kushina. Hello, my name is Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina stood up subconsciously and introduced herself to Shizuka. Hinata Shizuka, nice to meet you. At this point in time, the village leaders will not allow outsiders to contact Kushina, but Kushina was brought here by Tsunade, so that's fine. My sister, Kushina, is a lovely girl. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and deliberately stretched out the words cute girl. Kushina, who was staring at Jing'ai curiously, blushed and stomped her feet in dissatisfaction. Sister Tsunade, what nonsense are you talking about? Even though you can't see it, you can tell from her frivolous tone that Princess Tsunade is starting to become unserious. Ahaha. Kushina blushed in embarrassment, which Tsunade found very amusing. But Kushina was not good at teasing, and if she teased too much, she would cry, so Tsunade had to stop in time and change the subject. By the way, since you can't see anything, I brought you some food, including rice balls, meatballs, and these are all things I don't like. You might as well bring me some dishes and I can cook them myself. At least being blindfolded doesn't prevent Jing'ai from cooking. He is quite picky about food, and doesn't like rice balls or meatballs. Keep it for yourself. If you really want to help me, buy me some vegetables. Jing'ai waved her hand to reject Tsunade's kindness. I know you mean well, but I am the kind of person who will not compromise as long as the conditions are met, so Princess Tsunade, you can take these things back and eat them yourself. Can you still cook for yourself? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, recalling the delicious bento she had eaten during this period, and subconsciously swallowed her saliva. This is possible. It's barely okay, it shouldn't affect the taste. Do you want to try it? Want? So embarrassing. Kushina covered her face helplessly. She felt that Tsunade was a little too much. This handsome boy obviously can't see, yet he still wants others to cook for him. Sister Tsunade, didn't you eat out and drink? Half an hour later, when the beef brisket stewed with potatoes was served on the table, tears began to flow from Kushina's mouth, and she drank 3 large bowls with tears in her eyes. Too delicious. Belch. Compared to Kushina, who still needs to pay attention to her image and maintain her reservedness, Tsunade doesn't care about these at all. She leans on the sofa carelessly, burping. She admits that she accidentally got too high. Jing Yu-jun is so amazing. Even though he can't see anything, he can still make such delicious food. Kushina's eyes lit up as she looked at Shizuichi. After resting for a while, Tsunade sat up straight and rubbed her stomach. Jing'ai, can you tell me about the condition of your eyes? If you need any help, just let me know. Everything is under control at the moment, except that it's inconvenient to go out and buy things. Jing'ai shook his head. If necessary, he would definitely not be polite to Tsunade. Now I will hug your thighs, and you will hug mine in the future. I will buy you some things you need after get off work in the future. Tsunade took over the shopping job generously. No, I need to rest for a while. Kushina, call me when you get home, I'm going to sleep for a while. Tsunade was drunk and felt that she needed to take a nap. Fortunately, the sofa in Jing's house was big, soft and comfortable. Occupying the sofa, Tsunade turned over, facing her back towards Shizuichi and Kushina, and fell asleep. You are really not polite at all. Jing'ai just laughed. Kushina was so embarrassed that she almost dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with her toes. Jing'ai-kun, Sister Tsunade drank a lot of wine outside today. She came here directly after receiving your letter, so. Kushina could only try her best to help Tsunade explain. What a nice girl, gentle and considerate. Jing'ai suddenly remembered Kushina's nickname, Blood Red Pepper. This nickname was first given by classmates as a joke, and later it was earned by Kushina's fists. Let everyone know that this blood-red little pepper is not to be messed with. So careless. How is life in Konoha? When will you start attending the ninja school? Shizuichi changed the topic to Kushina. Very bad. Perhaps because she felt comfortable with Shizuka, Kushina let go of her reserve and inner tension, and said with a bitter face, I can only stay with Grandma Mito. I can't go anywhere. There is no one familiar around me. As she spoke, Kushina's eyes began to turn red, and her 2 big eyes became tearful, and tears could flow down at any time. Tsunade, who was facing away from Shizuichi and Kushina, twitched the corners of her mouth. Hinata Shizuka, why don't you talk about something else? Why are you talking about this with Kushina? I want to see how you can coax her. Jing'ai listened quietly. When Kushina was about to cry, he shook his head slightly and said, when people come to a strange place and lack a sense of security, they are always at a loss. Although I have my people around me, they are more strange to me than strangers. What? The tears that were about to fall from Kushina's big eyes stopped. The little girl looked at Jing'ai in confusion. Are the clan members more unfamiliar than strangers? Jing'ai pointed at his eyes and laughed at himself, because in the eyes of my clan members, I have contracted a terrible blood disease. I will soon lose my family's unique pupil skills and become a waste. Jing'ai-kun is not a waste, you are obviously so powerful. Kushina also forgot her own sad things and stood up for Shizuka. Sister Tsunade said that you are very talented. It only takes you a few days to learn medical ninjutsu that is difficult for others to learn. You are a genius and your clansmen have no vision. Maybe. Jing'ai shook his head slightly and said seriously, in fact, I don't care about the cold treatment of the family, nor do I care about the cold eyes of the clan members, and I don't care about the unequal treatment of the family. Since no one accepts me, I will start a new life and look forward. People can't live in the pain of the past. Look forward, people cannot live in the pain of the past. These words kept repeating in Kushina's mind. Chapter 5 Hinata Shizuka 1, You really killed me. After leaving Jing's house, Kushina felt her scalp a little itchy, as if something was about to grow out. Tsunade kept yawning. This feeling of wanting to sleep but also wanting to prick up your ears to eavesdrop, is terrible. Not only did I not sleep well, but I also drank a stomach full of chicken soup. She was almost bloated to death. That night, at the ancestral home of Chancho, Kushina sat next to Uzumaki Mito and chirped. Grandma Mito, I met a new friend today, and he treated me and sister Tsunade to dinner. Ever since Kushina came to Konoha, she rarely had a happy smile on her face. Mito Uzumaki raised an arm and put his arm around Kushina, a kind smile on his face. Is it the little guy named Hinata Shizuka? I've heard little Tsunade mention this name a lot recently. Have I been talking about it all the time? Have it? Tsunade scratched her head in annoyance. She lay down as soon as she came back. As a result, he was caught by Uzumaki Mito just after he fell asleep for a while. The reason is to spend more time with Kushina and help her integrate into this family and the big family of Konoha more quickly. Hinata Shizuchi? Is that the genius my sister was talking about? The one who learned medical ninjutsu very quickly? Shingshu asked curiously. Yes. Kushina nodded her head vigorously a few times. The beef and potatoes made by Jing'ai Koen are delicious. Tsunade-san ate 5 bowls. As she spoke, she raised her little hand and gestured. Kushina. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you eat 3 bowls yourself? I couldn't help it. Kushina felt a little embarrassed and snuggled into Uzumaki Mito's arms. Noeka looked at his furious sister, then at the shy Kushina, and blinked his eyes. Is it really that delicious? Even Kushina, who usually had no appetite, finished 3 big bowls. Looking at his granddaughter and Kushina exposing each other's secrets, Uzumaki Mito laughed, but as he laughed, the smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. I remember that child wrote you a letter, saying that he had a blood disease attack and couldn't see anything. Tsunade nodded, not understanding what was going on, and said while yawning. Yes, his eyes are still covered with cloth. I will ask for leave for him tomorrow so that he can rest at home for a while. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's tone suddenly became stern. You let a blind child cook for you? And you ate 5 bowls of rice? Because it tastes good. Tsunade wanted to stretch, but just as she raised her hand she was stunned. At this moment she suddenly reacted and looked up hurriedly. Uzumaki Mito, who originally had a kind smile on his face, now had a stern face and stared at her with his turbid eyes. Oops. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Kushina, who was sitting next to Uzumaki Mito, also realized that something was wrong. She subconsciously moved her little butt to sit farther away. Sister, you actually let a person with injured eyes cook for you. Shingshu yelled. Shut up. He wanted to do it himself to prove that he could live independently. I didn't ask him to cook. After yelling at Rope Tree fiercely, Tsunade quickly explained. Grandma, you have to believe me. If you don't, ask Kushina. After dinner, Hayaga Shizuka comforted and counseled Kushina. Kushina liked him very much and almost called him brother. I didn't. Kushina shook her head to deny, her cute little face immediately turning red. Noeki, Kushina, you two should go and rest first. Mito Uzumaki took a deep breath and asked his grandson and Kushina to leave first. Hinata Shizuka, you killed me. Tsunade secretly groaned. Kushina was worried. I hope Sister Tsunade is okay. Granny Mito looks scary when she's angry. No, what's the problem? At most, she'll get scolded. My sister is used to it anyway. Grandma always teaches her to behave like a girl, but my sister always turns a deaf ear to her. Shingshu looked indifferent, because such scenes had happened many times and he was already used to it. Even Tsunade got used to it. When she was scolded, she would act like a grandson and pray in her heart that the scolding would be shorter and her grandmother would nag her less. Afterwards, I still did my own thing. I knew I was wrong and I admitted it, but I just wouldn't change. Tsunade was being scolded. At this time, Shizuoka was lying on the bed, his right hand moving slowly. A glass was floating in front of the bed, floating around as Shizuoka's hand turned. With the arrival of the second fetal movement of the Samsara eye, Jing'ai began to be able to use some of the power of the Samsara eye even during the fetal movement. Even if he couldn't fire at full power, he still felt happy. Like the Rinnegan, the Samsaragan also has the ability to control gravity and repulsion. If the Samsara eye chakra mode is turned on, you can even control the movement trajectory of the planet. Of course, such a feat is not something that ordinary people can accomplish. It doesn't mean that you can do everything just by having the Samsara eye. The combination of Shizuka and the Samsara Eye at this time is like installing a rocket booster on a tricycle. If the rocket booster is fully fired, the tricycle will only face the fate of falling apart. To put it simply, the power of the Samsara Eye is too strong, and Jingai's body cannot withstand such power. He needs a certain amount of time to adapt, gradually develop and use it, and finally completely control the power of the Samsara Eye in his hands. Fortunately, his eyes belong to him, and there will be no situation where he will be sucked dry or crushed by his eyes. Just look at Nagato, who was used as a tool to nurture the Rinnegan, and you will know how terrifying eyes like the Rinnegan and the Samsaragan are. Even someone like Nagato with Uzumaki bloodline couldn't withstand the absorption. At present, the most practical ability for Jingai is to control gravity and repulsion, apart from that, to control puppets. Perhaps he can act as a puppeteer and teach the puppet troops of the Sand Village a lesson, so that they know what the essence of controlling puppets is. Plop, plop. In the dark night, the movements of the eyes were particularly obvious. Jingai lay on the bed and quietly felt the changes in her eyes. The strong fetal movement indicates that the fusion of the Samsara Eye is going very smoothly. Late at night, the lights in the Hokage's office building finally went out. The third Hokage, who is in his prime, has finished his work for the day, which also means that those who have worked overtime with him can now take a break. After packing up, the third Hokage was about to go home to rest. As soon as he walked out of the Hokage's office, the Umbu people whispered, "Hokage-sama, Mito-sama wants you to go meet her after get off work." The third Hokage paused and said, "I understand." It was easy to guess Uzumaki Mito's intention in wanting to see him. It was nothing more than for Kushina. In Konoha today, the only person worth Uzumaki Mito's concern is Kushina. With the Hokage guards, the third Hokage came to the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito had been waiting for a while. "Mito-sama." The third Hokage signaled the Hokage guards to leave first, then quickly walked towards Uzumaki Mito and saluted her respectfully. Chapter 6 Uzumaki Mito's warning to Konoha F4. Don't underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is the Hokage designated by Senju Tobirama. If he didn't have the support of Uzumaki Mito, he would definitely not be able to hold on to his position as the third Hokage. Uzumaki Mito, who was leaning on the recliner, slowly opened his eyes. "Monkey, you're here." Facing Uzumaki Mito, the third Hokage did not dare to show off at all. He hurried forward and helped Uzumaki Mito sit up straight. He waited until Uzumaki Mito was firmly seated before standing up straight. "Monkey, Kushina is the next Ninetales Jinchuriki of the village. She is also the princess of the Uzumaki clan and has the same status as me. She should have the right to control her own life. This will make it easier for him to integrate into the big family of Konoha and regard Konoha as his home." The third Hokage said respectfully, "Lord Mito, now that Kushina has come to Konoha, she is a member of Konoha. I will not restrict or interfere in her life." He knew very well that Uzumaki Mito was reminding him not to interfere in Kushina's life all the time, as this would be detrimental to Kushina's integration into Konoha. "I'm glad you understand." Alas, Uzumaki Mito felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Kushina now, it was as if she was seeing her past self, but she was much happier than Kushina. At least when she married into the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan was still there, and Senju Hashirama treated her very well. Even if she became a Jinchuriki, no one would dare to disrespect her. Kushina obviously cannot get the treatment and status that Uzumaki Mito can have. At most, Konoha can give Kushina some financial support. After all, he had swallowed up the Uzumaki clan's huge wealth, and it would be embarrassing not to give some to Kushina. Kushina needs not only financial freedom, but also sufficient personal freedom. It contains some plans I have drawn up. Konoha has taken too many things from the Uzumaki clan. We should give some compensation to Kushina. I hope the Hokage's office will implement it as soon as possible. Also, please don't interfere too much in Kushina's life. That's all." "Yes." The third Hokage respectfully put the scroll away and then helped Uzumaki Mito back into the house before leaving. The third Hokage and the elders have reached a consensus on the matter of compensation. Even though the elders were a little reluctant, when it involved Uzumaki Mito, they had no choice but to accept it. The next day, Konoha's F4 group sat in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage took out the scroll given by Uzumaki Mito and handed it to them. After seeing this, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato chose to remain silent. Only Shimura Danzo, who was the Hokage's assistant, reacted strongly. "No, I don't agree with this decision. I can agree to compensate Kushina, but Kushina's safety must be fully monitored, and not too many people can come into contact with the Jinchuriki." During this period, Danzo Shimura was only the assistant of the Hokage in name only, and the future famous route had not yet developed. The route grew and developed after the Second Ninja World War. At this time, Danzo Shimura was just an assistant to the Hokage who had a status but not much power. This is an order from Mito-sama. The third Hokage did not argue with Danzo Shimura, but directly brought out Mito Uzumaki. If you have the ability, Danzo, go find this old ancestor and tell him that I have no objection as long as you can convince Uzumaki Mito to lock up Kushina. Danzo Shimura raised his hand angrily and wanted to say something, but the words full of dissatisfaction were stuck. This is Lord Mito's order, why are you doing this? Mitoman N and Yutain Kohara couldn't help but shake their heads. Danzo's desire for control is too strong. If anyone else made such a decision, even the third Hokage, Danzo Shimura would dare to confront him in person. But the person who made this decision was Uzumaki Mito, and no matter how dissatisfied Danzo Shimura was, he dared not disrespect Uzumaki Mito. At most I could curse a few words in my heart. Seeing that Shimura Danzo's arrogance had died down, the third Hokage spoke. Danzo, Lady Mito is already unhappy about the Uzumaki clan. Lady Mito likes Kushina very much. She is helping Kushina and is also warning us not to go too far. Humph, I hope you won't regret it. The affairs of the Uzumaki clan were handled by Shimura Danzo, and the result is self-evident, which made Uzumaki Mito very disappointed. Uzumaki Mito did not stand up to accuse him or punish him, which was already giving enough face to the Konoha group. Faced with the conditions proposed by Uzumaki Mito, the Konoha pirates had no choice but to accept them no matter how dissatisfied they were. Shimura Danzo left angrily. Yutain Kohara shook her head and asked, Hiruzen, I heard that Tsunade brought out a very talented student. Is that true? Well, the child's name is Hinata Shizuka. You can look up his information for yourselves. Mito-sama agrees that Kushina can have contact with this child and has no objection. Whenever you are in doubt, just push it to Uzumaki Mito. Shizuka's information was quickly sent to the Hokage's office. After reading the information, Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato and understood why Uzumaki Mito and the third Hokage did not stop Kushina from contacting Shizuka. This is definitely one of our own. No, at most half a person. Because of the caged bird curse, Jing'ai can only be considered half a person. Putting down the information in her hand, Yutain Kohara said with emotion, Mito-sama is really amazing. He has grasped the little girl's admiration for the strong and her sympathy for the strong very well. How to make Kushina fully integrated into Konoha? It's very simple. Let her make true friends, let her feel the warmth of family and friendship, and then gradually regard herself as a part of Konoha. Imprisonment and custody are the most incompetent decisions. Son, what's wrong with you? Noticing that Kushina had been absent-minded the whole morning, and that she kept looking towards the door at noon, Uzumaki Mito sat down next to Kushina and gently put his arm around her shoulders. Grandma Mito, I'm fine. Kushina smiled sheepishly. When we were at Shizuka-koen's house yesterday, Sister Tsunade said that she would help Shizuka-koen buy groceries every day, but Sister Tsunade was taught a lesson by Grandma Mito last night. She didn't even go to work today and is still sleeping now. Kushina, are you worried that Shizuchi won't have food to eat? Uzumaki Mito's eyes were full of smiles as she teased Kushina. No. Kushina shook her head quickly. Grandma Mito, I think if Tsunade-san didn't go, Shizuchi-koen would probably be very disappointed. After all, they made an agreement yesterday. It seemed like Kushina was concerned about the new friend she just met. Uzumaki Mito deliberately put on a stern face. You, don't even think about counting on your sister Tsunade. This kid is sulking with me and didn't even get up to eat lunch at noon. What about Jing'ai-koen? Tsunade was mad and didn't want to go out, so her promise to Jing'ai to help buy groceries was left in vain. Jing'ai can't even see anything, so he definitely can't go out. Tsunade can't go, but Kushina can. Can you help your sister Tsunade fulfill this promise? Uzumaki Mito encouraged Kushina with a smile. Since your sister Tsunade doesn't want to go out, then the agreed matter can only be left to you. I cannot. Kushina shook her head subconsciously. She was still unfamiliar with Konoha and couldn't even tell where to go, let alone go to the market to buy vegetables and then deliver them to Shizuka. Alas, it seems that Tsunade will have to break her promise to others. Uzumaki Mito sighed, his tone full of regret. Hearing this, Kushina's cute little face became completely tangled. She didn't want Tsunade to break her promise, nor did she want Jing'ai to be disappointed, but she really didn't know the way, and she had never been to the market to buy things, either before or now. As the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, she didn't need to go shopping for groceries. After coming to Konoha, she rarely even stepped out of the gate of the Senju ancestral home. How to do? Kushina was very conflicted. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, Kushina encouraged herself in her heart. Kushina, believe in yourself, you can do it. After encouraging herself, Kushina raised her head, looked at Uzumaki Mito's face, and said seriously, "Grandma Mito, how about I go buy some things for Tsunade-san and deliver them to Shizuichi-kun? But you have to send someone to lead the way for me, because I have never been to the market and I don't know the prices." The little girl finally took the bait. Uzumaki Mito smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll let Muyong go with you, and when you come back, he will bring you back with him." He raised his hand and ruffled Kushina's red hair. "My child, you should remember the way you came and went carefully in your heart, so that you can find your own friends in the future, right? Write down the route and go find your friends?" Kushina was stunned for a few seconds, then said in surprise, "Grandma Mito, can I really move freely, including meeting friends?" "Of course you can. Grandma Mito assures you that you can do this. Konoha is your home and you can go wherever you want." Wow, Grandma Mito." Uzumaki Mito had a kind smile on his face and hugged Kushina tightly. Kushina lay in Uzumaki Mito's arms and cried with emotion. Kushina prepared herself and went out. After she left, Tsunade walked into the house with a complicated expression. Chapter 7 Kushina's first DIY gourmet meal. "Grandma, are we deceiving Kushina by doing this? What about being in a bad mood because of being taught a lesson? And what about being unable to fulfill the agreement? It's all bullshit, it's all a trap." One that allowed Kushina to take on the task on her own initiative and go to complete the agreed-upon task. Tsunade felt that this was a bit unethical. After all, Kushina was still a child. Then do you have a better way to let Kushina let go of her grief, let go of her guard against the village, and integrate into the village? Uzumaki Mito glared at his granddaughter in annoyance. "If you can do it, do you still need an old woman like me to meddle in your affairs?" What you said makes sense." Tsunade shrank her neck and shut up decisively. She didn't dare to talk back to Uzumaki Mito. "But aren't you afraid of what might happen? What if Kushina is deceived? Do you think Hinata Shizuka is unreliable?" Uzumaki Mito leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "Forget it." Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she was afraid that her grandmother would catch her and scold her, saying that she didn't behave like a girl at all. Tsunade is most afraid of being nagged and taught by her grandmother. As for whether Jingai can be trusted, are you kidding? That person was brought up by me. Who am I? Princess Tsunade, the eldest granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of Konoha. How could my vision be wrong? Absolutely impossible. Boom boom boom. "The door is unlocked, please come in." Jingai, who was lying on the sofa resting, heard a knock on the door. The door was slowly pushed open, and Kushina walked in with the bag in her hand with great effort. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and she looked very tired. "Shizuka-kun, Sister Tsunade had something to do today, so I bought something for you. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little more." Placing the bag on the ground, Kushina happily showed off her accomplishments. Jingai stood up from the sofa and was silent for a while. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, he could use his senses to tell how much Kushina bought. It was a very large bag, bulging. Even a violent little loli like Kushina had difficulty carrying it, which showed how heavy the bag was. Jingai felt that he should not let down Kushina's kindness, so he smiled and asked, "Thank you for your hard work, Kushina. Can you tell me what you bought?" "Hee, you're welcome. I don't feel tired at all. On the contrary, I feel great and it's very interesting." Kushina wiped the sweat from her head. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. Although this was her first time to buy vegetables in the market and she made a lot of jokes along the way, fortunately the task was completed. Potatoes and beef. The uncle selling beef said that if you buy more, you can get a cheaper price. Kushina thought she was very smart as she bought a lot of beef at a low price. No matter what you buy, as long as the quantity is large, it can be cheaper. After all, buying vegetables is not buying luxury goods. Others would like you to pack it all up and take it away. Jingai opened his mouth and felt that it would be better not to say this. After all, Kushina meant well. "How about we have a barbecue?" "Okay." Kushina clapped her hands happily, but she was worried about Shizue's eyes. "Why don't you just give up? Grandma Mito said it's not right. You can't see anything with your eyes, and it's inconvenient for you to move." "Then let's do it together. How about I direct and you take charge?" At Jingai's invitation, Kushina hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed obediently. She didn't want to disappoint Jingai, and she was also itching to do it. "The food you make yourself must be delicious. First, cut the beef into large pieces. Yes, this size is perfect. Then pour the cut ingredients into the pot, along with the seasonings, and marinate the beef." After marinating the beef, Kushina carried a small hoe and ran to the yard to dig the mud. She kept thinking about it, but couldn't figure out why mud was needed to roast beef. "The CPU in my little head is about to burn out." Wrap the marinated beef in lotus leaves, cover it with thick mud, and then throw it into the fire. Looking at Jingai's confident and handsome face, Kushina fell into self-doubt. Can the meat cooked in this way still be eaten? When the beggar's beef came out of the oven, Kushina was stunned. It turns out that cooking can be so fun. There is mud and lotus leaves. Although the production process is a bit strange, the taste is really good. The large pieces of marinated beef are surprisingly soft and delicious. Kushina enjoyed the meal very much. Besides the fact that the beef was delicious, the fact that she made it herself was also a big factor. Even though her clothes got dirty, Kushina didn't care at all. The smile never left the usually gloomy face. So the Hyuga clan's rules are so strict? How scary. Kushina was deeply shocked when she heard Jing'ai talk about the Hyuga clan. She felt that compared to the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan's rules were almost non-existent. Not to mention the Hyuga clan, above the main family, the branch family can only protect the main family. To put it nicely, we are all one family. To put it bluntly, the branch families are servants and slaves of the main family. Fortunately, with the suppression of the village, even if the Hyuga main family has the right to punish the branch family, they dare not go too far. From this point of view, the third Hokage did do something humane. Because of his control and suppression, the arrogance of the Hyuga family was suppressed a lot, and the power in their hands was also divided a lot. Jing'ai had a faint smile on his face. Is it scary? It's not so bad. Now that we have the coordination of the village, the main family can't punish the people of the branch family for no reason, and it's even more impossible to kill people at will like before. Although F4 did this for a purpose, such suppression did make life much easier for the separated groups. Kushina said indignantly, these people from the main family are so hateful, they are simply a bunch of evil people. The more she knew, the more Kushina felt that she was the same type as Shizuka. Although Jing'ai still has a family and his own people, his situation is more difficult than hers. With the existence of the caged bird curse, it is impossible for the people from the separated family to resist. Jing'ai-kun. Kushina was worried that Shizuka would be targeted by her family. Jing'ai smiled carefreely, raised his hand and patted Kushina's little head, comforting her. Don't worry about me. I have passed the medical ninja test and am now working at Konoha Hospital. With Tsunade here, the people from the main family won't dare to cause trouble to me. I can rest assured that. Kushina was afraid that the Hyuga clan would cause trouble for Jing'ai at any time, or order him in the name of the family. Ninjas in the ninja family all attach great importance to family honor. Unfortunately, he is not one of them because he is a time traveler. Family honor is bullshit to him, let alone a family like the Hyuga clan, which is corrupt, dark and inhumane. After listening to Jing'ai's story, Kushina also shared her story with him. The time was almost up, and Kushina knew she had to go. Although she has gained a certain degree of freedom, she cannot be willful because she does not have the capital to be willful at this time. Well Jing'ai, I have to go back first. I will come to visit you another day. Even though she was reluctant, Kushina still left obediently and returned to the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito gave her a certain amount of freedom, but she also had to abide by the agreement, go home on time, and not stay outside for too long. This kid. Although Jing'ai was only 13 years old, in his eyes, Kushina was indeed a child. Not mentioning the previous life, the age difference in this life alone is a full 7 years. Kushina bought too much at once. The vegetables can only be kept for a few days, but what about the meat? If not taken care of, it will break down quickly. At this point in time, household appliances such as refrigerators are not yet popular in the ninja world. In order to prevent the meat from going bad, Jing'ai had to marinate it and make it into smoked beef jerky. Luckily, we bought beef. If we had bought a lot of pork, it would have been hard to handle. Jing'ai was immersed in busyness. Kushina happily returned to the Senju ancestral home. Grandma Mito, Sister Tsunade, Brother Nawaki, this is the beef I brought for you. It's delicious, and I made it myself. Kushina placed the beef she brought back on the table as if presenting a treasure. Chapter 8 If anyone dares to bully you, then smash his head. You did it? Tsunade looked at Kushina as if she was an alien. She remembered that Kushina, like her, knew nothing about cooking, and it was even a question whether she could enter the kitchen. Really? Let me try it. Shingshu couldn't wait to grab a piece of beef and stuff it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, this beef is delicious. Kushina didn't lie. Grandma, please try it. It's very soft and tender. Having received the approval of Nawaki, Kushina felt a little proud. She tilted her head to look at Tsunade and said, see, the beef I cooked has been approved. Tsunade also tried it and it was delicious, she admitted, but Kushina said she made it herself. It is questionable. Well, I did it under Jing Yujun's command. Jing Yujun gave the command and I was responsible for the action. Kushina is a good child, and a good child certainly won't lie, so she told everything that happened today in detail. Nawake's eyes lit up green as he listened, and Tsunade shook her head speechlessly. When it comes to cooking, this brat Jing'ai is really good at it. Uzumaki Mito smiled and praised a few times, which made Kushina's big eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Kushina. After finishing the meal, Tsunade held Kushina's hand and said in embarrassment, "I've been busy with work lately, and I may not be able to come over to Jing'ai, so I have to trouble you to help buy groceries. I wonder if you are willing to help me." "Ah, I see." Kushina frowned, and one could tell at a glance that she was not happy. "Little devil, you really want to agree right away, but you're just pretending." Tsunade was speechless, but she could only cooperate because this was the task given by Uzumaki Mito. "Okay then, I agree." Thanks to Tsunade's unremitting efforts, Kushina finally reluctantly agreed to help. The little girl looked unhappy, but she was actually very happy in her heart. She had no idea that this was a deliberate act by Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. So the little girl ran happily to the market the next day, and then went straight to Jing's home. When Kushina walked into the house carrying a bag of vegetables and meat, Shizuichi couldn't help but fall silent. "Are you going to buy groceries or to restock supplies? Even if you have a lot of money, you can't do this." "Kushina, you don't need to buy so much groceries. Making money is not easy, we must know how to save, be hardworking and thrifty, which are traditional virtues." "A lot." Kushina showed an innocent and silly look. "I don't think I spent much money." Jing'ai, "Oh, I forgot this girl is a wealthy woman. It's okay, as long as you're happy." Jing'ai tried hard to force a smile. "Jing'ai, what are we eating today?" "Braised lamb." "Jing'ai, Grandma Mito said that she will send me to the ninja school in a few days as a transfer student. I'm a little scared." "Jing'ai, what if a classmate bullies me?" "Oh, then blow their dog heads off. Let them know how powerful Pepper Kushina is." "Hate it, I'm not Pepper." "Then it's up to you whether you think what I said is right or not." "Yes, if anyone wants to bully me, just smash his head. If I can't beat them, I'll ask Jing'ai to help me beat them up." After getting to know each other, Kushina became like a little chatterbox, chattering nonstop and seemingly never getting tired. "Hiruzen, are you sure you don't care about this?" Danzo Shimura came to the Hokage's office with an intelligence scroll and slammed the scroll on the table. "Kushina is Kanaha's next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki shouldn't have any romantic feelings for men or women, because giving birth is when a Jinchuriki is at its weakest." Facing the aggressive Danzo Shimura, the third Hokage calmly opened the scroll, took a look at it, and then put it away. He said calmly to Shimura, Danzo, this is Lord Mito's order." "What the hell?" Danzo Shimura almost suffocated himself to death. "This excuse again. This is Lord Mito's order again. Can't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, find another excuse?" Seeing that his old friend was so angry, the third Hokage laughed inwardly. The Jinchuriki also needs to get in touch with the people of the village in order to better integrate into the village, treat the village as their home, and forget the past of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina and Hinata Shizuichi get along very well. With Mito-sama and Tsunade here, do you think Kushina will be deceived? But Danzo didn't dare to say that he didn't believe in the vision of Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. As for Tsunade, it's fine. At most she could just give him a cold look and get angry. Just don't take it seriously. But Uzumaki Mito can't do that. If Danzo dares to slander this person, he will no longer be able to serve as the Hokage's assistant. Danzo, no buts. I believe you are aware of the changes in Kushina these days. Besides, Kushina and Hinata Shizuka are just friends. You're fine. Danzo Shimura clenched his fists in hatred. He finally understood why the third Hokage had been using Uzumaki Mito to block him and not allowing him to interfere in Kushina's affairs. "I hope you won't regret your decision today." Not only did his persuasion fail, but he was also very angry. Shimura Danzo came in a rage and left in a rage. He felt that he needed to talk to Jing. The second fetal movement finally ended. What Jing'ai couldn't understand was why there was such a long interval between her 3 fetal movements. It's okay that the interval is long, but the fetal movement duration is obviously longer than that of that damned Satsuki who is greedy for Hinata on the moon. Tonari's 3 movements of the Rinnegan ended very quickly, but mine were so slow. Is it because I don't have its Satsuki chakra? Or maybe it's because Shiren's eyes don't belong to him, and under certain conditions they will degenerate into white eyes. There was too little information on the Samsara eye, and Jing'ai was not sure whether his guess was correct. As for the Rinnegan, he knew more about it, but there was too little information and introduction about the Samsara eye. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's a little longer. It's better than the Uchiha's Sharingan next door. In comparison, the 3 fetal movements that last a little longer are nothing. Look at the Sharingan. It is difficult to open it, and it is even more difficult to evolve it. The level from 3 Magatama to Mangekyo has blocked countless Uchiha people. It is even more difficult to go from Kaleidoscope to Eternal Kaleidoscope. Do you want to get the Rinnegan? Sorry, to get this thing you either have to be extremely lucky and meet all the conditions, or you have to be given it by the 6 paths themselves. First, you have to be the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. Secondly, you have to have a relative who is willing to donate his eyes for you. You also need a gay friend who is the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra. Plus, it takes at least 20 years of waiting before the Renegan can be born. This is not just a condition, it's harder than climbing to the sky. Even a conspirator like Black Zetsu spent thousands of years to successfully produce Uchiha Madara, so you can imagine how difficult it is to obtain the Renegan. I will start working officially tomorrow, find a suitable house as soon as possible, and then move out. Chapter 9. Warn me? Then ask my backers if they agree. The famous handmade ramen that would become famous in the future had not yet appeared. At this time, Shadow was still a little kid who could only follow behind his father and help him. To be honest, my father's handmade craftsmanship is just SOSO. It's edible, but not very delicious. After eating ramen, Jing'ai took a walk and bought some clothes before going home. He stopped when he reached a small park some distance away from the Hyuga clan's territory. 2 ninjas dressed in umbu attire stopped him. Hinata Shizuichi, Lord Danzo wants to see you. Danzo? Why does this old guy look for me? Is it because he wants to win me over because of my talent, or is it because of Kushina that he wants to warn me? After thinking about it, Jing'ai turned around and walked towards the small park. The park was very quiet, with Danzo being the only one there. Hinata Shizuka, do you know what you are doing? Danzo Shimura took the lead. Jing'ai blinked blankly, tilted his head and thought for a while, and waited until the atmosphere created by Danzo dissipated a little before he spoke. I don't know what Danzo-sama is talking about, but I think as a member of Konoha, I have the right to go shopping, eat ramen, and buy clothes. Is this what I'm talking about? Are you pretending to be stupid? Hinata Shizuichi, stay away from Kushina. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not someone your kind can touch. Since Shizuka was playing dumb, Danzo simply made things clear. Oh well. Jing'ai answered seriously. Because he really didn't look for Kushina. It was Kushina who approached him on her own initiative, and it was Tsunade who brought her here personally. Tisk tisk tisk, if you have the ability, go find Tsunade or Uzumaki Mito. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. After saying that, Jing turned around and left. Danzo, who remained where he was, looked confused. The boy seemed to agree, but something seemed a little off, and the reaction was too calm. Could it be? As Shimura Danzo began to imagine, his expression became more and more ugly. Damn it, why? She's just an old. Realizing that his words were a bit disrespectful, Danzo quickly stopped talking. Danzo during this period was far less arrogant than he was later. At this time, he was just an assistant to the Hokage who had no power but was full of ambition. It didn't even develop at all, nor did it receive the power delegated by the third Hokage. At this time, Jing'ai didn't need to worry about what Danzo would do to him, and he has a backer. Neither the Hyuga clan nor Tsunade would allow Danzo to lay a hand on Shizuka. Shimura Danzo can only shout verbally, so what is there to be afraid of? His last name isn't Uchiha. You warned me not to get close to Kushina, and I promised you. Anyway, it was Kushina who approached me first, so I just want to ask you if you are angry or not. Are you angry or not? Ha ha ha. As soon as he walked out of the park, Jing'ai burst into laughter. Danzo Shimura, who was still in the park, found the sound extremely irritating. Hinata Shizuka, just wait for me. Don't think that you can continue to be arrogant just because you have the Hyuga clan and Uzumaki Mito as your backers. Backers can fall. Jing'ai doesn't really care whether his backer will fall or not. It will be impossible for Shimura Danzo to rise to power in a short period of time. As long as I stand up before you, Danzo, are nothing. The next morning, Jing'ai arrived at Konoha Hospital early. Tsunade was on duty yesterday and did not go home, so she simply took Jing'ai out to get acquainted with the people. After all, Jing'ai had been working as a thief in the hospital for a long time and was already considered an acquaintance. Taking office is just a procedure. It's no wonder I'm so good to you. You still have a conscience and bring me something to eat. After not sleeping for a whole night, Tsunade was now hungry and sleepy. I won't waste my words on what to do, how to receive patients, and how to treat them. The scroll of super strength you want to learn is in the closet. Take it yourself later. Return it to me directly after you have learned it. Don't leave it in the hospital. After giving Jing some instructions, Tsunade prepared to retreat. As for the super strength technique, it was the reward she had promised to give to Jing'ai. As long as Jing'ai successfully passed the medical ninja assessment, she would give him the scroll and let him learn it. Wait. Shizue called out to Tsunade who was about to run away. What? Tsunade wiped the oil off her mouth, looking unhappy. You don't want me to sleep in the lounge, do you? No, go back to sleep. Jing'ai waved her hand and said, I was trying to say that our Hokage assistant came to me last night and warned me to stay away from Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so I was in a difficult situation. Old thing. Tsunade couldn't help but curse, don't pay attention to him, I will find grandma myself, and I will get along with Kushina the same way as before. Danzo, you have a very long arm. Looking at Tsunade who left angrily, Shizue smiled secretly. If you have a backer but don't rely on him, what's the point of having that backer? Should I be warned? I will report you directly. After returning home, Tsunade immediately told Uzumaki Mito about this. Grandma, this Danzo is going too far. He wants to interfere in everything. He's still thinking about imprisoning Kushina. This is simply too much. Go and get some rest. I will take care of this matter myself. Uzumaki Mito's expression was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was angry or indifferent. Okay then, I'm going to bed now. I'm exhausted. It's really painful to stay up all night. Uzumaki Mito had to step in to deal with it, and Tsunade no longer cared about these trivial matters. The main reason was that she didn't have any good way to deal with Danzo. The most she could do was to lose her temper and scold Danzo. This didn't hurt Danzo Shimura at all, but it's different when Uzumaki Mito takes action personally. Chapter 10 Danzo loses more than he gains. I guarantee that Shimura Danzo will shed his skin, ha ha ha. Thinking of how Danzo Shimura would be scolded by his grandmother and not even dare to fart, Tsunade couldn't help laughing and rolled around on the bed. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Mito had no intention of personally reprimanding Shimura Danzo. With Uzumaki Mito's identity and status, if he came forward to teach Shimura Danzo a lesson, the other party would not dare to have any temper. But doing so would be very cheap for Uzumaki Mito. The important thing is that she also doesn't want to see Danzo whose head is full of ambitions. Instead of doing it himself, it would be better to report the matter to the Hokage office building and have the third Hokage and the elders take action. So, the third Hokage, who was busy in the Hokage's office, was summoned. The third Hokage immediately put down what he was doing and rushed to the Senju ancestral home. Not long after, the third Hokage left the Senju ancestral home and returned to the Hokage's office with a gloomy face. Monkey, is there something important that you're looking for me for? After the end of the First Ninja World War, when the third Hokage sat firmly on the throne of Hokage, the fat man Akimichi Torikaze chose to downplay himself from the top level in order to seek better development for the Ino, Shikaku and Cho families. He stays in the family all day long, studying food and the military ration pills that Ino Shikache mastered and produced. Let's talk about it when the others arrive. The three Hokage nodded slightly, motioning Akimichi Norifuge to sit for a while. Akimichi Norifuge patted his big belly, glanced at the small chair in front of him, and simply pulled over a cushion and sat directly on the floor. It was really a bit difficult for him to sit on the chair with his huge body. Soon, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato also came to the Hokage's office. The two people who walked into the office noticed Chiodea Kufang sitting on the floor doing nothing, and couldn't help laughing and said, "Fatty, you've gained weight again. There's nothing I can do." Akimichi Kufang laughed, and did not forget to let Mito Minion pat his big belly to try the feel. Seeing these two people still making trouble like before, Yutin Koharu scolded them angrily. "You are of such status, yet you are still making trouble like this. How can you be so disrespectful?" "Well, I can't afford to offend you." Chiodea Kufang immediately turned his face away and pretended nothing had happened. Mizuto Minan also pulled over a chair and sat down, as if he was not the one who had just taken a picture of Akimichi Tofu's belly. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Yutin Koharu walked over to the chair next to the third Hokage and sat down. "Hiruzen, is there something important that you're rushing everyone over here?" Danzo had not arrived yet, so the third Hokage chose to give the three of them a heads up first. "Mr. Mito just came to me because Danzo went to warn Hyuga Shizuichi and not allow him to get close to Kushina. He's crazy?" Yutin Koharu was a straightforward person, and blurted out, "Hasn't Kushina's matter been settled? Hinata Shizuichi is Tsunade's disciple, and has also been recognized by Mito-sama. He, Danzo, turned his back to warn others. Is he going to break the agreement? Good guy." Akimichi Tofu and Mitaman and looked at each other. Others are shooting themselves in the foot, but Shimura Danzo is different. He is shooting himself in the foot. It's the kind of thing where they make an agreement and then start throwing stones at others. Where is the face? Shizuka was brought up by Tsunade and was also recognized by Uzumaki Mito. It's the same as being one of our own. If it weren't for the fact that he came from the Hyuga clan, he would be a pure Hokage faction, and their high-level group had already reached an agreement with Uzumaki Mito. As a result, Danzo Shimura turned his back and went to cause trouble. Lord Mito is very unhappy about this. The third Hokage wanted to strangle Danzo Shimura to death. "Where's your brain?" What we are going to discuss today has anything to do with me. Danzo Shimura, who arrived late, heard someone mentioning his name from a distance. When I walked into the Hokage's office, I saw that the third Hokage had a gloomy face, Yutain Koharu looked unhappy, and Mitomanen and Akimichi gave him a helpless look, reminding him to be careful. Did Hinata Shizuka go and complain? Shimura Danzo thought of this possibility. Danzo, what do you want to do? Shimura Danzo arrived, and the third Hokage got furious on the spot. We have already made a decision internally regarding Kushina's matter, and you were present at the time. We have already reached an agreement with Mito-sama. Why did you do this? For the stability of the village and the control of the Jinchuriki. Shimura Danzo fought back unyieldingly. Jinchuriki should not have any feelings for men and women. Hyaga Shizuichi is a member of the Hyaga clan and a branch of the Hyaga clan. He is an uncontrollable factor. You know how dangerous it is when a Jinchuriki gives birth. As he spoke, Danzo Shimura looked at Yutain Koharu and the others, hoping that they would stand on his side and support him. Yutain Koharu's face turned pale and she would not give any support to Shimura Danzo at all. Mito Kato could only shake his head. Cough cough. Seeing that the ball was about to fall to his side, Akimichi Tofu coughed dryly and reminded Shimura Danzo, Danzo, Kushina is only 6 years old. Others are just a 6-year-old girl, but you have already considered growing up and having children. Isn't that a bit ahead of the times? What do you mean? Shimura Danzo frowned. Are you pretending not to understand? Akimichi Tofu was speechless. Danzo's old problem came back again. If you have reason, hold on to it. If you have no reason, make excuses for it. Akimichi Tofu said helplessly, Danzo, we know what you are worried about, but don't you think that your worry is a bit unnecessary? Kushina is only 6 years old. According to the investigation of the Umbu, Hyaga Shizuka prefers Tsunade to Kushina in their daily interactions. As he spoke, Akimichi Tofu started to laugh and touched Mitoman N with his hand. Menyen, when you were 13, would you like a 6-year-old kid? Mitoman N gave Shimura Danzo a strange look, and his face began to turn red. He said in agreement, of course not. Isn't it good to have a pretty big sister? Hiruzen likes this too. Enough. As the third Hokage's face began to lose its composure, Yutain Koharu couldn't bear to listen any longer. I'm still sitting here, and you guys are just chatting about this and that, and the topic is becoming more and more irrelevant. Fortunately, although the topic is not serious, at least it tells the truth. Okay. Yutain Koharu, the tiger, got furious, so the third Hokage quickly changed the subject to prevent it from drifting further away. Konoha's high-level group held an important meeting, but the content of the meeting was that everyone liked the eldest sister. If this were to get out, it would probably make countless people laugh. Danzo. The third Hokage issued a stern warning, from now on, all matters concerning Kushina, big or small, will be handled by me personally. Neither you nor the elders are allowed to interfere. Sarutobi, you. When Danzo heard this, he immediately became anxious. This was not the result he wanted. He wanted to go further, but instead of making any progress, he regressed. I won't regret it, and I am the Hokage. The third Hokage, who knew Danzo Shimura well, chose to interrupt. If he tried to snatch Danzo Shimura's possession, Danzo Shimura would be speechless. Chapter 11 Lady Tsunade, please calm down, I'm just a child. Danzo Shimura really had nothing to say and was simply left in anger. In the lounge of Konoha Hospital, Jingai was leisurely drinking juice and reading a book with relish. As a weak medical ninja with blood degeneration, Jingai felt that he should make some puppets to enhance his own strength and protect his own safety. Bump! The door of the lounge was pushed open with force and hit the wall with a loud bang. Jingai, who was sitting in the lounge reading a book, shuddered and almost threw the book in his hand out as a shuriken. When I turned around, it was Tsunade. And it was Tsunade who was in an angry state. What is happening? Jingai thought it would be better for her to stay away, so she took the book and prepared to run away. Where are you going? Jingai's plan to escape failed and he was caught by Tsunade. I treated 2 patients today and I'm going to the ward to see how they are recovering. Jingai made an excuse for himself. Tsunade was obviously angry at this time, so it was better not to be alone with her. The city gate has been set on fire, and if we continue to stay in the lounge, we might get hurt. Tsunade looked at Jingai with strange eyes, and when Jingai was not prepared at all, a face suddenly came up to him. Fuck. Lady Tsunade, please calm down. I'm still a child. Please don't be impulsive. Shizuka started the lean-back tactic and raised his hand to stop Tsunade from getting any closer to him. Their 2 faces were almost sticking together. Shut up. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. A few black lines appeared on her forehead. She raised her fist and waved it, angrily said, I just want to see your eyes, don't be as dirty as Jiraiya. Look into my eyes? That's okay, you see. Jing-ai breathed a sigh of relief, and her pounding heart finally calmed down. Seeing Jing-ai's relieved expression and pressing his hands on his chest a few times, Tsunade suddenly wanted to hit someone. "You little brat, do you think I want to take advantage of you?" Seeing that Tsunade was about to explode, Jing-ai quickly spread out his hands and explained, "It's just a joke, don't hit anyone." "This joke is not funny." Tsunade stared at him with gritted teeth, and Jing-ai said, "I am innocent." It is deeper, has a unique appeal, and is full of mystery that makes people want to understand it more deeply. After staring into Shizuka's eyes for a while, Tsunade felt something was wrong, very wrong. Is this bloodstain degeneration or bloodstain evolution? If there had not been any example of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan ever evolving, Tsunade would have suspected whether Shizuka's eyes had evolved along with the Sharingan. Throwing the documents in her hand casually on the table, Tsunade leaned against the table, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Are the sequelae of the Byakugan degeneration still serious?" Jing answered half-truthfully, "It stings occasionally, but not as intense as when I was initially injured, and my vision is not affected." "Is it?" Tsunade observed Shizuka's expression and eyes more carefully. She really wanted to know if Shizuka was hiding anything. "Is there something on my face?" Shizuka knew what Tsunade was thinking, but he would not reveal any flaws because the script had been set since he traveled through time, and Shizuka had deduced all kinds of possible plots countless times. He can respond flexibly when encountering corresponding situations. "No, maybe she was overthinking it." Tsunade shook her head, and her whole body suddenly became like an eggplant hit by frost, a little wilted. "Damn it, these guys, they don't understand why they should give orders blindly. The old man too, actually listened to their advice, it's so annoying. Is the higher-ups doing something weird?" There is no need to guess who the old man Tsunade mentioned is. He must be the third Hokage, and those guys are, if nothing unexpected happens, the other members of the F4 group. Is it about the reforms to the medical department and Konoha Hospital? Jing-ai had heard about this from Tsunade before, but the third Hokage had already considered it, so he didn't expect the reform to come so soon. "See for yourself." Tsunade lay directly on the table and pushed the document that had just been thrown on the table towards Jing-ai. Jing-ai picked up the document, opened it, and looked at it carefully. His good fellow. After taking a few glances at the contents of the file, Jing-ai couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. The threshold for becoming a medical ninja is high, and each village does not have a complete training system, so the training progress of medical ninjas has always been slow, and the number of medical ninjas in each village is pitifully small. So the F4 group proposed a reform, and the suggestion for the reform was initiated by the old lady, Koharu Utane. The content of the reform is that the training of medical ninjas will change from a teacher-apprentice, hands-on teaching model to mass education, which is the so-called assembly line model education. Gather a group of talented ninjas together, and have experienced medical ninjas serve as teachers to educate these apprentices. Aren't you afraid of getting your balls into trouble? Jing-ai closed the file and said, "Isn't this a bit too big a gap? I told you, the old man doesn't want to listen to me. He said the medical department needs reforms before there can be progress." Tsunade angrily began to bang the table. Perhaps it was the reform of the ninja school that gave the F4 group enough confidence, and Koharu Utane directly set her sights on the medical department. "Can't you just manage your logistics department well? Why are you reaching out to the medical department for no reason? You're going to have a hard time in the future." When Jing saw Tsunade's eyes, she couldn't help but feel sympathy. The person most affected by the reform of the medical department is Tsunade. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with me. Too few medical ninjas? Tsunade can only suffer. As long as she is not exhausted to death, she will use her ninjas to death. Jing-ai decisively put the document down, picked up her book and continued reading. This kid. Jing-ai's reaction made Tsunade laugh so hard. Tsunade slammed the table in dissatisfaction and questioned, "Stinky boy, the medical department is undergoing reform, shouldn't you contribute your part? Also, why are you reading books about puppeteers and puppet making? Don't tell me that you want to become a puppet ninja because your blood has degenerated. As a weak medical ninja with blood degeneration, doesn't it make sense to make some puppets to protect yourself? What Ministry of Health, what reform? I know nothing about it. I'm just a newly graduated apprentice and I dare not get involved in such a big thing. Is it reasonable? Reasonable shit." Tsunade really wanted to swear. It's almost time to get off work. Before Shizuka could react, Tsunade forced him to leave work. "Hurry up. It hurts, you Uchiha bastards, you actually murdered the villagers. I'm going to the Hokage office building to complain about you." Jing-ai, who was forced to leave work, had not yet walked out of the hospital when he met people from the police department hurriedly carrying several patients into the hospital lobby. "What happened?" Tsunade, who was about to go off work with Shizuka, walked up to the patient, checked his injuries, and frowned, multiple fractures and extensive muscle damage. Didn't your police department go too far? If the target of the attack was an enemy, Tsunade wouldn't care, but the target was a villager from Konoha. Lady Tsunade, this is our fault. The police captain who led the team to the hospital apologized sincerely. Jing'ai, who was standing aside, discovered that this young captain was none other than the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Lady Tsunade, you have to take charge of us. The Uchiha bastards beat us up. Facing the patient's criticism, Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, was clearly unable to hold back. From his clenched fists, it was evident that the young clan leader was very upset when facing the accusations. The work of the police department is indeed a bit frustrating. This is clearly a false accusation. The Uchiha people's style of doing things is a bit arrogant, but they will not target the civilians of the village for no reason. On the contrary, among many families, the Uchiha family is considered to be a family that treats ordinary members more friendly, at least much better than corrupt families like the Hyuga family. Asshole, what did you say? Framed and accused by the patient, Uchiha Fugaku did not choose to argue. He could control himself, but his teammates could not. The Uchiha ninja standing behind Uchiha Fugaku became furious when he heard this. Chapter 12. Do you think Konoha F4 is only targeting Uchiha? You three bastards got drunk in the tavern, refused to pay, and beat up a lot of people in the tavern, including the tavern owner. After our police arrived, you not only refused to cooperate with the law enforcement, but also insulted us and even insulted our young and old clan leaders. Not only was he insulted, but even the young and old patriarchs of the family were insulted. Any Uchiha could not help it. As a result, the arrest process was a little too forceful, resulting in the current situation. Not bad, you even dared to insult the young patriarch and patriarch of another family. After drinking a few glasses of wine, you even forgot your last name? Tsunade looked at the three patients with somewhat unfriendly eyes. She is not a member of F4, nor does she dislike the Uchiha. When encountering such things, she basically handles them impartially and will not favor another side just because the top management targets the Uchiha. Oops. Seeing Tsunade's face change, the three patients who were carried to the hospital immediately began to act pitifully. Ah, my hand is broken, it hurts so much. The Uchiha people maliciously beat the villagers. That's enough. Tsunade said coldly, not wanting to indulge them just because they were injured. Carry them in for treatment immediately, and the cost of treatment will be on their own. Uchiha Fugaku, right? Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief that he was not targeted. When he saw Tsunade calling his name, he hurried forward. Tsunade said to Uchiha Fugaku seriously, although the other party has done something out of line, you shouldn't be so harsh. After the three of them are treated, take them to the police department and deal with them as needed. In addition, you should send someone to report this matter to the Hokage office building. Since you are causing trouble, beating people, resisting arrest, and insulting people, you must be punished. You cannot get away with it just because you are injured. After several patients have finished their treatment, the punishment they deserve will not be less than what it should be. The police department also needs to send someone to the Hokage's office to report. As for whether the third Hokage will punish the people in the police department, that is not something Tsunade needs to worry about. Yes. This handling result is very fair to the Uchiha people and does not favor any party. Uchiha Fugaku accepted it obediently. Alright, let's all go, there's nothing to see. Tsunade cut the Gordian knot and handled the matter promptly. If possible, she didn't want to get involved in these matters. But she knew that if she did not show up, the situation would probably get bigger and bigger, and the Uchiha would be punished by the higher-ups, and those villagers who insulted the young and old Uchiha clan leaders would not have an easy time either. Don't think that the Uchiha are soft persimmons. You have gone too far. If others target you, they will just find a few excuses to punish you and you will enjoy it, not to mention killing you directly in secret. As long as there is no evidence, who can prove that it was Uchiha who did it? The Uchiha may not care about ordinary insults. After all, the work of the police department is easy to offend people, and the Uchiha people have long been accustomed to it. But it is wrong for you to insult the young and old patriarchs. This is fucking seeking death. After dealing with this ridiculous matter, Tsunade and Shizuka left the hospital together. As soon as she walked out of the hospital gate, Tsunade began to complain. The voices of dissatisfaction with the Uchiha in the village are getting louder and louder, and the Hokage office and the Elders' Council are not stepping in to deal with it. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Even though she complained, Tsunade couldn't do anything about it. Although she has a special identity, This is something that only the Hokage and the elders can handle, and she cannot cross the line at will. To be precise, the voices of dissatisfaction among some ninja families are getting louder and louder. Shizue reminded Tsunade. Do you think the F4 group is only targeting the Uchiha? No, you are wrong. Almost most of the ninja families were covered in it, only the Hokage faction families such as Sarutobi, Shimura, Inoshikacho were left out. Does the Hyuga clan also have such a problem? Tsunade, who rarely paid attention to these things, was a little surprised. It's okay for Uchiha, after all, the police department is an exclusive department of Uchiha. The police department is responsible for maintaining public order and it is easy to have conflicts with the villagers. If too many people are offended, it will cause a lot of dissatisfaction. But Hinata didn't. It's always been there. Jingai shook her head and said, many villagers think that the Hyuga clan is arrogant and look down on them. However, the Hyuga clan also has its own problems. They are indeed too isolated and arrogant. It shouldn't be. The Uchiha clan could still understand why the Hyuga clan got into such trouble for no apparent reason. Tsunade didn't understand. Could it be? Subconsciously, Tsunade looked up towards the Hokage's office building. It might be the work of the Hokage's office. What's more interesting is that ninja families like Sarutobi and Shimura are becoming more and more popular in the village. Don't give me that. Do you really think I don't know that you are putting eye drops in my eyes? Tsunade is not stupid. After hearing this, he glared at Jingai. Have you found the house? Do you need my help? Found it, we'll move tomorrow. Jingai laughed and changed the subject. That's good. I'll help you move some things tomorrow. Oh, and walk faster. I'm starving. No, you are hungry, go eat. Why are you following me? You're addicted to free meals, right? As it turns out, Tsunade is really addicted to free meals. Looking at a certain Konoha princess who was wolfing down her food, Jingai felt that if this Konoha princess were to do a live broadcast of her eating, no one would suspect that she was faking her eating. How did you manage to stuff such a huge chicken leg into one bite? Wouldn't it get stuck in your throat? Why are you staring at me? Aren't you hungry? With a turn of his little mouth, the clean bones were spit out onto the table. A big chicken leg went in and only a bone was left when it came out. What a great oral skill. Your boyfriend will definitely be very happy in the future. With an inexplicable sigh, Jingai joined the crowd scrambling for food, because if they didn't grab some, there would be nothing left. God can testify that he cooked food for 4 people. But Tsunade almost ate it all by herself. Kid, I suspect you are thinking about something dirty. Tsunade's intuition told her that this handsome boy in front of her had some minor problems with his mind. No, absolutely not. I'm complimenting you. Oh, do you think I will believe it? If you don't believe me, forget it. You don't have a boyfriend anyway. These words were somewhat hurtful, and Tsunade really wanted to poke Shizuka to death with chopsticks. You are bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Chapter 13, When in doubt, use your fists first? Tsunade, who had finished 3 portions of food, fell on the sofa and made a satisfied sound. Jingai seriously suspected that this girl didn't eat anything just to wait for a free meal and then eat a big meal. Fortunately, Kushina has bought a lot of things recently, otherwise Tsunade's food expenses would be a huge sum of money. But this woman can't control her hands, her pockets are cleaner than her face. Asking her for food expenses is simply wishful thinking. It's good enough that she doesn't come to you to borrow some gambling money. By the way, I haven't seen the little rich lady for 2 days. What is she doing? Speaking of Chow Chow, Chow Chow will arrive. Just after cleaning the house, Jingai saw the rich lady she had been talking about coming. Kushina didn't seem to be in a good mood today. She looked listless with a look of sadness between her brows. Shizuichi, Sister Tsunade. Kushina's greeting seemed weak. What's wrong? If anyone bullies you, tell me and I'll help you beat him up. Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade jumped up from the sofa, hugged her and comforted her. Did that boy Nawaka make you angry again? Don't be afraid, I will help you beat him up. I guarantee that he won't dare to get close to you for 10 days or half a month. Although Nawaka likes his sister Kushina very much, a boy of 7 or 8 years old is at the age where he is disliked by everyone. To put it bluntly, every dog that passes by will be kicked. After Kushina came to Konoha, Nawaki often made her cry loudly. Really? Kushina looked up at Tsunade expectantly. Of course, I am your sister Tsunade. If anyone dares to bully you, I will help you get back at them. It's Grandma Mito. Are you kidding me? Tsunade's energy disappeared instantly, and she decisively let go of Kushina's hand, lying back on the sofa like a salted fish, and waved her hand with her back to Kushina. You'd better go find someone else. I don't dare to help you. Your Mito grandmother will bully me as well. Your sister Tsunade is not capable of helping you vent your anger. If it was anyone else, Tsunade could still charge forward, but the one who bullied Kushina was Uzumaki Mito. It's better to give up the idea as soon as possible, otherwise even Tsunade can't escape. Sister Tsunade, you don't keep your word. Kushina stared at her back with a wronged look on her face, and Tsunade simply pretended to be asleep. I saw nothing and heard nothing. The funny interaction between these two sisters successfully made Jing'ai laugh. Shizue smiled and rubbed Kushina's head, then asked, Kushina, how did Mito-sama bully you? Was it because you were naughty and got spanked? How can it be? After these words came out, Kushina shook her head vigorously. I am the most obedient. I won't act naughty and make Grandma Mito angry, so Grandma Mito won't spank me. Done. Kushina frowned and sighed. Jing'ai, Grandma Mito wants me to go to the ninja school tomorrow, but I don't want to go to school. No, you have to go to ninja school. You have to go. Tsunade sat up and said to Kushina seriously, Kushina, you have to understand Grandma's intentions, okay? When you go to the ninja school, you can learn a lot of new knowledge and meet many new friends and classmates. Go to ninja school, learn new knowledge, meet more people, including classmates, and even future companions and friends. This will allow Kushina to integrate into Konoha more smoothly. After all, Uzumaki Mito can't hold out for a few more years, and if Kushina doesn't have her heart set on Konoha, it could bring about great hidden dangers. But what if the new classmates don't welcome me? Kushina's face fell. Tsunade scratched her head in distress and began to recall how she got along with her classmates in the past. Looks like a fist? Yes, on the first day of school, I beat the annoying Jiraiya until he cried. When I got home, my grandma scolded me. Use your fists to get to know new classmates? Kushina definitely has the ability, but can she integrate smoothly like this? No, Kushina can't be too violent. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, throwing away the messy thoughts in her mind. You are good at talking, so it's your turn. Besides, you are Kushina's only friend in the village. Tsunade winked at Shizuka, telling him not to just stand there and watch, but to help quickly. Kushina, you're starting from the wrong place. Shizuka, unable to continue watching the show, coughed and corrected Kushina's words. The little rich woman was stunned for a moment. Is my starting point wrong? Correct. Jing'ai snapped his fingers, bent down, and made Kushina look at his eyes level. Think about it. Your primary mission in going to the ninja school is to study, and everything else is secondary. Is it? Kushina felt that there was something wrong with these words, but after thinking about them carefully, she felt that they made some sense. Tsunade felt that Shizuichi had nothing good to say. What if my classmates don't welcome me or even want to bully me? Kushina asked weakly. When she first came to Konoha, her activities were limited to the Senju ancestral home, the vegetable market, and Jing's family. She only knew and was familiar with a few people. She was a little scared when she thought about going to an unfamiliar school and meeting unfamiliar people. Jing'ai grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and put his big hand on Kushina's little head. Remember this sentence, Kushina, sometimes fists can solve many problems. I knew it. Tsunade slapped her forehead speechlessly. Kushina's big eyes flickered. Is it really possible? Of course you can. If anyone dares to deliberately provoke you or make fun of you, just beat him up. If anyone dares to give you an ugly nickname, don't hesitate to beat him up hard and beat him to death. If the teacher and the other parent come to you, just tell them that your sister is Princess Tsunade. Just let them talk to Princess Tsunade, and there's also the bad-hearted yellow-haired guy. Hinata Shizuka. That's enough. Tsunade couldn't listen anymore. Damn it, how can you educate your children like this? When in doubt, use your fists first. Beat me hard, beat me to death, and then bring out your backer. What can you do to me? What a mess. Cough cough. Princess Tsunade was furious, so Jing'ai calmed down a bit and whispered in Kushina's ear. Princess Tsunade used to get to know new classmates in the same way. I hide. Tsunade gave a flying kick, and Shizue, who was prepared, ran away immediately. Leaving behind the furious Tsunade and the wide-eyed Kushina, the little rich woman felt that she understood something. Can all problems be solved with fists? Kushina was almost led astray, and Tsunade took her away angrily. Jing'ai stood at the door and winked at Kushina, making a fist gesture, and Kushina nodded with a smile. I hope no naughty kids will take risks tomorrow. Chapter 14, Kushina beats up the naughty kid. The little rich woman looks weak and seems easy to bully, but in fact, the violent gene hidden in her bones is no less than Tsunade. If the rich young lady who has received the advice goes to school and is teased and given nicknames by her classmates, something very interesting will definitely happen. Kushina, don't listen to the nonsense of Hinata Shizuka. Although fists can solve many problems, we girls can't use fists all the time, understand? On the way home, Tsunade tried to persuade Kushina earnestly. Kushina asked in confusion, then why does Sister Tsunade also use her fists to communicate with her classmates? Tsunade really wanted to rush back and beat Jing up. Look at what you teach. Today is the moving day. Jing'ai got up early in the morning and started packing, taking everything she needed. I have to say that the ceiling scroll is a great invention. It can be used directly as a storage equipment. The only bad thing is that it is too expensive and cannot be reused. Stuff everything you can use into the scroll. When we got to the new house, we took out all the things and put them in place one by one. At this point, Jing'ai's move is completely completed. Should he find someone to help? No need at all. After moving, Jing'ai started preparing breakfast for herself. At the same time, Kushina, feeling uneasy, was sent to the ninja school with a small skull bag on her back. Dear students, there is a new transfer student in our class today. I hope everyone can get along well with each other. Kushina, please say hello to everyone first. The teacher of the 3rd grade class, Saratobi Isamu, walked into the classroom with Kushina. Looking at the classroom full of strange children, Kushina was a little nervous. Hello, everyone, my name is Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina, from the Uzumaki clan. Nice to meet you all. What kind of family is the Uzumaki clan? I haven't heard of it, but her hair is actually red. Yes, red hair is ugly, just like Pepper, little Pepper, haha. Suddenly a transfer student came to the class, and all the students were surprised. Some naughty students even started to make fun of Kushina and laugh at her hair. Little Honda, don't laugh at your classmates. Saratobi Kiitsu really wanted to give this kid a big slap. You laughed at my new classmate like that in front of me? And you even gave him a nickname? Do you still have the teacher in your eyes? I didn't say anything wrong. Little Honda looked unconvinced. Saratobi Kia felt helpless. Children of this age group were difficult to educate. Some of them had very bad personalities and teachers didn't have any good solutions to this problem. If you scold him, he may not care, but you may feel it is unnecessary to teach him a lesson directly. Jing'ai is right, we should use our fists to talk to these people. She had just finished introducing herself when she was laughed at and even given the nickname Little Pepper. Kushina's little fists were clenched tightly. Kushina, please go down and find an empty seat. After scolding the noisy students, Saratobi Kiitsuga lowered his head and forced an awkward smile at Kushina. In addition to the students being naughty, the teacher also has a certain degree of responsibility for what happened because he did not teach well. Thank you, teacher. Kushina thanked him politely and walked down from the podium. He is a good and polite child. Saratobi Kiitsu nodded with satisfaction, but in the next second, the smile on his face froze. Because Kushina, who was walking past Kohanda, suddenly jumped up and punched the other person in the face. The sudden punch stunned everyone. Even little Honda, who had a nosebleed from being hit, was stunned. Was I beaten by a transfer student? Little Pepper? You like peppers, right? You like to laugh at people, right? Since you have started fighting, you have to beat him hard, beat him hard, beat him to death. Kushina remembered what Jing'ai taught her, so she grabbed Honda's hair and punched him one after another. Wow. It hurts, stop hitting me. After being hit several times in a row, little Honda cried loudly in pain, and the classmates around him were stunned. The little yellow-haired boy sitting in the second-to-last row opened his mouth slightly, unable to believe that the transfer student who seemed so cute just now turned into a grumpy little pepper. Kushina, stop it, you are not allowed to hit your classmates. Saratobi Kiitsuga couldn't believe that such a thing would happen in his class. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly spoke out to stop it, but Kushina showed no intention of stopping. As a last resort, Saratobi Kiitsuga ran forward and tried to pull Kushina away. However, before Saratobi could touch Kushina, Kushina turned around and shouted, "My sister is Tsunade." The outstretched hand froze in midair, and Saratobi Kiitsuga was stunned. So arrogant? On the first day of school, he was teased by his classmates, so he beat up the other person. When the teacher tried to stop him, he brought out his backer. "My sister is Tsunade." I have to say that the words "my sister is Tsunade" are somewhat intimidating. Every ninja in Konoha knows that Princess Tsunade has a bad temper. If you bully her sister, you are simply seeking death. Stop it, even if your sister is Tsunade, you can't beat up your classmates like this. When Honda had 2 of his front teeth knocked out, Saratobi Kiyoshi grabbed Kushina and successfully separated her from the victim. After successfully beating up the classmate who laughed at her, Kushina became angrier and angrier as she stared at those who had just laughed at her. "You all can't escape, just wait for me." Oh my god. Saratobi Kiitsu felt like his brain was about to explode. Is this kid so bad-tempered? She is truly worthy of being Tsunade's sister. Asking the teacher of the next class to send the injured students to the hospital for treatment, Saratobi Kiitsuga personally ran to the Hokage's office to report the matter. What did you say? The third Hokage thought he had heard wrongly. Kushina was teased by her classmates, so she beat them up and threatened you with Tsunade? Is this the Kushina I know? In the memory of the third Hokage, Kushina was a shy, weak-willed little girl who was easily bullied. The results were astounding. Yes. Sarutobi Kiyoshi was in tears. With this happening, his year-end bonus would definitely be gone. Hokage-sama, could it be that Kushina did this because she was influenced by Lady Tsunade? The third Hokage. You asked me, who the hell should I ask? On Tsunade's first day of school, she used Jiraiya as an excuse and beat him up severely. On Kushina's first day of school, she knocked out all of her classmates' front teeth. Go to Konoha Hospital in person and tell Tsunade about this and let her handle it herself. It is normal for children to fight, but Kushina's status is special, so the case was reported to the Hokage's office. After some consideration, the third Hokage decided to leave the matter to Tsunade. What Tsunade was most worried about happened. When Sarutobi Kiyosuga found the Konoha Hospital, Tsunade had just arrived at the hospital. Chapter 15. Did you just say that my sister is impolite? I knew it. Hinata Shizuka, look at what you have done. The angry Tsunade rushed to the lounge and kicked the door open. Kushina was ridiculed by her classmates, and then she beat them up, even knocking out her front teeth. The old man asked me to deal with it. How do you want me to deal with it? I still have a lot of trouble waiting for me in the medical department. You don't help me, but you're still looking for trouble. Jing'ai, who was changing clothes in the lounge, put on his white coat calmly and asked. Kushina was ridiculed by her classmates on her first day of school. Is it wrong to fight back? You are allowed to laugh at me, but I am not allowed to hit you, right? There is no such good thing in the world. I'm not bragging. In the entire Konoha school, only Noeki can compete with Kushina in terms of backing. Everyone else has to stand aside, even children from big families. With such a strong backing, there is nothing to be afraid of. What made Jing'ai most speechless was that Kushina had such a background, but was often bullied at school. He was laughed at and bullied by his classmates. He couldn't bear it anymore and fought back, but was retaliated by the other student's brother. I don't know who gave him the courage. It's noisy. Tsunade's blood pressure began to soar. He even threatened the teacher, saying that her sister is Tsunade. The teacher doesn't dare to touch her at all. That's right, aren't you her sister? Jing'ai spread her hands and said, when things are fine, you are Tsunade's sister, but when things are wrong, you are not her sister anymore. I'm so fucking. Princess Tsunade almost vomited blood. You must go to the ninja school right now and take care of this matter. You have to deal with the problems you caused yourself. Tsunade felt like her brain was about to explode. Things are fine at the hospital, but there are a lot of problems in the medical department. Because of the reform of the F4 group, the medical department is very busy. Tsunade didn't have much time for other things. No, Kushina is not my sister. Jing'ai decisively refused the job. It's not that he doesn't want to help Kushina, but if he gets involved in this kind of thing, the other party will never let go easily, even if he goes on behalf of Tsunade. You can't threaten other people's parents. The son was beaten by Kushina, and his parents came to ask for an explanation, but he beat his own parents too. If you don't go, you'll teach her to use her fists? Tsunade really wanted to hit someone. Are you waiting to be bullied if you don't use your fists? Shizuka looked at Tsunade in confusion. What's the train of thought here? You don't really think that by doing this, Kushina will be able to easily integrate into the village. You think that children's fights are a trivial matter, but others don't think so. After bullying Kushina at school and being beaten up by the angry Kushina, he directly called his family for help without any shame. Tsunade-sama, Shizue-kun, there is a patient outside. A young nurse ran to the door of the lounge. Jing'ai immediately walked outside. Come here, I'll take over this patient. No one else can snatch it from me. Go to ninja school to mess around? That's impossible. This kind of thing has to be done by you, Princess Tsunade, personally. Only if you do it personally can you have a deterrent effect. If you don't wait for me, I will deal with you sooner or later. Giving Jing'ai a fierce glare at his back, Tsunade speechlessly threw the pile of documents in her hand on the table, turned around and left the hospital, heading towards the ninja school. Who are the parents of this child? I want to have a good talk with them. What did my son do wrong? Why did he use such a heavy hand? His son was beaten, and little Honda's father, old Honda, was very angry. He ran directly to the ninja school, hoping that the teacher would give him an explanation. Don't be angry, it's not entirely Kushina's fault. Sarutobi Kiyosuga was overwhelmed when he returned to school from the hospital. If something like this happened in his class, the other students' parents would definitely come to him first. Kushina, hurry up and apologize to Honda's father. Sarutobi Kiyosuga tried to comfort the other party while asking Kushina to apologize. I don't. Kushina raised her head and turned it to the side. Jing'ai was right. Such childish brats should be beaten up with fists. Kushina didn't think she did anything wrong. My aunt, can't you just apologize first? Kushina refused to apologize, and Sarutobi Kiyosuga wanted to die. How could such a bad thing happen to him? Finished. Now I will definitely not get the Outstanding Teacher Award, and my year-end bonus will also be gone. Teacher Muyong, look at this kid, he has no manners at all. Lao Honda was so angry that he was incoherent. Dad Honda, please don't be angry first, you. Bump. Saratobi Kiyoshi was trying hard to calm the other person down, but the office door was pushed open with force and slammed heavily against the wall, startling everyone in the office. Who is this? So rude. His body shook subconsciously, and Saratobi Kiyotsu looked towards the door with dissatisfaction. When he saw the person at the door clearly, all his dissatisfaction disappeared, and he changed his face to a smile, walked up quickly and greeted, Tsunade-sama, why did you come here in person? It's over, Sister Tsunade is here in person. Kushina lowered her head guiltily, not daring to look at Tsunade. My sister was bullied on her first day of school. Can I come and ask for an explanation? Tsunade walked into the office with an expressionless face. Explain? Saratobi Kiyotsu opened his mouth and wanted to say, the problem is that it was Kushina who hit people. You just said that my sister is impolite, right? Tsunade walked up to old Honda and stared at him with unfriendly eyes. Who the hell are you? Does my sister need you to tell her what to do if she is polite or not? No, it's a misunderstanding. Old Honda was stunned from the moment Tsunade walked into the office. In Konoha, the third Hokage and Tsunade are the most famous. Most people know them. After all, one is the current Hokage, and the other is the eldest daughter of the Senju clan, a disciple of the Hokage, and a princess of Konoha who was canonized by the daimyo. It's hard not to know him. My son actually bullied Tsunade's sister? This damn kid, I must give him a good beating when I get back. Tsunade frowned at the sweaty old Honda. Your son got beaten, and you don't want to explain? No. Old Honda said nervously with a smile, this brat is too outrageous. He actually bullied his classmates at school. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Please rest assured, Princess Tsunade, such a thing will never happen again. That's good. I thought I should ask my brother to go to the lower grade classroom to talk to him. It seems that you are very aware of it. Not bad, very smart. Saratobi Kiyoshi, who was standing aside, looked at old Honda who kept nodding and bowing, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Chapter 16, Shenshu, don't you feel lonely at home? Weren't you very aggressive just now? Keep going. Ask for an explanation for your son. The real culprit is here, why are you so scared? After dealing with the other parent, Tsunade waved to Kushina and asked her to come over to her. Tsunade-san. Kushina smiled awkwardly, looking very guilty. I'll deal with you later. Walking out of the teacher's office, Kushina hugged Tsunade's arm and shook her. I'm sorry, Sister Tsunade. They laughed at me because I had red hair and called me a hot pepper. I couldn't help but beat that boy up. Alright. Tsunade said with a headache, I knew that you and Shizuka were getting together and nothing good would happen. That guy has a poisonous mouth. You should listen to him less in the future. Forget about it today. Go back and have a good rest. Get up early for class tomorrow. If something like this happens again in the future, don't do it in class. Got it? This is not the way to hit someone. Hitting someone in the classroom in front of the teacher and the whole class, or even a sneak attack, this is very bad, Kushina. Even when you beat him up after class it wasn't this severe. Kushina nodded obediently and agreed. Then can I go to Jingai's house? He's moving into a new house today and I want to go over and play. Go ahead, as long as you're not bored. He won't be home until after get off work. Tsunade did not refuse Kushina's request. Just play, there is no way to continue the class under the current circumstances. Great, Sister Tsunade, you're the best. Don't give me that. I'm almost mad at you. You listen to whatever that bastard Jingai says. You believe everything he says. It's more effective than what I, your sister, say. He even mocked me, saying, it's okay, Sister Tsunade. If there's something wrong, you're not a sister. I'm so mad at you. These words were like a knife stabbing Tsunade's lungs. Tsunade was very angry. Am I as bad as you say? Really? Kushina was very surprised. She couldn't believe that Shizuichi would be so mean to Tsunade. Is it fake? That kid was so sorry for you that he sprayed me in the face. Tsunade raised her hand and tapped Kushina on the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Kushina covered her forehead pitifully. Stop acting so pitiful. Tsunade was unmoved because she didn't use any strength at all. Wait, where are you going? Buying groceries. Kushina put her hands behind her back and said, Shizuichi has to go to work alone and has no time to go to the market. Sister Tsunade won't help with shopping, so I have to go to the market to buy vegetables. Tsunade's face was filled with black lines. Because it makes her sound like a freeloader. Well, she, Tsunade, is just a freeloader. I subconsciously touched my pocket and found that there were only a few coins in it, so I gave up the idea of spending money to buy vegetables. Your pockets are cleaner than your face, so just continue to eat for free. Then be careful. I'm going to work in the medical department. There are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. With the Umbu protecting Kushina, her safety will definitely be a problem. After Tsunade and Kushina separated, they went directly to the medical department. As for the Konoha hospital, she didn't want to go there for the time being. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and beat Jingai up. This bastard's words always hurt my heart. Didn't I tell you not to buy groceries? There are still so many things at home, and I will buy them myself. After get off work, Jingai returned home and saw several large bags on the floor. Tsunade-san went to school and brought me back, so I stopped by the market. Kushina raised her fist in a show of strength. Today that guy laughed at me and called me a hot pepper. I knocked out one of his front teeth. I'm pretty good, right? Ha ha ha, awesome. Jing burst out laughing and gave Kushina a thumbs up. Great job, just go ahead and hit him, don't worry about any serious consequences. You have to understand that in Konoha, it's a good thing for you, Kushina, not to bully others. How can others bully you? By the way, Tsunade didn't scold you, did she? No, but Sister Tsunade told me not to listen to you. Don't listen, ahem, Kushina, what do you want to eat? How about noodles for dinner? Jingai was about to complain a few words when he noticed someone coming and changed the subject. Hasn't dinner started yet? Tsunade felt dizzy and felt like she was half dead. She walked into the house and fell on the sofa in a rude manner. Kushina and I were planning on having ramen. Is teaching students so tiring? Give me 3 servings. I want a good meal. Tsunade was still powerless. Kushina said worriedly, Sister Tsunade, are you okay? Don't mention it. Tsunade suppressed her anger. I've never seen such a stupid student. I taught him all day but he didn't learn anything. I'm so mad. Tsunade had never been a patient person. On the contrary, she is impatient and even irritable. Let her teach the students patiently. If the process goes smoothly, it will be fine. If not, the situation will deviate in another direction. Poor Tsunade-sama. After 3 seconds of silence for Tsunade, Shizue picked up the bag on the ground and walked into the kitchen. Kushina thought about it for a while, but still followed Shizue's heart. She felt that she should let Tsunade calm down. It's a bit dangerous to get close to it at this time. Among the 3 future ninjas, the one who is most patient in teaching his disciples is Jiraiya. It is hard to imagine that Jiraiya, who is usually unreliable and incompetent at everything, can become a good teacher. Orochimaru also has a high talent for education, but his teaching methods are as scary as his personality. But that was after Nawaka's death. Before Nawaka's death, Orochimaru had not completely walked into darkness. In Jing's family, 3 people sat together eating noodles, eating with great enthusiasm. At the Senju ancestral home, Uzumaki Mito looked at the empty table and couldn't help but sigh. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Shenshu, who was eating rice with big mouthfuls, paused and looked at his grandmother, who had not moved her chopsticks, in confusion. Nawaka, don't you feel it's a bit lonely during mealtime? Even though he is old, Uzumaki Mito still feels like he is surrounded by his grandchildren. But recently Tsunade often doesn't come home for dinner, and the same goes for Kushina. Have it? Shinshu picked up a chicken leg with a clear and silly look in his eyes. No, if my sister is not here, no one will snatch the delicious food from me. Uzumaki Mito, there's a reason why your sister says you're stupid and beats you so often. If Uzumaki Mito were a few years younger, he would definitely catch this grandson and give him a beating. Kushina isn't coming back for dinner either. She said Hinata Shizuka's cooking is delicious. I must go try it some other day. Nawaki kept talking. Uzumaki Mito felt even more upset after hearing this. Old lady, I feel lonely without my granddaughter around, and now your grandson wants to run away too. It seems I have to talk to Tsunade. That night, Tsunade, who was forced to work overtime, dragged her tired body back home. To her surprise, her grandmother Uzumaki Mito had not rested yet. Grandma, can't you sleep? Uzumaki Mito glanced at his granddaughter and said, how can I, an old woman, sleep well when a silly boy like Nawaki is the only one left to accompany me in the whole family? Forehead. Is it because I came back too late? Grandma, I will definitely come back early to accompany you tomorrow. No need, just ask Jingai to come over tomorrow. Uzumaki Mito's tone became a little stiff. You and Kushina like to eat for free? Well then, the old woman will cut off your way to free meals and see if you will come back. If Shizuka isn't at home, Kushina will definitely stay at home obediently. As for Tsunade, she had lost all her previous salary and her pockets were empty. If she didn't go home for dinner, she would be hungry. Uzumaki Mito believed that her granddaughter would come back obediently for dinner. Looking at her grandmother's departing back, Tsunade asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? Chapter 17 Mission, Collecting Animal Carcasses. Mito-sama wishes to see me? Yes, she said she would come with me after get off work. I don't know what grandma wants to do. It might be because of Kushina's matter. Be careful when you go over there. After instructing Jing'ai to wait for her after get off work, Tsunade left in a hurry. There are still too many things waiting for her to deal with in the medical department. Strangeness. Jing'ai was a little confused. If there was something going on, he could just go there now instead of waiting to go to the Senju ancestral home with Tsunade after get off work. This is likely to lead to some unnecessary misunderstandings. It can be predicted that as long as he goes to the Senju ancestral home in person to meet Uzumaki Mito, the Hokage's office will definitely be restless. Because Uzumaki Mito's identity is so special, her every move affects the nerves of the third Hokage and others. Forget it, why think so much? It was Uzumaki Mito who wanted to see him, not him who took the initiative to ask for a meeting. In that case, why worry about these things? It's just adding trouble to yourself. In the lounge, Jing'ai assembled various materials, and a brand new puppet was born in his hands. Maybe because it's the first time it's made, the puppet looks a bit ugly. It's so fucking ugly. Jing'ai knew that his first attempt at making a puppet was successful, but he was also disappointed. He got a defective product that he himself couldn't stand. Even if puppets are treated as consumables, they should not be made too abstract, not looking like humans nor animals. After studying it for a while, Jing'ai couldn't bear it anymore and decisively dismantled the puppet. After all, it was the cheapest material and he wouldn't feel bad if it was damaged. It's better to damage a little material than to end up with a bunch of ugly things. After taking apart the puppet, Jing'ai began to summarize herself. After a moment, Jing'ai realized that he had made a mistake. There are very few puppeteers in Konoha, just as rare as giant pandas in the previous life. Related books and scrolls are also pitifully few, and most of them are obtained from the Sand Village by the village through various means. The puppets made by the Sand Village are strange in shape. Because the puppets need to have various functions and means of attack, the puppets they make are not beautiful. Jing'ai is not a puppeteer, so there is no need for him to make puppets in the style of the Sand Village. As he possesses the Samsara eye, he doesn't even need to control the puppets. It is enough to give them life and just give orders directly. Therefore, the puppet does not need to have so many functions, nor does it need to add various messy parts. With an idea in mind, Jing'ai continued to assemble. Soon, a humanoid puppet no more than 50 centimeters tall stood on the table. The materials on hand were limited, and the final product was not satisfactory. Just look for opportunities to buy more parts and materials. And there is no need to pursue humanoid puppets. You can also use the corpses of some powerful animals to make puppets. It seems like this is a good idea. There are too few puppeteers in Konoha, and the materials are relatively expensive. In addition to the influence of the overall environment, anyone in Konoha who uses the corpses of ninjas to make puppets will definitely be labeled as a dark person. Jing'ai was not interested in using the ninja's corpse to make puppets. Compared to the corpses of ninjas, the powerful animals in the ninja world are undoubtedly the best choice. They have good mobility and can be used as mounts. Having made up his mind, Jing'ai decided to collect some animal carcasses. After lunch, Jing'ai came to the Hokage office building and issued a task to collect animal corpses. The task reward was linked to the strength of the animals. Because of the influence of chakra, there are many powerful creatures in the ninja world. For example, there are wild boars as big as houses, giant snakes as big as trains, and birds with wings spread out like fighter jets. Such creatures are not uncommon in the ninja world, and there are even quite a lot of them. Konoha would issue some related tasks every year, asking the village's ninjas to clean up these creatures. In addition to their great strength and huge size, these creatures have another characteristic: their meat is not tasty. Once they accept the task of a cleanup mission, they will only choose to kill it, take away the part of the body that proves that they have completed the mission, and discard the rest. This means that the corpses of these creatures are of no value other than research value. After issuing the task, Jing'ai returned to the hospital to work. Hokage-sama, this is the mission commission that the mission department sorted out today. The mission department will organize the daily mission entrustment and then send it to the Hokage's office for screening by the third Hokage. For important missions, the third Hokage will personally send suitable ninja teams to carry out. Unimportant missions will be handed over to the mission department and accepted freely by the ninjas in the village. For ninjas, the income from missions and commissions can support many of them. Even in Konoha, once a large number of external missions and commissions are lost, more than half of the ninjas in the village will face unemployment and hunger. Because ninjas do not engage in production, and the village does not have enough positions to support so many ninjas. If there are too many failed missions and commissions, which will affect their reputation and reduce the number of external missions and commissions, it will be a disaster for those ninjas who rely on carrying out missions and commissions to make a living. This is why, even during war, even when the fighting on the front lines is tense, the village will always dispatch a group of ninjas to carry out missions and commissions. Whether it is a small ninja village or one of the 5 major ninja villages, they cannot lose their relevant credibility or give up the task entrustment. The Sand Village has become increasingly poorer since the Second Ninja World War. The fundamental reason is that the daimyo was angry and thought that his investment had been wasted and that the Sand Village was not strong enough, so he reduced his investment in the Sand Village. He also assigned a large number of tasks and commissions from the Wind Kingdom to Konoha. This directly led to the Sand Village falling into a situation where they had to tighten their belts. Therefore, the third Hokage attached great importance to the commissions and tasks of the mission department and would personally sort them out every day, assigning the simple tasks with low rewards to the mission department. For tasks that require attention, he will select the appropriate team to carry them out. As usual, the third Hokage quickly screened through the various tasks, but when he selected one of the tasks, his hand holding the document paused. Collect a large number of powerful creature corpses. The quest reward is linked to the animal corpses. This quest is valid for a long time. The third Hokage, smoking a pipe, read out the mission content, then stared at the person who issued the mission and fell into deep thought. Hinata Shizuka. Why did this kid issue such a task to collect the corpses of powerful creatures for a long time? Is it for research? Jingai applied to study in the medical department, and the reason for becoming a medical ninja was stated in the report, which was to treat the blood disease. It is not surprising to conduct research to cure diseases. Many ninjas even conduct experiments to study ninjutsu and improve their strength. Orochimaru often does this. This long-term mission is definitely a blessing for the village and its ninjas, and it is also a mission to collect the corpses of powerful creatures. After thinking for a while, the third Hokage said to the people in the mission department, "Go to the medical department to find Tsunade and let him look at this document. By the way, find Hinata Shizuka to confirm the corresponding rewards for the corpses of various creatures." Chapter 18, Tsunade becomes the middleman. Yes, Hokage-sama. The people from the mission department left the Hokage's office and rushed to the medical department as quickly as possible. As for why they went to Tsunade first instead of going directly to Shizuka to ask and confirm, the ninja from the mission department didn't think much about it. Lord Hokage has given the order, so just execute it. Why think so much? If you want to become a qualified medical ninja, a large amount of reserve knowledge and precise chakra control are basic conditions. I still say that you need to read more books, study more, and train harder. Don't enter the medical department thinking that you can become the second Hyuga Shizuka. There are only a few people like him in the entire ninja world. Tsunade-sama, there are ninjas from the mission department looking for you. Tsunade was teaching a group of new students. After being reminded by her colleagues, she walked out of the classroom and rubbed her aching temples. She felt that she was losing a lot of brain cells every day. Teaching students is really difficult. Compared with the previous model of personal learning and hands-on teaching, this kind of open assembly line education is simply a torture. Tsunade-sama. The mission department ninja bowed respectfully and greeted. Tsunade waved her hands, a little impatient. Okay, stop it, tell me what you want from me. Hokage-sama asked you to take a look at this document and then consult with Hinata Shizuka about the standard of mission compensation. After it is determined, I will go back to report to the Hokage. The mission department ninja handed over a document. What a mess. Is this guy Jingai going to issue a mission? Tsunade took the file, opened it and started reading. It really is. However, the release of this task was very careless, and even the basic standard remuneration was not set. Long-term effective mission? For a task like this, the level would probably be determined by the collected biological corpses. Jingai required powerful biological corpses. That is to say, the task rating will not be very low. A high task rating means that the reward will be higher than that of ordinary tasks. In addition, since it is a long-term task, Jingai will spend a lot of money on this task. Shizuka had a small savings, but it wasn't much, and Tsunade wouldn't doubt that he couldn't come up with the compensation, because being a medical ninja was really profitable. As long as Jingai doesn't have any expensive hobbies, there will be no problem paying him with his income. Come with me. After closing the file, Tsunade and the ninjas from the mission department rushed to the hospital next door, and it happened that Jingai had just walked out of the ward. Tsunade motioned for him to go to the lounge to talk. Walking into the lounge, Tsunade unceremoniously locked the mission department ninja outside the door and asked seriously, "Do you want to do experiments and research?" "No." Jingai was wondering why it was so serious. "I just issued a task. Even if it was a long-term task, my income would definitely be enough to pay the compensation." Then why do you issue quests to collect the corpses of powerful creatures? As for making a puppet, you can't use a ninja's corpse to make a puppet. I have no interest in using a ninja's corpse. Jing-ai wouldn't think there was anything wrong with using animal corpses as puppets, but if it were a human, he would find it hard to accept. I don't want to become someone who likes to mess with corpses. Okay, as long as you're interested, I'll help you determine the mission rating so that the old man won't take advantage of you. Tsunade was a little worried before he came, for he was afraid that Shizuka would become the second Orochimaru. Although the current Orochimaru is not the evil snake uncle in the future, Orochimaru has been fond of messing with corpses for a long time, and all his income has been invested in this. As long as Jing-ai doesn't want to study corpses or do some messy experiments, that's enough. Is it weird that making a puppet requires a corpse? Not using the ninja's corpse to do it is already a way of sticking to the bottom line. Go back and tell the old man that I have taken over this mission. You don't need to go through the Hokage's office. After opening the door, Tsunade directly signaled to the ninja in the mission department that they could leave and that the Hokage's office building did not need to worry about this mission. What? The ninjas in the mission department who were still waiting to report were stunned. Master Tsunade, you think I'm not qualified? No, that's not what I meant. It's just that this is a bit against the rules. Then I don't care, just go back and tell the old man the truth. You don't need to worry about the rest. Yes. The mission department ninja left with a bitter face. Jing-ai didn't expect Tsunade to take on this matter. Don't tell me you want to go on this mission. There is no doubt that Tsunade is poor, but her income is definitely high. She is poor only because she cannot control her money and loses all her income. If Tsunade really goes to carry out this mission, she would definitely be throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. How can it be? Do you think I look like a fool? Tsunade glared at Shizue unhappily. Then why did you take on this task? Jing-ai really didn't understand Tsunade's actions. It's not cost-effective for me to carry out the mission myself, but I can get a commission. Good guy. This is a case of taking advantage of the third Hokage. Under Jing-ai's stunned eyes, Tsunade felt a little embarrassed. I'm not that rich recently, so I want to make some extra money. Don't worry, I promise to find the most suitable person for you. That guy is the best at doing these things. Tsunade was very poor and had only a few coins left in her pocket. She liked to eat at Jing's house. Besides the fact that they had a good relationship and Jing-ai's cooking was delicious, it was also because she was poor. Eating is just a small problem. At worst, I can just go home and eat. The biggest problem is that I have no money and I am itching to spend money. Every time she passed by the casino, Tsunade felt uncomfortable. So she was eager to make some extra money, and it would be best if the money came quickly, and the opportunity came to her. As for whether the third Hokage would have any ideas, Tsunade didn't care much. It's just a mission, but Princess Tsunade still has this privilege. Okay then, you can make the arrangements yourself. I'll pay you when the materials are delivered. If Tsunade wants to make some money, then let her do it. Anyway, Jing-ai will not give money first, especially not to Tsunade. This woman will bite her thighs when she has money in her pocket. I will never give up until I lose everything. No problem, just prepare the money. After making a promise to Jing-ai, Tsunade hurriedly left the hospital and went directly to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, I have something to ask you. It's a good thing. Is this what you call a good thing? Orochimaru took a look at the door that was kicked open and broken, as well as the scrapped equipment on the test bench. Because of Tsunade's kick, he lost at least tens of thousands of silver. Tsunade is poor, and Orochimaru is not rich either. One likes to gamble, the other likes to do research. The former is a deep pit with no return, while the latter can make back the investment and even bring huge profits. But the prerequisite is to invest a huge amount of money. 500,000, this mission is yours. Tsunade took out the mission scroll, threw it to Orochimaru, and asked for a huge amount of money. Chapter 19 Hinata Jing once sets foot in the ancestral home for the first time. 500,000 taels. Orochimaru didn't know where Tsunade got so much confidence to dare to ask for such a commission. So he took the scroll, opened it and started reading. Hinata Shizuka, the disciple you brought with you? I remember that he suffered from blood degeneration. Orochimaru has a good memory and when he saw the signature he thought of Shizuichi. What disciple? I have never accepted one. I just took him with me when I had time. But this kid is so talented that he is far beyond my expectations. Speaking of Jing-ai, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little proud. Although there is no clear master-disciple relationship, Jing-ai is still someone brought up by Princess Tsunade. He can barely be considered her disciple, and is someone she recognizes, so he is worth showing off. He needs a lot of animal carcasses. Is it for experiments? When Orochimaru saw the content of the mission, he thought he had found a confidant. Tsunade shook her head and said, No, this kid has been fascinated by puppets recently. He said he was a weak medical ninja and suffered from blood disease, so he needed to make some puppets to protect himself. The corpses of these animals are all materials for making puppets. Compared to the corpses of ninjas and those expensive parts, animal corpses are more suitable. Puppet? This was a little beyond Orochimaru's expectations. What level do you need? Orochimaru put the scroll away and held it in his arms. Tsunade was right, Orochimaru was one of the more suitable candidates to carry out this task. It's quick and easy, and you can make some money. Even if you give Tsunade a lot of commission, you can still make a lot. It's a very cost-effective deal. It's much easier than running out to perform high-level missions. In the dense forests of the Land of Fire, there are many strange and powerful creatures. Tsunade said, the stronger the better, and the species should not be too single. Don't bring a bunch of messy snakes here. It is good. Orochimaru agreed and held up 2 fingers to Tsunade. 200,000? Tsunade said unhappily, Orochimaru, don't go too far, is there anyone who bargains like you? Then I'll go find Saradobi-sensei and take the mission directly from the Hokage's office. 500,000? Impossible. At most I can give you 200,000 so you can satisfy your desire. If you are not willing, I will go directly to the Hokage's office and bypass you. You. Tsunade was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Okay, 200,000 taels, pay me right away. 200,000 taels to buy a long-term cooperation mission is a huge profit for Orochimaru. He didn't know how much money Shizuka had, but the salary he earned from Shizuka's hard work at the Konoha hospital was enough to cover the cost of this mission, provided Orochimaru could take it easy. If he exerts too much force, Jingai's income will definitely not be enough. Orochimaru understood the principle of slow and steady growth. It didn't matter if he owed money first, he could just pay it back slowly. As long as the person who owed the money was not Tsunade, everything would be fine. Making money is secondary. Orochimaru also wants to get to know Shizuka. Who knows, maybe they could become like-minded people. As long as Jingai still wants to cure his blood disease, he will inevitably embark on the path of conducting experiments and research, and then his chance will come. It's not easy to find a good experimental subject. The blood disease of the Hyuga clan must be very interesting. It was time to get off work, and the patients to be admitted had been arranged, so Shizue and Tsunade left the hospital together. Compared to the depressing Hyuga clan's territory and the bustling Uchiha clan's territory, the Senju ancestral home is very deserted and depressed. In order to prevent the civilians from gathering together, the ruthless Senju Tobirama directly dispersed all the civilians and scattered them to various areas of the village. The area around the Senju ancestral home also became one of Konoha's most heavily guarded areas, directly cutting off the idea of some people rising again. If the scattered clansmen want to restore the glory of the Senju clan, they must be led by the ancestral lineage. But now, the two sides are completely isolated, and with the complete demise of the diehard faction, this has put an end to the popularization of the Senju clan. It's quite quiet. Seeing Jingai looking around curiously, Tsunade sighed. In order to prevent the Hokage from becoming the exclusive right of the family, second grandfather was forced to break up the family and popularize it, leaving only the ancestral house line, and abandoning the Senju family name. There is no one living around now, only a few people from the main vein are left. The Nidaime is a man of courage. Although Jingai also felt that Senju Tobirama was too cruel to his own people, he had to admit that Senju Tobirama was a man of courage. In the entire Konoha, he is the only one who can do this. Second grandfather also has his own difficulties. Grandma said that if we don't do this, the succession of Hokage will lose fairness. At that time, the village will be dominated by the Senju family, which goes against Grandpa's will. When the family became a civilian, there was a lot of opposition, but second grandfather still did it. When Tsunade was a child, she didn't understand these things. She only knew that the second grandfather who looked old-fashioned and serious actually doted on her and loved her very much. He always let her act up, even if he was very impatient. At that time, Tsunade also felt that her second grandfather was going a bit too far. When I grew up, I realized that Senju Tobirama was right. The Senju clan has reached its peak. If things don't change soon, the entire Konoha village will become an exclusive village for the Senju clan. All civilians and ninja families will become affiliated families of the Senju clan. It may even lead to some terrible disasters. The Senju clan, which was at its peak, naturally wanted the village to become a place where the family had the final say, and all the poor people and ninja families became subordinates of the Senju clan. It's okay for civilians, but will those ninja families agree? We all work together to build a ninja village and a home for equality, but you, the Senju clan, want us to be your servants? Some small families may not be able to resist, but large families such as Hayaga, Uchiha, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inoshikacho are definitely unwilling to do so. So Senju Tobirama faced a difficult choice. Either break up the clan and wipe out the Senju clan at its peak using special methods, or allow the Senju clan to continue to grow and eventually force all other ninja clans to unite in resistance. In the end, Senju Tobirama chose to civilianize his family. Given the situation at the time, it would have been better if the second Hokage was from another family, as he could have suppressed the arrogance of the Senju clan. But unfortunately, the first and second Hokage were both from the Senju clan. It was inevitable that the Senju clan's ambitions began to expand. When Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were around, they could suppress the clan members, but once they were gone, there would definitely be chaos. It is even a question whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can become the third Hokage. "Grandma, I'm back." As they walked into the door of the house, Tsunade called out first, and Shizue followed Tsunade into the yard. The eyes of the Umbu ninjas who were responsible for protecting the Senju ancestral home widened. "Is this Hinata Shizuka? Why did he come to Kinchao's ancestral home? Go and report to the Hokage-sama." Even if he can be considered half of their own, Jingai ultimately belongs to the Hayaga clan. His arrival at the Senju ancestral home will definitely attract the attention of the Hokage's office. Came back. Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting in the yard, responded with a smile, then began to look at Shizuichi who was standing next to Tsunade. "Mito-sama, I'm Hayaga Shizuichi, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Jingai still admires Uzumaki Mito very much. This is a respectable old man. "You're good-looking, no wonder Tsunade and Kushina are willing to be close to you." Uzumaki Mito joked with a smile. Chapter 20 Uzumaki Mito's Good Intentions. Tsunade, who was about to go back to her room, stumbled and turned back in dissatisfaction to protest. "Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about?" This is a bit difficult to respond to. Jingai could only wink at Tsunade, telling her to come and save the situation quickly and not to think about changing clothes. "I can't handle this old man." In order to prevent Grandma from saying anything scary again, Tsunade had to run back to save the situation. "Grandma, I've brought him back. If you have anything to do with him, just tell him directly. After all, he is a member of the Hayaga clan. If he stays here for too long, the Hokage office building will definitely be restless. If you guys hadn't been running to other people's houses every day, would I, an old woman, be like this?" Uzumaki Mito didn't care what the people in the Hokage's office building thought. Others may not be able to keep calm, but the third Hokage is different. Even if he is extremely anxious, he will wait patiently. "Miko doesn't seem to be feeling well today. Tsunade, please prepare something to entertain the guests." Are you sure you're not kidding? I can't even eat the food I cook myself." Tsunade's eyes widened and she pointed at herself. "Do you want me, old lady, to cook for you?" Uzumaki Mito angrily pounded the ground with his cane twice and said dissatisfiedly, "Noeki and Kushina will soon finish school, so prepare to eat when they come back." "Just kill me. I shouldn't have gone home." And many more. "The food I cook is not tasty and I can't eat it. Isn't there a ready-made helper here?" Tsunade looked back at Shizuka, then grabbed Shizuka's hand and walked towards the kitchen. "No, you want me to help? Who would run to cook when there are guests coming?" "Yes, it's you." Tsunade grabbed Jingai's hand and dragged him towards the kitchen without saying anything. "That's not appropriate." "It's suitable. How can it not be suitable? If I, Tsunade, say it's suitable, then there's no problem. Why do I feel like I've been drafted into the army? Could it be that Uzumaki Mito wants to see me just to ask me to help cook a meal? It shouldn't be." Jingai was a little confused about what this old man was thinking, but he didn't say what he wanted to talk to her about. So Jingai came to the kitchen in a daze, looking at the ingredients on the floor in a daze. "It seems, the preparations are sufficient, just waiting for help." The kitchen began to get busy. Tsunade looked for an opportunity to escape. "Grandma, now that the person has been brought back, you should at least tell me why." "Old woman, can I still harm a child?" Uzumaki Mito sat on the recliner, saying that he didn't understand what you were talking about. "Grandmother." Tsunade was anxious. "Your identity is sensitive to begin with. The slightest movement can affect the nerves of the Hokage's office. Although Jingai has been recognized by us, he is a member of the Hayaga clan after all. If you let him come to your house, the old man will definitely think too much." "Monkeys won't." Uzumaki Mito smiled confidently. The third Hokage was a qualified Hokage when he was young. He had strength, skill, patience, and tolerance. "Don't worry, the old woman has no other ideas. She just wants to make the house more lively. After all, she is old and she is afraid that the house will be lonely. The monkey will not target the child because of such a small matter." "That's it? Just to make the house more lively?" Tsunade was stunned. The old man might not think much of it, but what about others? Tsunade knew very well what a weird group the F4 was. Shimura Danzo is full of ambition, Yutin Koharu is narrow-minded, and Midaman N likes to take advantage of everything. Even if the third Hokage could sit still, these people would get nervous. Focusing your attention on Jing'ai will invisibly cause Jing'ai some trouble. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito held his granddaughter's hand and sighed. Some things cannot be avoided since he appeared next to you. Moreover, he and Kushina are quite close. Sooner or later, those people's eyes will fall on him. It's just a matter of time. Old woman, I'm still alive and can still stabilize the situation. Do you understand? It is better to be targeted earlier than later. Even if she is targeted now, she has Uzumaki Mito here, so she won't be involved in any big trouble. Grandma, aren't you worried? After all, he is from the Hyaga clan. Tsunade gestured for a while and finally chose to give up. She didn't know what to say, but what Uzumaki Mito said made sense. Since it couldn't be avoided, then she might as well do it in advance. Now that Uzumaki Mito is here, she can stabilize the Hokage's office. If something like this happens after she leaves, it will be really troublesome. Uzumaki Mito believes that he can still hold on for a few more years, and these few years can be considered a period of rapid growth for Jing'ai. If a few years later, after she is gone, Jing'ai still needs someone to protect him, then it can only be said that she and Tsunade have chosen the wrong person. Hyaga Tenon. A hint of disdain flashed across Uzumaki Mito's turbid eyes. Just him? He wouldn't dare to do that, and would even take the initiative to turn away, because that's the nature of the Hyaga clan. The dignified patriarch of the Hyaga clan was belittled as worthless by Uzumaki Mito. Grandma, we are back. Noeki and Kushina came back running with their small backpacks, and Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito dropped the topic. Are you back? Come and let Grandma see you. Uzumaki Mito raised her hand happily, and Noeki subconsciously wanted to throw himself into his grandmother's arms, but before he got close, his ears were grabbed. Ouch, it hurts, sister, what are you doing? Go aside. Tsunade grabbed Noe's ears and scolded him angrily. You are so old, but you are still trying to get into your grandma's arms. Aren't you ashamed? Noeki was captured, and Kushina behind him successfully fell into Uzumaki Mito's arms. Were you happy at school today? Did anyone bully you? Uzumaki Mito asked happily while hugging Kushina. Kushina snorted and raised her head. No, Grandma Mito, I am very strong. If anyone dares to bully me, I will beat him up. Hinata Shizuka has done a lot of harm to others. Tsunade covered her face helplessly as she watched Kushina go down the path of violence and never come back. Chapter 21 Danzo was suspended by the third Hokage. Mito-sama, dinner is ready. Jing'ai, who was temporarily conscripted into the army, is still confused. What does Uzumaki Mito want from me? You can't just ask me to cook a meal, right? Jing'ai. Kushina jumped up in surprise, and Noeki, who was rubbing his ear in pain and grimacing, also watched curiously. It has been a long time since there have been any guests at home. The most surprising thing is that this guest is Kushina's friend. Noeki also couldn't figure out how Shizuichi became friends with Kushina. After all, there was a big age difference between them. Are you happy? Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly. Kushina nodded excitedly. Yeah, Grandma Mito is the best. I've wanted to invite Jing'ai to be my guest for a long time, but I was afraid that Grandma Mito would be unhappy. Silly child. Uzumaki Mito hugged Kushina tightly. Seeing Kushina being treated like a treasure by her grandmother, Noeki began to feel jealous. Jing'ai, let me tell you, I met some new friends at school, and there was a little yellow-haired boy who wanted to be friends with me, but I ignored him. At the dinner table, Kushina chattered about what happened at school and even mentioned a certain little yellow-haired boy. Don't talk nonsense. Tsunade gave Kushina a head slap. Others are little yellow-haired. Then what has your sister Tsunade become? At first, Tsunade was curious about who the so-called little yellow-haired boy was. After she knew what the little yellow-haired boy meant, she was so angry that she wanted to kick Jing a few times. According to what you said, I, Tsunade, am the old yellow-haired guy. Hee, Sister Tsunade, it's still Sister Tsunade. Kushina smiled mischievously. As time went by, Kushina gradually integrated into this family and became more cheerful, with more smiles on her face than before. Uzumaki Mito was deeply relieved. This proved that her choice was right, and Jing'ai did not disappoint her, although Jing'ai turned Kushina into a grumpy little loli. Uzumaki Mito didn't think there was anything wrong. As a girl, it's okay for her to have a bad temper when she is young. She also had a bad temper when she was a child, and so did Tsunade. With the two of them leading the way, Kushina's little violence was nothing. The Senju ancestral home is very lively, and so is the Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo, Yutin Koharu, Mito Kato N and others have all come, but Akimichi Torikaze, who doesn't like to get involved in things, is still hiding at home and being lazy. The three of them stared at the third Hokage in unison. Their intentions were self-evident. The third Hokage was not impatient and continued to handle official business. Hiruzen, Mito-sama, what exactly does this mean? Do you want us to take Hinata Shizuichi seriously? Uzumaki Mito's identity is too special and his status is too high, so every move he makes will have a great impact, just like inviting Jingai to the Senju ancestral home. This move made the F4 group unable to sit still. Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito just recognized Shizuichi, so that's fine. They can just treat him as half of their own, not take him seriously, and won't target him. Now, everyone has gone to Kinshao's ancestral home. Is this sending some kind of signal? The third Hokage felt uncomfortable being stared at all the time, and facing Koharu Utane's questioning, he could only put down the documents in his hand, pick up his pipe, light it, and take a few deep puffs. Xiao-chun, let's not jump to conclusions. I believe that Lady Mito is not an impulsive person. She will definitely give us an explanation. Sarutobi, you are the Hokage of the village. As the Hokage, why do you have to watch something like this happen out of your control? What is Uzumaki Mito? What unique identity? The authority of the Hokage is the greatest. If he became Hokage, he would never allow such a thing to happen. After being beaten, Danzo Shimura began to feel dissatisfied with Uzumaki Mito. Good guy, are you, Danzo, out of control? How dare you say such things? The third Hokage closed his eyes helplessly. Yuditen Koharu was the most direct. She rolled her eyes at Danzo Shimura on the spot and turned her head away in disgust, indicating that she didn't want to talk to Danzo Shimura and that she would feel uncomfortable even if she looked at him for one more moment. Mizuto Minin could only shake his head. He would not take the initiative to help the third Hokage to reprimand Danzo Shimura, nor would he take the initiative to speak well of Danzo Shimura. Enough. Shimura Danzo was unwilling to give in. The third Hokage interrupted him with a roar. It is precisely because I am the Hokage that I believe in Mito-sama. Danzo, is there nothing else in your mind except ambition? What do you mean? You say I have no brains? Shimura Danzo was stunned for a moment, and his angry face gradually became gloomy. On the surface, apart from her own strength, Uzumaki Mito's only identity as the wife of the first Hokage. Actually, the Fire Country daimyo would quickly run over and pay his respects first when he met Uzumaki Mito, as others were his formal relatives. Why did the daimyo confer the title of Princess of Konoha to Tsunade? In addition to trying to please the big boss, Hashirama Senju, the reason for the marriage alliance is because of the relationship. To put it bluntly, as long as Uzumaki Mito expresses his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage, the daimyo prefecture will immediately strangle the third Hokage. The future Sand Village is the best proof of what it feels like to be strangled by the daimyo. Tighten your belt and get by. Although the Land of Fire is rich, the tax revenue belongs to the daimyo prefecture and has nothing to do with Konoha. It is impossible for Konoha to be self-sufficient alone. Without the support of the daimyo prefecture, Konoha will definitely have a hard time. It's not easy just to be stuck, and if all the tasks are delegated to other villages, Konoha's finances will definitely collapse. Don't doubt it, the daimyo is capable of doing such a thing. They dare to do such a thing because the development of the village cannot be separated from the strong support of the daimyo. Otherwise, the situation would not have arisen where Konoha would need the support of the daimyo to change its Hokage. Sarutobi, what do you mean? The third Hokage frowned and said, Danzo, you are tired, go back and rest first. I will put the position of Hokage's assistant on hold for now. When you have figured it out, come see me again. The Hokage assistant who became the third Hokage was basically a hollow job player, and the power he held was even less than that of the members of the Elder Council. But the elders will not accept an ambitious person like Danzo. The third Hokage would not easily delegate power to Danzo Shimura, which led to Danzo Shimura having a low presence in the F4 group. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you want to take my position? Shimura Danzo angrily slammed the desk. Don't forget, without my help and my efforts, you can't sit in this position safely. The third Hokage smoked a cigarette and looked at the furious Danzo Shimura without saying a word. Without the support of power, so-called ambition is just empty talk. It was because Shimura Danzo's ambition was too big that the third Hokage sidelined him, making him a mere figurehead as the Hokage's assistant. Now it's good, even the empty frame is gone. You just let him do whatever he wants? The elders have the power to stop some of the Hokage's wrong decisions, and Danzo Shimura places his hopes on Koharu Utane and En of Mito Kato, because the elders' council is centered around these two people. Unfortunately, Mizuto Minin never gets involved in such things. Chapter 22. A world where only Danzo is injured is achieved. Yuditen Koharu was already so angry that she didn't want to pay any attention to Shimura Danzo, so she wouldn't speak for him, and her inner thoughts were even similar to those of the third Hokage. Danzo Shimura is becoming more and more lawless. He should be allowed to take a break and calm down for a while. Otherwise, if today's incident gets to Uzumaki Mito's ears, it will be a lot of fun. Good, very good. With no one speaking for him, Danzo Shimura felt like a clown jumping up and down. After glaring at Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en with an angry look, Danzo Shimura turned and left the Hokage's office. Looking at Shimura Danzo's departing back, Yutain Koharu said with some worry, "Danzo won't do anything drastic, right? No, he is an ambitious man and will not act recklessly at a critical moment. Otherwise, he will never gain everyone's trust." The third Hokage shook his head. "If it were someone else, we would have to worry about whether the other party would get angry and try to drag everyone down with him, resulting in a fight to the death. If I don't live well, you won't be able to live in peace either." But Danzo Shimura wouldn't. In order to realize his ambition, Shimura Danzo knows how to be patient. What about today? Do I need to report to Mito-sama? I will go and meet Mito-sama in person later. Regardless of whether the news will reach Uzumaki Mito's ears, the third Hokage must clarify his position and attitude. Even if it is just a show, he must let Uzumaki Mito see the results. He took a deep puff of smoke and put down the pipe in his hand. The third Hokage stood up and looked out the window. "Since Lord Mito thinks highly of Hinata Shizuka, I might as well go and help him with a little favor." Alright. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en knew what the third Hokage meant. He was going to visit the Hyuga clan and completely resolve the issue between the Hyuga clan and Shizuka. After Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato-en left, the third Hokage brought his people to the Hyuga clan's territory and chatted with the Hyuga clan leader for a while in the clan's head courtyard. Jingai would never have thought that Shimura Danzo's impulsiveness and reckless words indirectly helped him a lot. Otherwise, he would definitely treat Shimura Danzo to a good meal as a reward. "Come over more often when you have nothing to do. My home is quiet and it becomes more lively with more people." When Jingai left, Uzumaki Mito suddenly said this. In response to Uzumaki Mito's invitation, Jingai politely agreed and said that he would come often in the future. It is finally over. After leaving the Qianzhou ancestral home, Jingai let out a long breath. Although Uzumaki Mito is a kind old man and has expressed goodwill towards Jingai, Jingai is still an outsider, so it is better for him to stay out of such occasions. As for Uzumaki Mito's invitation, just accept it, but don't take it seriously. You must not run to the Senju ancestral home for no reason. Older people all hope that their children can be with them. After understanding Uzumaki Mito's intention, Jingai decided to refuse to let Tsunade eat for free in the future and let her go home to accompany Uzumaki Mito. It not only solves the loneliness problem of the elderly, but also increases income and reduces expenditure, saving a lot of living expenses. This girl Tsunade, she starts talking about several people as soon as she opens her mouth. It's really scary. The most infuriating thing is that other people can't gain weight, and the food they eat grows where it should grow. If this gets out, countless women will be envious to death. That night, after finishing a day's work, the third Hokage came to the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito has been waiting for a long time. "Mito-sama." After the third Hokage bowed and greeted him, he reported to Uzumaki Mito what happened in the Hokage's office truthfully, without any intention of favoritism or speaking for Shimura Danzo. Uzumaki Mito listened quietly. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Since you think Danzo needs to rest for a while, then let the position of Hokage's assistant be vacant for a while." After saying that, Uzumaki Mito paused. "Monkey, I'm old, maybe I can hold on for another 2 years. As people get older, they want their children to be around. I think you can understand me, right? Just for this?" The third Hokage mourned for Shimura Danzo in his heart for 3 seconds. "Don't worry, Mito-sama, the Hokage office will always stand by you." Everyone thought that Uzumaki Mito was hinting at something. The result is nothing. "I just hope my granddaughter can come back and spend more time with me. It will be more lively with more people around. As for Jingai, she is just a byproduct. It's really unfair that Shimura Danzo even lost his empty position this time." At this moment, the third Hokage inexplicably wanted to laugh. Danzo, this time, it's really unfair for you. But you can't blame others, it's Shimura Danzo's fault for being so mean. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. There are many Umbu ninjas guarding the Hokage's office. They can hear clearly what Danzo Shimura said. The third Hokage dare not gamble, and these Umbu ninjas will keep their mouths shut. Reporting this kind of thing in person is a small matter, but if it is concealed and discovered, it will be a big problem. Therefore, the third Hokage chose to take over the empty position of Danzo Shimura, and then report to Uzumaki Mito in order to downplay the matter. Even though she knew that Danzo Shimura had spoken rudely to her, Uzumaki Mito did not take it to heart, because she knew that kind of person Danzo Shimura was. Besides, not taking it to heart doesn't mean that Uzumaki Mito won't take the opportunity to step on Shimura Danzo. It can be predicted that before she died, Danzo Shimura would not even get an empty position and could only stay at home idle. Uzumaki Mito's influence on the village is too great. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato cannot get accurate information and cannot even sleep well. The two of them arrived at the Hokage's office early in the morning. The third Hokage briefly described what happened last night when he met with Uzumaki Mito. After listening to it, Yutain Koharu looked strange, while Mito Kato was serious, but this seriousness did not last long. After just a dozen seconds, he successfully laughed. So, Danzo is shooting himself in the foot this time? Almost. The third Hokage wanted to laugh as well, but he held it back. Ha ha ha. Mizuto Minen burst out laughing. Koharu Yutain was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After laughing for a while, the third Hokage put away the smile on his face and said to the two of them seriously, "You don't need to tell Danzo about what happened today. Lord Mito wants him to rest at home for a while." Before Uzumaki Mito's death, Danzo basically just stayed at home and did nothing. Chapter 23 Shenshu presents treasures and shows off his achievements. The third Hokage hopes that Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato can take this matter seriously and never speak for Shimura Danzo to avoid making things difficult for everyone. Don't worry Hiruzen. We know the seriousness of the matter. I believe he doesn't have the face to beg me. Yutain Koharu is now very dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo. Not to mention that Shimura Danzo doesn't have the face to come to her for help. Even if he came, she wouldn't help him. Only Mitaman might come forward to help. Don't look at me. I dare not help with this matter. Danzo was so excited that he said anything, but he didn't think about the consequences of offending Mito-sama. I agree that he should rest at home for a while. Seeing his two companions staring at him, Mizuto Minen immediately made it clear that he would not help. Of course, he didn't dare to help in this way. Then let Danzo take a good rest for a while. The third Hokage made the final decision on this matter. Tomorrow I will go to the daimyo's mansion on behalf of Lord Mito. It is time to increase the financial allocation for the village. Uzumaki Mito is not a stingy person. The third Hokage's taking away of Shimura Danzo's empty position was not in vain. He received strong support from Uzumaki Mito and was able to go to the daimyo's mansion to ask for money. With the letter written by Uzumaki Mito himself, the daimyo will definitely give him this favor. Great. The development of the village requires money everywhere, and the F4 group has been worried about money a lot. Now, if we get rid of Shimura Danzo, we will get the support of Uzumaki Mito and can go to the daimyo's mansion to ask for money openly. For the third Hokage, this deal was a lucrative one. If possible, he wouldn't mind stepping on Shimura Danzo a few more times. Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato sincerely thanked Shimura Danzo for his sacrifice. Without his sacrifice, how could the village ask the daimyo for money? His sacrifice must be worth it. After a period of time, Tsunade's visits to Shizuka's house for meals began to decrease. She would run home after get off work every day, trying hard to spend time with Uzumaki Mito. In order to make time, Tsunade even postponed many classes in the medical department. Jing'ai stood at the door of her house. Her hand holding the key paused for a moment, then she unlocked the door, pushed open the door, and walked into the house. As the door opened, the light in the living room became sufficient, also revealing the face of the uninvited guest. Jing'ai closed the door casually, turned on the light, and said to the person sitting on the sofa, "Orochimaru, I think you can come over when I'm home." "Feel sorry." Orochimaru stood up with a faint smile on his face and explained, "Because it was close to Shizuka-kun's time to get off work, I came in directly. I hope I didn't cause any misunderstanding. This is the first batch of goods. Home delivery service is good, but it is a bit weird to have the goods delivered to your home without any notice and have you sit on the sofa waiting. At least few people can accept it. When they get home from get off work, they find an uninvited guest at home who didn't come in through the front door." Picking up the scroll that Orochimaru had placed on the coffee table, Shizue opened the scroll and examined it. I have to say that Orochimaru's efficiency is very reliable. After listing the quantities and taking a look at the bill that Orochimaru had calculated himself, Jing'ai did not calculate it in detail. In this regard, Orochimaru was still trustworthy. Pulling out the sealing scroll, Shizue pulled out an equal amount of money and motioned for Orochimaru to count it. "Jing'ai-kun, it's a pleasure to work with you." Shizuka didn't bother to calculate the bill, and Orochimaru didn't count the money to see if it was enough. It is said that in addition to talent and hard work, ninjas also need a lot of money and resources to grow. This is absolutely true. Just a batch of materials cost Jing'ai nearly 2 million taels, and his small treasury was almost emptied. Fortunately, his salary is high enough. Being able to cope with such consumption, the speed at which medical ninjas make money is not exaggerated. As long as you work hard and your medical skills are good enough, you will not worry about not making money. Goodbye. Jing'ai did not hesitate to keep Orochimaru. Jing'ai is happy to cooperate with someone like Orochimaru because he is efficient and trustworthy. Of course, it is limited to mission cooperation. As for other aspects, forget it. He was worried that he would become Orochimaru's next experimental subject. There is no doubt that this is something Orochimaru would do. This meant that Jing'ai would not have a close relationship with Orochimaru, and the same went for Jiraiya. He could not accept Jiraiya's weird hobbies. Now that the materials are in hand, the production of the puppet can begin. Dong dong dong. Jing, her thoughts interrupted, stood up and opened the door. Hi. Xingshu, who was standing at the door, grinned and greeted Jing'ai. Shenshu is a very outgoing person. Ever since he went to Qinchao's ancestral home last time, he has been running to Jing'ai's place quite often. Jing'ai leaned against the door frame and said with a smile, "You didn't go home after school and left Kushina behind. Why did you come to my place? If your sister knew, she would definitely beat you up." "Humph, I'm not afraid of her. Anyway, since Tsunade is not around, Noeki is very tough. When my sister is around, I am afraid of being beaten, so I am timid. When my sister is not around, I have to be tough." Okay, you're not afraid of her." Jingyi was immediately amused. "Open the door and signal Shenshu to come in. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Today I will be more, Looking at Shenshu running in like a thief, closing the doors and windows, and taking out a few magazine-like books from his school bag as if presenting treasures, Jing'ai was stuck before he could finish his words. "How is it? Pretty impressive, isn't it?" Xingshu proudly raised the book in his hand. "I secretly saved up a lot of pocket money without being discovered by my sister. I left school early today and bought these quietly. They are all the latest editions, Jiraiya's favorite." Jiraiya, who shared the same ideals, went out on a mission. So Shenshu could only find Jing'ai, his new friend, to show off his achievements. Looking at the girl wearing very little clothes on the cover, Jing'ai's mouth twitched a few times. Children in the ninja world are usually more mature, and with the influence of a certain voyeur, Rope Tree's hobby is a bit naughty. What kid of what age would buy the Emperor's uncle? What's outrageous is that I actually bought it. Jing'ai slapped her forehead. The problem is, there's no other use for buying this thing other than satisfying your eyes, so why bother? It's not easy to save some pocket money under Tsunade's nose, but he ended up buying these things. I like this one the most. Zaya's is so cute, hee hee hee. It is hard to imagine an 8-year-old child holding a few copies of The Emperor's Uncle in his hands and making such obscene and vulgar laughter. Jing'ai felt that all his 3 views were shattered. Jiraiya has done a lot of harm to the young boy. Chapter 24, Being caught red-handed by Tsunade and getting killed. Pushing away the book handed to her by Noeki, Jing'ai turned and walked into the kitchen. She had to have a good talk with Tsunade tomorrow and it was better to beat her brother as soon as possible. Seeing that Jing'ai ignored him and went straight into the kitchen, Shenshu was worried that he would go and complain, so he followed him. "Jing'ai, I treat you as a friend, you can't complain to my sister." After washing the rice, adding water and putting it on the stove, Jing'ai turned around and said, "So what you mean is that I need to help you keep it secret?" "Of course, we are friends." "Friends? How can you betray your friends?" Xingshu answered as a matter of course. Jing'ai, "Oh, my god, my friend, you are looking at the little uncle, kid, don't you realize how serious the situation is?" Jing'ai took out 2 potatoes from the cupboard, peeled them, and asked, "Shenshu, do you really like reading these books?" "Of course, what man wouldn't like it?" Xingshu felt that he was right. "Jing'ai, don't you like reading this kind of book? Or do you not like girls?" Cough cough. Jing'ai, who was peeling potatoes, almost got stabbed by the knife. These words were quite hurtful. Silently putting down the knife and potato in his hand, Jing'ai said to Shenshu seriously, "Of course I like to watch it, but I won't watch it before I grow up. Also, my sexual orientation is normal, and I also like pretty and cute girls. Why not watch it before you grow up? Do we need to classify people by age when looking at this thing?" Noeki found it a bit strange. After all, Jiraiya would never instill such words in him. "I will just take him with me, hee hee hee." Jing'ai spread her hands and said, "Because before you grow up, it's useless to read it. Think about it carefully. Jiraiya took you to see these things. He can go out and have fun, but can you?" Faced with Jing'ai's question, the smile on Shenshu's face froze. He seemed to think that Jiraiya liked to go to certain places, but he couldn't go to those places, and if he wanted to go with him, Jiraiya would drive him away. So, it's not easy to save pocket money, especially under your sister's nose. Don't waste your money on useless things in the future. If you like to watch it, you will have plenty of time to watch it when you grow up. You won't be criticized by others, and you won't feel inferior. Do you understand? Faced with Jingai's teachings, Shenshu blinked blankly. Jingai, what you mean is that I should save more money and wait until I grow up, so that I can go with Jiraiya to help the beautiful big sister. Fuck. Jingai accidentally sprained her waist. Yes, everything you said is right. Tired. It's up to you as long as you're not afraid of your sister beating you. Why does Jingai's tone sound so perfunctory? I can't figure it out, so forget it, I'll just read a book first. So, Jingai in the kitchen kept hearing the obscene laughter coming from the living room, which made him sigh, what a sin. After dinner, Jingai decisively drove away Shenshu, who was reluctant to leave. This little brat doesn't learn any good things, and all he does is mess around. Jingai doesn't want to be blamed for teaching children bad things. It would be better to give the blame to Jiraiya. After all, it was he who taught Noeka to like these things. I hope my sister works overtime today. After returning home, Shingshu carefully looked around, like a guilty thief, afraid that someone would discover him. Great, no one. The yard was very quiet and no sound came from the house. At this time, Uzumaki Mito should be teaching Kushina the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing technique. As for Tsunade, she was either working overtime or resting in her room. After making sure there was no danger, Shingshu walked into the yard with confidence. Stop. It's over. Hearing the voice behind him, the smile on Shingshu's face froze instantly, and his body was nailed to the spot as if he was hit by a spell, unable to move. Why did you come back just now? Where have you been? Tsunade twisted Rope Tree's ears skillfully and said viciously. I warn you every morning to come back right after school and spend more time with Grandma. What do you do? Noeki came back too late, and Tsunade would just say a few words to him, but she wouldn't take it to heart. Children aged 8 or 9 are usually playful, but when Shenshu returned home, he looked like a thief, which was a bit problematic. After discovering this, Tsunade hid herself. She wanted to see what the sneaky boy Noeki was up to. It hurts. My ears are going to fall off. Shenshu screamed in pain, hoping that his sister would show mercy. Tell me the truth, where have you been? Tsunade was unmoved because she knew exactly how much force she had used. This amount of force would at most cause Noeki some pain, but as for twisting his ear off, that was complete bullshit. The sister beat her brother because of the suppression of blood. Shingshu decisively confessed, I went to Jing's house, had dinner at his house and came back. I didn't go anywhere else. I didn't realize that you have learned to find a place to eat for free. Tsunade let go of Noe's ears. She believed that Noe's would not dare to lie to her. Besides, I just came back a little late. A small lesson will be enough. There's no need to make a big fuss about it. How abominable. He's punishing me again. Shingshu covered his ears, looking angry but unable to speak. You're still glaring. Tsunade wanted to let Noeki go directly, but when she saw her brother glaring at her, she slapped him. The unsuspecting Shingshu used his wolf spear to hit the book hidden in his clothes, and it fell to the ground. Tsunade had the habit of rummaging through his school bag to check his homework. In order to prevent being discovered, Noeki stuffed the emperor's uncle into his clothes and hid him. It was originally well hidden, but it fell out after Tsunade slapped it. What the hell? Tsunade looked down and her eyes gradually widened. It's over, my Zayas, the book I just bought. No, the book is not important anymore, I'm dead. Who can help me? Picking up the book on the ground and flipping through it twice, Tsunade tilted her head and pouted, then smiled coldly at Noeki. Do you want to confess on your own initiative, or do you want to be beaten first, and then confess? I bought it with my pocket money. I just bought it today. So you went to Jing's house just to see this? No, Hinata Shizuka also read this? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Tsunade realized something was wrong. Shingshu scratched his head awkwardly and smiled awkwardly. He drove me away and told me that it was best not to watch it as a child and to wait until I grew up. Rare. Now it was Tsunade's turn to be surprised. Not only did Hinata Shizuka not watch it, he also lectured Naoki and even drove him away. In Tsunade's impression, only Orochimaru was not interested in these things. As for the others, they were basically the same. From the third Hokage to Jiraiya, and then to some male ninjas I know, every one of them can escape. Even if there are some who can run away, no one would educate the children earnestly like Jingai did, telling them not to watch these things. Sister Tsunade, what are you doing? Although Tsunade had beaten her younger brother many times, this was the first time she saw Noeki being punished by having to stand with his skull bag in the corner. Shame on you. Shenshu's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He lowered his head guiltily and held his skull bag up obediently. Chapter 25, Jiraiya seems to be more suitable than Orochimaru. Fine. Tsunade put the little uncle away and waved to Kushina, go to your room and have a rest. Your brother Noeke made a small mistake and I am teaching him a lesson. Kushina is still young, and she must not be allowed to see these messy books. Otherwise, not only will Noeke be unlucky again, but even Tsunade will be punished. Oh. Kushina could only look at Noeke with sympathy, not daring to help and plead, so she obediently went back to her room to rest. After Kushina left, Uzumaki Mito's voice came from the living room. If the child is disobedient, it's probably because he's itchy. Just give him a spanking. Being lustful is not a problem, the third Hokage is one of them, but being lustful did not prevent him from becoming Hokage and becoming a hero in the ninja world. But it is not right when a child has such tendencies before he or she grows up. It needs to be cleaned up. Grandmother? It would be fine if you didn't save me, but why did you add insult to injury? My sister didn't want to hit me in the first place, but now I'm dead. Shingshu widened his eyes, unable to believe that these were the words coming out of his grandmother's mouth. Your boy is dead. After receiving the order from Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade laughed and tore the book into pieces, then rubbed her wrist and walked towards Rope Tree. Sister, please don't, I was wrong, I don't dare. Brother Shenshu is so pitiful. Kushina, hiding in the room, listened to the screams outside and could only observe 3 seconds of silence for Noeke. Uzumaki Mito gave the order and Tsunade took action personally. No one could save Noeke. Even if Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were resurrected, they could only hide from Uzumaki Mito. While Shenshu was suffering, Jing'ai also started to process materials and began to make puppets. First, you need to capture the animal's body and remove any unnecessary parts, such as the internal organs. Orochimaru would not go out of his way to clean the internal organs, so these tasks need to be done by Shizue himself. Because the amount of materials was quite large, Jing'ai took up a lot of time, so when he went to work the next day, he looked like he was still sleepy. There was an important operation today, so Tsunade did not report to the medical department, but came directly to the hospital. Seeing Shizuichi yawning, Tsunade, who was sitting with her legs crossed and drinking tea, looked him up and down. What's wrong? You couldn't sleep last night after reading the book that Shenshu bought. What the hell? Jing raised her hands and was about to stretch when she was stunned for a moment. Did you find out about Shingshu buying books? I was thinking about whether I should tell you that it's not good for children to read these things. I caught that bastard myself and gave him a good beating. Speaking of this, Tsunade got angry. Yesterday, Noeke was beaten badly and he was limping when he went to school today. Tsunade didn't even help him with treatment, just to teach him a lesson. It's time to clean it up. If you accidentally saw it out of curiosity, it's okay, but going out of your way to see it. Jing'ai didn't know how to express her feelings. Shenshu was just an 8-year-old kid. 8 years old. Is this what an 8-year-old should do? I will keep Jiraiya away from him in the future. Tsunade's face didn't look very good either. Jiraiya is a guy who is not only lustful, but also leads the children astray. This bastard wants Shingshu to be his disciple. I can't even imagine what Shingshu will become if he really becomes his disciple. Noeke is already 8 years old, and the time for him to graduate from the Ninja Academy is getting closer. Tsunade has already started considering finding him a qualified teacher. After Jiraiya knew about it, he kept recommending himself. Unfortunately, Tsunade ignored him. Jiraiya becomes Noeke's teacher. Jing'ai poured himself a glass of water. Although Jiraiya had many problems in other aspects, his ability to teach disciples was definitely top-notch. Although Orochimaru is not bad, it is better to stay away from people like Orochimaru if possible. Too extreme. It is like a potential bomb that may explode at any time and fall into the arms of darkness. I think it's okay. So I plan to find Orochimaru and ask him to be Noeke's teacher. Noeke also has this idea. He admires him very much. Shizuichi was one of her own, so Tsunade didn't mind telling him these things, but she looked up in surprise before she could finish her words. What did you say? Jing'ai put down the cup in his hand and said seriously. I think Jiraiya should be a good teacher. As for Orochimaru, I personally don't agree with him. Why? Tsunade folded her hands and leaned back. She wanted to know why Shizuichi had such an idea. It's my feeling. Personally, I don't want to have any contact with someone like Orochimaru. Being with him is like there's a poisonous snake hiding in the dark staring at you. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Noeke is your brother, and matters like finding a teacher must be determined by you as his sister. Orochimaru is a good teacher and dotes on Noeke, but Shizuka prefers Jiraiya. Even Jiraiya can teach children bad things. At least apart from the awkward aspect, Jiraiya's educational method is to guide his disciples to grow in a sunny and positive direction, but Orochimaru's method is a bit hard to describe. Is it like coming into contact with a poisonous snake? Tsunade fell into deep thought. Because Jing'ai is not the first person to say this, many people who have come into contact with Orochimaru have this feeling. Rope Tree usually likes to follow Jiraiya, but the person he admires is Orochimaru. That is why Tsunade had the idea of giving Rope Tree to Orochimaru. Instead of letting the village arrange the ninja team, he was directly given to Orochimaru and became his personal disciple. This kind of master-disciple relationship is more reliable. Ahaha, were you a thief last night? Seeing Jiraiya yawning several times in a short while, Tsunade couldn't help but frown. There was an important surgery waiting for them today. Could Jiraiya do it in this state? When treating patients, there is no room for jokes. No. Jiraiya shook his head and said, Orochimaru gave me the first batch of materials yesterday, so I processed them overnight. When I finished, it was quite late, so I didn't get enough sleep. It won't affect today's surgery, don't worry. That's good. Since Jiraiya promised that it would not affect today's surgery, Tsunade said no more. Taking advantage of the fact that there were fewer patients in the morning, Jiraiya took a short nap, and then his mental state improved. Simply staying up late won't make people so sleepy. For ninjas, staying up late is a common occurrence and nothing to worry about. The reason why Jiraiya was so tired was because she had to concentrate all the time to process the materials. In today's operation, Jiraiya was responsible for assisting Tsunade. The operation went smoothly. From the moment she walked out of the operating room, Tsunade's slightly raised lips were harder to suppress than AK. In Jiraiya's words, now that she has received her salary and has a bulging pocket, Princess Tsunade has the capital to start being proud. As for how long this money can keep Princess Tsunade happy, perhaps only God knows. I'll go to your house for dinner later. I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables and see what kind of puppets you make. Princess Tsunade is in a good mood and plans to pay for her living expenses. Jing nodded in agreement. He just needed Tsunade's help to spread the news of the special puppet, and it would be best if Tsunade took the initiative to come to him. It's just a free meal, no big deal. Chapter 26 Giving Life to the Puppet. When the salary arrived, not only did Tsunade feel a little elated, even Shizue felt a little itchy. Of course, he would not go to the casino, but wanted to buy a batch of high-quality material parts for making puppets. Jiraiya is not interested in being the second generation of the big fat sheep. Although there are few puppet ninjas in Konoha, the village has regular channels for purchasing materials. After get off work, Shizuichi said to Tsunade, you go to the market to buy vegetables, I will go to buy a batch of materials and parts. The materials I prepared are not enough, I need to buy another batch. Go, don't waste time, I have something important to do tonight. Tsunade waved her hand nonchalantly, urging Jiraiya to go quickly and come back soon. As for what important thing is, you don't have to guess, you know that there is money in your pocket, and you start to get itchy hands. Tsunade will never settle down unless she loses all the money in her pocket. Buy the ingredients and go home to cook. After finishing her meal, Tsunade lay on the sofa, curiously looking at Jiraiya who had become busy. Various materials were taken out from the sealed scroll, including an animal corpse. A tiger that is more than 3 meters tall and more than 6 meters long without counting the tail. If it had such a huge body in the previous life, it would definitely make countless people shout that it is a spirit. But in the ninja world, creatures of this size are nothing. The ninja world is full of creatures as big as mountains. The space in the living room is limited, so Jiraiya can only start with smaller materials. As for those that are larger, we can only wait until the rest time and find an open place to make them. Otherwise, if the bodies were moved out, the house would collapse. Seeing Jiraiya implanting various materials into the tiger's body, Tsunade, who was originally lying on the sofa, sat up. She was very curious about why Jiraiya made such a puppet. Puppet masters are not exclusive to the Sand Village. All 5 major ninja villages have puppet ninjas, but there are more of them in the Sand Village. But no matter which village the puppet ninja comes from, most of the puppets they make are human-shaped. Even if there are puppets in the shape of animals, they are rarely made from animal corpses. Most of them are assembled directly from parts. This also results in the puppets made in this way not being aesthetically pleasing, and the puppets made from corpses are even more difficult to describe. Puppet ninjas who do this are not popular. After all, no one likes to get together with people who play with corpses, except for the group of puppet ninjas in the Sand Village. Soon, all the parts were assembled, a few chakra threads fluttered in Jiraiya's hands, and the corpse lying on the ground slowly stood up. The tiger, which was originally a corpse, stood up. Its body, more than 3 meters tall, was filled with considerable oppressive force. Unfortunately, the movements are very stiff. Failure. Tsunade took one look and lost interest. For her, the puppet made by Jiraiya was too much about the form of a living creature, which directly led to the puppet becoming a failure. Without the various attack methods that an ordinary puppet should have, what use can such a puppet be? As a consumable? That's too wasteful. Jing'ai stood in front of the puppet thoughtfully, raised his hand and placed it on the puppet's body, closing his eyes and feeling something. What the hell is this kid doing? Looking at Jing'ai thinking and fiddling with the puppet, Tsunade couldn't understand what he was doing so hard for, as it was obvious that the puppet was already useless. Either keep it as a souvenir or dismantle it and recycle it. If you recycle the waste, you can also get a tiger skin and some recyclable parts. People always have special feelings for their first work and are reluctant to give it up even if it is a failure. Tsunade felt that she could understand Shizuichi's feelings. She thought that Jing'ai at this moment felt the same as she did when she first formulated a special medicine. You can study it slowly by yourself. I'm going to go back first. I still have 2 classes tonight. After being left aside and bored for a long time, Jing'ai saw that his mind was focused on the puppet, just like Orikamaru's concentration when doing experiments. Tsunade knew that it was unnecessary for her to stay here, so she simply left early. Ah. Shizuichi responded casually, his eyes fixed on the puppet, not even turning back to say goodbye to Tsunade. Take it easy. The combination of medical ninjutsu, super strength jutsu and physical jutsu has given you the strength to protect yourself. There's no need to waste too much time on puppets. Bump. Looking back at the closed door, Jing'ai's mouth corners slightly raised. Is making puppets really a waste of time? Raise your hand and place it on the puppet. As the chakra entered the puppet's control core, the 2 gray eyes of the puppet, which originally needed chakra threads to control and had very stiff movements, suddenly lit up. The puppet is resurrected. This is the fundamental reason why Jing'ai made puppets. The Samsara can give life to puppets, so he doesn't need to make traditional puppets like those in the sand village. After the tiger puppet was given life, it moved around the living room flexibly like a living creature, and it had no problem doing all kinds of tricky moves. The only problem was that the floor's bearing capacity was a bit poor, and it kept creaking, and it could be stepped on at any time. Get down. The puppet immediately lay down and stayed there obediently. For the sake of the floor at home, Jing'ai felt that he should go outside the village to make puppets in the future. Although there are many hidden places in the village, the old third Hokage would sit in the Hokage's office and look around with a crystal ball in his arms when he had nothing to do. Jing'ai didn't want to expose the secret of the puppet at this time. Make another flying puppet, and then save the remaining materials. Leave the village during holidays and find a secluded place outside the village to slowly make it. By the way, you can also test the strength of the puppet. For a period of time afterwards, Jing'ai focused most of his energy on puppet making. Fortunately, he went to work normally every day and his work was not affected by the puppets. Time passed quickly and it was the end of the year. The lush green leaves were covered with snow and people walking on the street wore thick cotton clothes. Somehow, Jing'ai felt that the fetal movement of the reincarnation was coming soon, and might start after the new year. However, in this kind of weather, it is most suitable to lie at home and cover yourself with a quilt. Ha! Jing'ai yawned, holding the things he bought from the market in his hand. Being caught so early in the morning and having to run to the market to buy things was a bit annoying, but he was helpless when he ran into Tsunade, an unreasonable bandit. Kushina and Noeke would at most shout a few times, but Tsunade was different. This female bandit would rush directly into the bedroom and lift the quilt. After returning home, Jing began to direct Tsunade and Noeke, who wanted to be lazy, to work. The barbecue grill was set up. Tsunade was responsible for burning the charcoal, Noeke and Kushina were responsible for running errands, and Shizuka was responsible for grilling the meat. The marinated meat placed on the grill soon gave off the aroma of barbecue. As various seasonings were sprinkled on it, Tsunade, Kushina, and Noeke all began to swallow their saliva. This barbecue is so delicious. When she felt the food was cooked, Jing'ai picked up the brush and started to apply oil. After waiting for a few minutes, she announced, "You can start eating." Before he finished his words, Tsunade, who was already extremely hungry, picked up a fork, picked up a large piece of meat, and took a big bite. "Oh, it smells so good. Hiss, it's so hot. If you don't become a medical ninja, you can open a barbecue restaurant and make a lot of money. I also want." Shensha followed suit, picked up a piece of meat with a fork and started biting it, but ended up grimacing from the burn. "Kushina, don't learn from them. They're just like starving ghosts." Shizue picked up 2 pieces of beef with a fork, cut them into pieces, and placed them on a plate before handing them to Kushina. "Thank you, Jing'ai, you are so nice." Kushina was very happy, and her beautiful big eyes turned into crescents when she smiled. "You are the starving one." Tsunade almost choked to death on these words and rolled her eyes at Shizuka. Chapter 27 Jing-1, do you like Sister Tsunade? Shizuichi ignored Tsunade, cut a piece of meat for himself, sat next to Kushina and ate together. In addition to meat, he also prepared fruit salad and juice. There are also vegetables to relieve the greasiness. Although we were woken up early in the morning to buy groceries, the weather was good as we sat around the fire eating delicious barbecue. In order to prevent a bandit who asked for 3 servings from not eating enough, Jing'ai bought some more meat. After eating a plate of meat and some fruit salad, Jing'ai felt full. Kushina is similar. Noeki and Tsunade are more powerful and are still working hard. Looking at the way the brother and sister eat meat, Jing'ai can only say that they are indeed real siblings. Kushina, have you made any new friends at school recently? No, only half. Ever since she knocked out a classmate's teeth on the first day of school, Kushina became the bully in the class and almost no one dared to mess with her. Similarly, the classmates in the class were afraid of her and did not dare to approach her. Half? Can a friend have half? Jing was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. The child's idea was very strange. He could still have half a friend. Yes, half of it. Kushina held her hands and hummed. His name is Namikaze Minato, the little yellow-haired boy I mentioned last time. He is the only one in the class who is willing to be friends with me, and he is not afraid of my fierceness. Tisk. How should I put it? He really is worthy of being called Little Yellow Hair. Shizuichi asked, does Kushina like Minato as a friend? Do not like. Kushina said angrily, he is only half of my friend, and he looks silly and only knows how to smile foolishly, just like Noeka-san. Cough cough. Shenshu, who was eating meat, almost choked to death. Kushina, who are you calling stupid? Am I that stupid? Hee, Mikatone also said you were stupid. Kushina counterattacked and gave Noeki a critical hit, which was a super doubled one. In an instant, Shinshu felt that the barbecue in his hand no longer tasted fragrant. Because of the age difference, apart from taking care of Kushina, Noeki doesn't like to play with Kushina. He thinks Kushina is childish and Kushina thinks he is stupid. The brother and sister disliked each other. Ha ha ha. Jing laughed so hard that her stomach ached. Tsunade also found it funny. Silly brother, now you know your situation, even Kushina thinks you are stupid. Uchiha Mikato is a recognized talent in the school. With her beautiful appearance and gentle personality, she has become the white moonlight in the hearts of countless male classmates. Although Noeka didn't regard Uchiha Mikato as his white moonlight, he couldn't help but have a good impression of her. This led to Kushina's criticism of him for being stupid, and Noeki was just unhappy. But if it was Uchiha Mikato, Noeki would have instantly become autistic. If a girl you like says that she is silly, I guess few people would be able to laugh. Change it as soon as possible. You are still young and have many opportunities. Jing'ai rubbed her belly and patted Shenshu's shoulder. Why? Noeki was not convinced. Why could others like Uchiha Mikato but not him? Jing'ai was at a loss and gave Tsunade a look. Are you sure you don't want to teach your brother a lesson? Tsunade simply pretended not to see it. Jing'ai, can I bring my friends over as guests? Kushina pulled Jing'ai's hand and shook it hard, looking at him eagerly. Okay. Kushina's friends are my friends, so bring them here if you want. Jing'ai felt a headache for a while. It was really unbearable for this hot-tempered little pepper to act like a spoiled child. But I have to wait until my mission is over. Yeah, Jing'ai, you're so nice. I like you the most. Let's make a deal. Kushina jumped up happily. Tsunade couldn't help but joke. Kushina, do you know what love is? Of course I know. If I like you, then I like you. Children in the ninja world mature early, and the same is true in terms of emotions, but it is a little difficult to express. So, Kushina hesitated for a long time and couldn't make any clear statement. This kid, Tsunade tried hard to hold back her laughter, trying hard to express herself, but finding that she couldn't say it clearly, Kushina began to get anxious, just like Noeki and I likes Mikato and I. Pfft. The meat in Shenshu's mouth spurted out far away. Don't listen to her. You will understand things like love when you grow up. Even your sister Tsunade is confused herself. Jing'ai patted Kushina's little head. You said that I like to play with children when I have nothing to do. What about you? Look how anxious the child is. He even pulled out the rope tree to use as a scapegoat. Why? Kushina looked up blankly. Finally finding an opportunity, Shinshu answered loudly, because my sister hasn't found someone she likes, and no one dares to like her. Jing'ai, am I right? You are so smart. After taking a look at Tsunade who could no longer laugh, Jing'ai thought it would be better to stay away, so he picked up Kushina and ran into the house. As for Shinshu, he could only say that you'd better wish me good luck. Sister, I was wrong, I was really wrong, it hurts. There were screams from Rope Tree outside the house. Jing'ai and Kushina were sitting on the sofa. Kushina stuck her head out and peeked outside carefully. It's too awful. Shizue, is there really no one who likes Sister Tsunade? Kushina asked quietly. Jing'ai blinked, lowered her head and whispered, of course not, it's just that most people don't dare to say it even if they like it. It turned out to be the case. Kushina showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Then does Sister Tsunade have someone she likes? Why do you have so many questions? Jingai, do you like Sister Tsunade? If you like Sister Tsunade, would you not dare to say it out loud? After eating and drinking her fill, Tsunade quickly left with Kushina and the bruised and swollen Noeki, and Shizuka finally had time to seal herself. Inside a small tavern next to the Shimura clan's territory, the third Hokage, who was invited, sat opposite Danzo Shimura. Then he picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip of the wine in the glass. Do one thing for me. The third Hokage frowned upon hearing this and refused. I'm sorry, I promised Mito-sama that your position. Unnecessary. Shimura Danzo clenched the wine glass in his hand and gritted his teeth and said, send Hinata Shizuka away. As for the position of Hokage's assistant, I will take it back sooner or later. What does this guy want to do? Chapter 28. What a great thing it is to get paid even when you have nothing to do. Danzo, Hayaga Shizuichi is the person that Mito-sama and Tsunade favor. The third Hokage didn't know what Danzo Shimura wanted to do, but he wanted to warn the other party first not to cause trouble, otherwise it would be bad for everyone. Sacrificing me for a kid with a degenerative disease called white eyes? Shimura Danzo slammed the table angrily. I just don't want to see him in the village. As long as he leaves the village, I will not continue to target him. The third Hokage didn't believe anything Danzo Shimura said. Danzo Shimura tried every means to get Shizuka out of the village, so he definitely had no good intentions. The third Hokage frowned and remained silent, without responding. Shimura Danzo moved closer. Saratobi, don't forget that he is a member of the Hayaga clan after all, and there is a caged bird seal on his head. As long as the Hayaga clan exists, there will always be a sword hanging over his head. Can you guarantee that when Hayaga Shizuka becomes the second Tsunade, the Hayaga clan won't regret it? Half a person is still half a person after all. As long as the caged bird curse is not broken, the people of the Hayaga branch family will always be controlled by the main family. After saying that, Danzo Shimura stared at the third Hokage, waiting for his answer. The third Hokage drank gloomily and didn't speak for a long time. The only sounds in the tavern were those of pouring and drinking. An unknown amount of time had passed before the third Hokage, with a red face and a whole pot of sake in his belly, stood up and walked towards the door. The new year is approaching, and the people in the border camps need to be rotated. This matter needs to be led by the elders. The third Hokage was only willing to go with the flow, but for Danzo Shimura, he had already gotten the result he wanted. That night, Danzo Shimura went to meet Okadoan's residence. The next day, a document regarding the rotation of border camps was placed on the desk of the third Hokage. The next step was to select a group of ninjas and go to the border camps to replace those ninjas whose garrison time had expired. Medical ninjas are also part of the rotating lineup, so Jingai's name appeared on the big list. Jingai knew nothing about this until someone from the Hokage's office building came to tell him to get ready to leave. That is to say, the time has come for a group of ninjas to be stationed at the border camp, and the village will randomly select a group of ninjas to take their place, and I am on the rotating list. Is someone trying to trick me, or is it really me who has been fooled? I don't know about that either. Please get ready as soon as possible. We will be leaving in 3 days. The staff at the Hokage office building were only responsible for notifying the parties involved, and they were not aware of anyone else. After seeing the staff off, Jingai walked towards the lounge. There is a stove in the lounge, making the small space warm. In the cold weather, staying in a warm room will make people sleepy. Look, Tsunade was sleeping soundly on the table. Don't sleep, help me look at this. Shizue pushed Tsunade. Tsunade woke up from her sleep and subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth. After making sure that she was not drooling, she picked up the notice on the table. Border rotation? Maybe he just woke up and was still a little confused. Tsunade looked carefully for a while, and suddenly showed an irritated expression and scratched his hair hard. Why did this happen to me? I'm so annoyed. I thought I could have a peaceful new year. Tsunade, who was already in a bad mood after waking up, was in an even worse mood and started swearing. It was only when she looked down that she realized that this was not her name. You were chosen? Otherwise, Jingai said silently, I always thought that people with regular jobs in the village are not included in this scope. How can it be? Tsunade put down the notice, raised her hands and stretched lazily, and explained, as long as you are a ninja in the village, there will be a time when you will be selected. After all, no one wants to go to the border camp to guard it, perform boring tasks every day, and not be able to go home. When the team was just disbanded 2 years ago, the unlucky Jiraiya was picked. Thinking of this, Tsunade laughed with glee. So I was picked, wasn't it someone who was deliberately messing with me? Just go with peace of mind. Medical ninjas are very free. You don't need to perform various patrol missions. You only need to treat the wounded. The rest of the time you are free, and your salary will be paid during the period of garrison. So, it seems like a good idea to be stationed at the border. Working in a hospital, they have to see patients every day. When they arrive at the border camp, medical ninjas have nothing to do unless a battle breaks out. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and said, as long as you don't feel bored and have nothing to do, it's really good. You can get paid even if you have nothing to do. Are the other ninjas treated the same? Jing'ai was very curious. Tsunade curled her lips. Do you think it's possible? If everyone had this kind of treatment, the village would have gone bankrupt long ago. Only ninjas with special professions have this kind of welfare treatment, such as medical ninjas and sealing ninjas. Medical ninjas and sealing ninjas are considered special and rare ninjas, so their treatment and benefits are so good. As for ordinary ninjas, they don't receive such good treatment. Then I'll go back and pack my things, so that I don't end up with nothing in the camp. You don't have to bring other things, but you must bring more seasonings so that when you have nothing to do, you can make something delicious for yourself. As for the ingredients, just get them wherever you have them. As long as it is within the territory of the Fire Kingdom, there will be no shortage of forests and no shortage of prey. This is also the benefit of abundant resources. If this were the Kingdom of Wind, and you wanted to go hunting, you'd probably go to the desert and catch lizards. Jing'ai didn't tell Kushina that he was leaving the village to garrison the border, otherwise the little girl would definitely not want him to leave. 3 days passed in a flash, and Jing'ai, who was fully prepared, arrived at the training ground to gather. Ninjas heading to the border camp would gather at the training grounds and then leave the village together. The border business site will not be built very large, and the purpose of the camp is to guard against sudden attacks by the enemy. As long as there is any disturbance on the border, the camp can immediately pass the news back in various ways so that the village has room to prepare. Therefore, there will not be many ninjas stationed in the border camps. There are only a few dozen people in a camp. Shizuka is the only medical ninja in this group. Some ninjas who knew each other gathered together and chatted. I promised my wife that I would spend a lively new year with her, but bad luck forced me to go to the border to guard the border. Don't mention it. I was just about to propose to my girlfriend when the notice came. Ha ha ha, I hope your girlfriend is still your girlfriend when you come back. Roll roll roll. By the way, who is the medical ninja at the camp? Let's get to know each other first, so that we can ask for help if we have any problems in the future. Whether in the village or in the camp, medical ninjas are the kind that need to be pampered. Far away in the border camp, if you get injured and don't get treatment, it could be fatal. In the past, someone had offended the medical ninja in the camp. When he was injured, the medical ninja deliberately delayed treatment, which resulted in his death. Chapter 29 Tsunade's Special Care. Hello everyone, my name is Hinata Shizuka, nice to meet you all. A group of people were looking for medical ninjas everywhere, and Jing'ai couldn't stand in the edge area any longer, so he walked out and introduced himself. Go, 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 let's find a medical ninja. Why are you from the Hyuga clan joining in the fun? What Hyuga clan member? Look at his eyes. There is no Hyuga with Byakugan. Everyone noticed the highlight and stared at Jing'ai curiously, wanting to know what was going on with his eyes. At this time, 2 ninjas wearing jonin vests walked into the training ground. The jonin with long black hair shouted, "Quiet." The training ground fell silent instantly, and the long-haired jonin said loudly, "My name is Honda, you can call me Captain Honda. I hope to get along with you all in a friendly manner during my time at the border. Now let's start the roll call." When it was Jing'ai's turn, little Honda looked at him twice more, and after confirming that everything was correct, he nodded and moved on to the next one. Just as written in the information, he was a member of the Hyuga clan, but he suffered from the disease of degeneration of the Byakugan. In order to treat himself, he studied hard and eventually became a medical ninja. Everyone on the rotation roster is here. The jonin standing next to Honda is called Sarutobi Mishima, and his position is the deputy captain of the camp. After making sure that everyone was present, Honda waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Led by the 2 captains, dozens of people followed behind and left the village together, heading towards the border. Except for the 2 captains, no one else knew which camp they would be rotated to. After leaving the village, Sarutobi Mishima deliberately came to Shizuka and tried to build a relationship with him. As the only medical ninja in the camp, you must have good relationships with them. Otherwise, if you offend them, at best they will deliberately mess with you, at worst they will kill you and you won't even know what happened. The inseparability of medicine and poison is no joke. As a student trained by Tsunade herself, Shizue can also try out poison. Before we set off, Princess Tsunade came to me and asked me to give you some freedom of movement. I don't know if Tsunade will accept my promise of marriage. Ever since the day she met him, Tsunade had been really good to him, and apart from eating with him, she had hardly ever asked for anything in return. Whenever something happens, Tsunade will take the initiative to help without even Shizuka asking. It was fortunate that Tsunade didn't have much coins in her pocket, otherwise Jing'ai would really want to hug her thighs and beg for support. Jing'ai said, "When we get to the camp, I'll need the 2 captains and my companions to take good care of me. After all, I'm just a medical ninja and not good at fighting. Don't worry, as long as we are here, no one can hurt you." A group of people patted their chests and promised that they would protect Jing'ai's personal safety. The impression that medical ninjas have weak combat capabilities has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. When Jing'ai made this request, the ninjas who went to the camp for rotation were all very happy. Everyone wants to have a good relationship with the medical ninja, so isn't this opportunity right there? It's a good thing Tsunade wasn't here, otherwise she would have definitely punched him. Captain Honda also gave 2 sealing scrolls to Jing'ai, which contained various medical drugs. As the only medical ninja, these supplies had to be handed over to Jing'ai for arrangement and safekeeping. This saves you from being in a panic and not being able to find anything when someone is injured and needs treatment. It took the team 2 days to reach the destination. The rotation was smooth and no accidents occurred during the process. Standing in the camp cabin, with his hands behind his back, he looked up at the gloomy sky and the raindrops, and sighed, "What a mistake. It seems that I will be very idle in the future." Jing'ai thought about the various rotation locations, but she never expected that the camp where their group would rotate would be on the border of the rain country. What the hell is the rain country? There is never a clear day for 3 days, and it is shrouded in heavy rain all year round. It is a country with nothing but rain. If we use one sentence to describe the economic situation of each village and country, the sand village would say that they are so poor that only sand is left, the rock village would feel aggrieved because they are so poor that only bare stones are left, the mist village is so poor that they can only eat dried fish, the cloud village is so poor that they can only eat beef, and Konoha is so poor that they have nothing but food. On the other hand, the rain village, as the name suggests, has nothing but rain. When he first entered the camp, Jing'ai was quite interested in this kind of weather because he liked standing in the house and watching the rain outside. But after the first day, the second day, and the third day, boredom began to set in. Fortunately, medical ninjas do not need to perform various duty and patrol tasks. Others need to rush around in the heavy rain, and Jing'ai only needs to stay in the camp and rest. "Jing'ai, I brought you a gift." Little Honda, who was leading the patrol, happily walked into the camp carrying a wild deer. "Captain, this is not a gift for Master Jing. I think you are just greedy." "Ha ha ha, you're right. The captain is already complaining so much that he's almost getting bored." "Shut up right there." Honda's dark face began to turn red, and he pointed at the people who laughed at him and cursed. "I'm greedy, right? My mouth is full of water, right? Just don't eat the barbecue later. You bunch of bastards. I was patrolling in the heavy rain and brought back some prey on the way. I wanted to give it to you as a snack, but you made fun of me instead." "Laughing? What are you laughing at? Go clean up the prey, and then bring some firewood. It needs to be dry." Again, as long as you are within the territory of the fire country, there will be no shortage of prey. Firewood is more difficult to get, because the continuous heavy rains throughout the year make the surrounding plants and trees moist. Not only is wet wood difficult to ignite, it can also choke people to death if it is ignited. The firewood used in the camp was chopped in advance and piled in the wooden house, and was taken out and burned only after it was completely dry. As a medical ninja and with excellent cooking skills, Jing'ai quickly integrated into the camp and became everyone's favorite. Looking at the firewood on the ground, Jing'ai said self-deprecatingly, "I didn't expect that the camp medical room hasn't opened yet, but it has become the camp kitchen." Ha ha ha. Jing'ai's complaints made everyone laugh. Complaints aside, barbecue still needs to be eaten. Little Honda is almost losing weight. Jing'ai is not much better. He eats dry food all day long and can't stand it after a few more meals. It's no wonder that the ninjas stationed in the camp all want to return to the village and go home. Life in the camp is really torturous. Soon, the processed wild deer was placed in the medical room. Xiao Honda, the camp captain, personally helped to light the fire, and Jing'ai was only responsible for grilling the meat. Deputy Captain Saratobi Mishima rarely goes out on patrol or duty, and spends most of his time in the camp. After observing for a few days, Jing'ai discovered that the deputy captain seemed to have been paying attention to the medical room. Is it guarding in secret or surveillance? It was also fortunate that he was a member of the Saratobi clan. If he was a ninja from the Shimura clan, Jing would definitely put him under surveillance. The aroma of roasted venison soon filled the camp, and everyone was eagerly waiting for the venison to be roasted before putting down their dry food. "Everyone line up, don't rush." After the venison was roasted, Captain Honda took out a brand new kunao, wiped it clean and began to divide the meat. A complete hind leg became Jingai's exclusive part, and the others each got a piece. No one had any objection to Honda's attempt to please Jingai. After getting their share of the venison, everyone dispersed and returned to the wooden cabin to enjoy the food. Captain Mishima, can we talk? Just as Sarutobi Mishima was about to leave, Shizuichi called him. Sarutobi Mishima, holding the barbecue in his hand and preparing to return to the cabin to enjoy the food, was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, accepting Jingai's invitation. I'm afraid it's going to be very cold tomorrow. Chapter 30. The truth comes unexpectedly. Tsunade is furious. Sarutobi Mishima took a look at the snowflakes mixed with the rain, walked into the wooden house and closed the door. Jingai took out 2 bottles of fruit wine brought from the village and invited Sarutobi Mishima to sit down. Other places have already been covered in heavy snow. Only the rain country has a special geographical environment, so it is not covered in heavy snow. However, sleet will lower the temperature even further. I didn't expect you to bring such goodies with you. What a pity, it's not sake. I took the opened wine and took 2 sips. The only drawback was that the fruit wine tasted very light. It would be better to call it a beverage rather than wine. Jingai took a sip of the fruit wine and joked to herself, I'm still young, not old enough to drink. Sarutobi Mishima was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter a few seconds later. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten that you are not yet 14 years old. That's great. When I was 14, I was still a chunin, following the teacher's ask to carry out missions, and I was often scolded by the teacher. Hearing this, Jingai also laughed, and then hit a straight ball. So Captain Mishima, can you tell me why you've been hanging around? Is it secret protection or surveillance? The laughter stopped abruptly, and Sarutobi Mishima, who was drinking fruit wine and eating barbecue, froze his hand holding the wine bottle in midair. He looked at Jingai in astonishment, hesitated for a moment, and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect you to find out. Then, Captain Mishima, can you help me solve this puzzle? Jingai didn't say how he discovered it. Putting the bottle on the table, Sarutobi Mishima sighed and said helplessly, before coming here, the Hokage specifically asked me to protect you secretly. Originally, I was not on the rotation list this time. Captain Honda also knows my secret mission, so he personally leads most of the patrols in the camp, while I mainly stay in the camp to prevent accidents. This also explains why, as the captain, Honda needs to lead the team on duty and patrol himself, while the deputy captain Sarutobi Mishima can stay in the camp all the time. Protect? Sarutobi Mishima doesn't seem to be lying, so why did the 3rd Hokage choose a Jonin from his family and put him in the Rinnegan lineup to protect him? Did the 3rd Hokage know that he would be assassinated? Putting the limited information together, Jingai discovered that he was probably chosen on purpose to be on the camp's rotation list, not because of bad luck. But the selection of personnel needs to be decided by the 3rd Hokage, so why did the 3rd Hokage choose him and send people to protect him? Isn't this just like taking off your pants to fart, a waste of time? If they really wanted to protect him, they wouldn't let him leave the village. So it wasn't that the 3rd Hokage deliberately included him in the rotation list, but it was someone else's wish. But the 3rd Hokage didn't want anything to happen to him, so he sent someone in to protect him. So who is targeting him? Council of Elders? It shouldn't be the case. The stance of the elders is the same as that of the 3rd Hokage, and he hasn't committed any crime against anyone in the elders. Then it is Shimura Danzo. Anyone would be unwilling to be demoted to the position of Hokage's assistant, let alone someone like Danzo Shimura who is narrow-minded but ambitious. With the previous warning, it was impossible for Danzo Shimura to attack him in the village. In this situation, if you still want to take revenge on him, you can only get him out of the village first. So, Jingai's name appeared in the rotation list. So how will Shimura Danzo proceed? As the only medical ninja in the camp, Jingai will not leave the camp easily. There are dozens of ninjas in the camp. It is not easy to kill him under the protection of so many people. Then I'll have to trouble you, Vice Captain, in the days ahead. This is my mission, as long as it doesn't cause any misunderstanding. He protected someone secretly, but was caught red-handed within a few days. This must have been a very painful experience for Sarutobi Mishima. Failure. He was secretly protecting the medical ninja, but he was discovered by the other party just as the protection mission began. If this were to get out, Sarutobi Mishima would be so embarrassed. After eating and drinking, and feeling depressed, Sarutobi Mishima left the medical room dejectedly. Jingai walked to the fire and looked at the dark night sky outside through the crack in the door. After a long time, Jingai withdrew his gaze, walked to the table, took out a sealing scroll, took out a lot of materials, and a dead crow. This was the prey Jingai caught on the way to the camp. He planned to make this crow into a puppet to transmit information. Jing'ai originally planned to make the puppet during the new year and send a few words of blessing to Tsunade, Kushina and others. Now it seems that he needs to use it in advance. After preparing the materials and taking out various tools, Jing'ai skillfully began to process the crow's corpse. After the crow's body was processed, various parts and puppet cores were stuffed into the crow's body, and then the unique chakra of the Rinnegan was injected. Wow! The crow, which had been motionless, suddenly blinked, jumped up from the table, and jumped back and forth on the table. Jing'ai took out a pen and a special intelligence transmission scroll, wrote down some things that happened in the camp, and then set a special password. Then he tied the small intelligence scroll to the crow's feet and ordered the crow to fly to Konoha and send the intelligence scroll back. The crow puppet carrying the intelligence scroll flew into the dark night sky and headed towards Konoha in the heavy rain. The crow's flying direction and route are controlled by Jing'ai, so it will not make mistakes such as flying in the wrong direction, flying to the wrong place, or flying to the wrong person. The crow puppet flew very fast. It flew from the border of the rain country to Konoha in just a few hours. It flapped its wings and landed at the Senju ancestral home. Then it jumped towards Tsunade's direction. After finding the right position, the crow puppet pecked at the glass twice. Tsunade woke up from her sleep, jumped up, opened the window, and grabbed the puppet crow standing on the windowsill in her hand. Whose summoned beast sent the intelligence scroll to me? Fortunately, Tsunade didn't use much force, otherwise if she had squeezed it harder, she would have found that the crow in her hand was not a summoned beast at all, but a puppet. Tsunade untied the rubber band on her head, tied up the wings of the crow puppet, and threw the crow puppet aside. She turned on the light and began to observe the information scroll in her hand. The scroll requires a password to unlock. Tsunade felt inexplicably annoyed. She didn't even know who had sent the information scroll. How could she decrypt it without the password? Quiet. After turning the scroll around, Tsunade discovered that there was a word written on it. Could it be the scroll that Jing'ai passed back? Then the password. Suddenly, Tsunade thought of something, and her delicate face darkened instantly. She clenched the scroll in her hand and cursed with gritted teeth, "Hinata Shizuka, you'd better be careful when you come back." 250. The password is correct. Grass. Princess Tsunade successfully cursed. She had lost all her money in the casino before, and only had a few coins left in her pocket. She counted the number and it was exactly 250. Then Jing'ai laughed at her several times. As a result, Jing'ai used this number as a password. Isn't this exposing Tsunade's scars? Hinata Shizuka, you have to curse me in a roundabout way just to pass on an intelligence scroll, right? You'll be dead when you come back. Tsunade, who was full of anger, opened the scroll. After taking a look at it, her anger disappeared. To be more precise, her anger toward Shizuchi disappeared. And Danzo Shimura also successfully aroused Tsunade's anger. Danzo, you are awesome. Cursing inwardly, Tsunade found Uzumaki Mito with the scroll. After being woken up in the middle of the night, Uzumaki Mito was not in a good mental state. After reading the scroll handed to her by her granddaughter, Uzumaki Mito knew that her granddaughter would not sit idly by. Little Tsunade, what do you want to do? Do you need grandma to help you? Tsunade said, Grandma, I need a letter to be sent to the daimyo's mansion. I want to visit the daimyo in his mansion. We should. After all, the new year is coming soon, and we should visit. Uzumaki Mito expressed his support. Chapter 31 One accidentally taking advantage of Tsunade. The daimyo clan is related to the Senju clan, and is even closer to Tsunade. As the new year is approaching, it is only natural for Tsunade, as a junior, to visit the daimyo. No one can find fault with it. What's more, it was Uzumaki Mito's idea. The next day, Tsunade went to the Hokage's office with a nonchalant look on her face, then left the village and headed straight to the daimyo's mansion. Uzumaki Mito asked Tsunade to visit the daimyo as a junior, and the third Hokage raised his hands and feet in support. He even hoped that Tsunade could stay in the daimyo's mansion and spend the new year with him, thus bringing the daimyo's mansion and the village closer together. Once the relationship becomes closer, it will be easier to ask for money in the future. After leaving the village, Tsunade did go to the daimyo's mansion and did visit the daimyo. Then he strolled around Daming Prefecture for a few days and bought a lot of things before quietly leaving and turning towards the border camp. There are people on duty in the camp day and night, but it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to detect Tsunade sneaking in. Tsunade turned a corner from the daimyo mansion and arrived at the border camp and sneaked into the camp. Affected by the temperatures in various places, the Rain Kingdom and surrounding areas began to experience rain and snow, and occasionally rain mixed with crushed ice. Such extreme weather caused the entire Rain Kingdom and surrounding areas to be covered with a thick layer of ice. The temperature is also dropping. Except for the ninjas on duty, everyone else in the camp hid in the wooden house to rest or make a fire to keep warm. The medical room is Jingai's exclusive activity area, and other ninjas will not come here unless there is something important. Inside the wooden house, Jingai was lying on the bed, holding a book he brought from the village. Someone came, and it was an acquaintance. Jingai put down the book in her hand and watched the other person skillfully pry open the window of the medical room and rush in. How come you are so skilled at this? You must have practiced a lot in the past. Tsunade entered the medical room through the window and glanced at Jingai, who was lying on the bed reading a book. She snorted. That's right. When I received the news, I went straight to Daming Mansion under the pretext of visiting relatives, and then I turned around and ran here from Daming Mansion. But you still have the mind to read a book? If not. Jingai replied angrily, living in fear and terror all day long. If that were the case, I would be scared to death before others would secretly attack me. You'd better come in quickly and warm yourself up. It's winter and the temperature is freezing cold. It's thanks to the ninja's strong resistance. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died after running like this. Shizuchi gave up his seat and motioned for Tsunade to warm up under the quilt. I'm sure you have some conscience, so all my running around is worth it. Tsunade gave Shizuka an appreciative look. Shizuchi wisely left the sleeping room so Tsunade could change her clothes. After Jingai left, Tsunade quickly lifted her clothes, then threw the wet clothes and underwear into the corner, and the next second she crawled into the quilt, and many more. After curling up in the quilt for a while, and waiting for her body to warm up, Tsunade subconsciously wanted to reach out for her clothes. She realized that she was not at home and there were no clothes piled at the bedside for her to change. Her previous clothes had been thrown to another corner of the room, and they were all wet and couldn't be worn. Jingai, holding the plate, opened the door and walked into the room. When he opened the door, he saw wet clothes in the corner. He didn't think much about it and walked directly to the bed and handed the plate to Tsunade. Here, today there are only 2 portions. The conditions in the camp are not as good as those in the village. This meat is from the prey the captain hunted while on patrol. The hand holding the plate waited in the air for more than 10 seconds before Jingai felt something was wrong. This girl usually likes to rush to eat. Why is she so reserved today? Can female bandits also be reserved sometimes? Tsunade, lying in bed, was so embarrassed that her toes almost tore a hole in the quilt. I planned everything, but I forgot to bring some spare clothes. Even if you are usually carefree, you are a woman after all, and there are times when you feel embarrassed. There was no movement for a long time, and Jingai felt very strange. There was something wrong with Tsunade today. She seemed to have thought of something, turned around to look at the clothes in the corner, and reacted. Are you in neutral? What the hell are you laughing at? Seeing Jingai looking at her with a half-smile, Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger and wanted to jump out of the quilt and give him 2 big slaps. Ha ha ha. It would have been a good thing that Tsunade didn't scold her, but Shizue couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, no matter how straightforward she was, Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore. Her face turned red for the first time in her life. She reached out her hand in rage, grabbed Jingai's clothes, pressed Jingai on the bed, covered him with a quilt, and started beating him. Fuck, plates. He was holding a plate with freshly fried meat on it. If it got knocked over, there would definitely be grease all over the floor. Noticing that the plate in his hand was about to fall, Jingai was forced to control the repulsive force to bounce away the quilt that was heading towards his face. Before the fist landed on Shizuka, Tsunade felt a powerful impact, and then the quilt covering Shizuka's head was torn into several pieces. Tsunade, who was raising her fist, was stunned for a moment. Jingai, who turned over to steady the plate in his hand, was also stunned. This doesn't seem to be something that children can watch. It is not suitable for young people, especially children. Their eyes met and they stared at each other for a few seconds. Jingai stuffed the plate to Tsunade, threw down a ceiling scroll and ran away. There are some clothes for me to change into in the scroll. They are men's clothes, but they have never been worn. You can make do with them for now. What was that just now? Ninjutsu? No, it was more like a rebound impact centered on Jingai. Tsunade's head was buzzing, thinking about what had just happened. She was sure that this was a secret that Shizuka was hiding, but she accidentally forced it out. Tsunade looked down at her body and laughed angrily. You're quite good, kid. I'll settle with you later. If it were someone else in this situation, they would definitely be ashamed and embarrassed. Although Tsunade was very embarrassed, she was able to keep her emotions under control. If Shizuka was peeking or deliberately causing trouble, Tsunade would definitely be furious. Jiraiya, who was nearly killed by a single punch, is the best example. Tsunade opened the ceiling scroll, picked out a set of clothes that looked pleasing to the eye and put them on, then picked up the plate and started eating. Jing, who was standing at the door with her ears pricked up, finally felt relieved when she heard the sound of eating. The fact that Tsunade was eating meant that the situation was not as bad as he thought. Although I accidentally got a great advantage, Gently pushing the door open and glancing into the room to make sure Tsunade was dressed, Shizue then walked in. Glancing at Jing'ai from the corner of her eye, Tsunade said, "Grandma and I have discussed this matter. The old man must be an insider, otherwise he would not have sent anyone to protect you. As for who is targeting you, I think you should know it in your mind. It should be Shimura Danzo. If the Hokage wanted to target me, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, and he wouldn't have sent someone to protect me in secret." Jing'ai pulled a chair over and sat down, analyzing. "He is the only person in the village who would attack me, although I don't understand what he is planning. Hokage-sama sent someone to follow me, which means that Danzo Shimura cannot use the power of the village to attack me. It can only be a foreign force. The possibility of a bounty assassination is not high, because I am in the camp, and it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to complete such an assassination mission. If the bounty is too high, it may cause some trouble to him, so foreign forces are the first choice. If nothing unexpected happens, it's very likely that it's from the Rain Village." "You mean, this old man Danzo can convince the Rain Village to send someone to assassinate you?" Tsunade paused with her hand holding the fork. "Salamander Hanzo shouldn't be that stupid. If he attacks the camp directly, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the village. The Rain Village would never take such a risky action. It's impossible for the Rain Village to attack the camp, but what about Hanzo?" Chapter 32. How about I suffer a little loss and give myself to you? Shizuichi shook his finger at Tsunade. "As long as there is enough benefit, I think the ambitious Hanzo of the Salamander would not mind cooperating with Danzo Shimura once. With his strength, he can sneak in and assassinate, and ordinary people can't stop him at all. Danzo Shimura could not do it himself because the risk of being exposed was too great. Once the news of the assassination of the ninja from the same village leaked out, he would definitely be in trouble. This is also why the third Hokage did not allow him to borrow the power of the village, because he was worried that Danzo Shimura might accidentally get into trouble. If things get out of hand and Uzumaki Mito gets angry, it will be difficult to resolve the situation. Then asking for help became Shimura Danzo's only option, and Salamander Hanzo is the most suitable candidate. Besides, Jing'ai is at the border camp of Rain Country, which is very close and she doesn't need to travel too far. Sancho Fish Hanzo." Tsunade frowned, because this person was not an ordinary person, but a being known as a demigod, which was enough to show how powerful the other party was. To be frank, Hanzo of the Salamander's strength is definitely among the best in the ninja world. If he took action, Jing'ai would be in great danger. Judging from the strength that Jing'ai has shown on paper, it is indeed very dangerous to be assassinated by a strong man like Hanzo of the Salamander. I specifically asked about this before I left. Shimura Danzo announced that his old illness had relapsed and he was resting at home. He could leave the village at any time and persuade foreign enemies to deal with you. Rest and recuperate? It was just an excuse so that he could quietly leave the village. After putting the last piece of meat into her mouth, Tsunade put down the plate and said seriously, "So what do you think? Are you trying to transfer back to the village?" "No." Jing'ai rejected the proposal. Uzumaki Mito stepped forward, and even if the third Hokage was unhappy, he was willing to give him face and transfer him back. "Why?" Tsunade didn't understand. "You knew someone was trying to deal with you secretly, but you still didn't want to transfer back." Jing'ai said seriously, "Is there a possibility that Shimura Danzo wants Lord Mito to come forward and transfer me back?" Tsunade, "People who are good at scheming have dirty hearts. As long as they can achieve their goals, people like Shimura Danzo don't mind using some dirty tricks. Even though the third Hokage firmly stands on the side of Uzumaki Mito, he doesn't mind being an uninformed person as long as the situation is favorable to him. Lord Mito is definitely not afraid of Shimura Danzo, but if some things are done and unpleasant rumors are spread, it can cause a lot of misunderstandings. Take Sakumo as a lesson for us." Tsunade was about to say something, but Shizuka interrupted her and continued, "Mito-sama's status is very special. Shimura Danzo certainly wouldn't dare to target her openly, but I can't run away. As long as I'm transferred back to the village, he'll come after me. By then, those ninjas stationed at the border camps will definitely not be happy, and their families will also have complaints. Public opinion is sometimes more terrifying than assassination, so we can only passively accept the attack." Tsunade hated the feeling of not being able to control the situation. "Too passive. It doesn't count." Jing'ai laughed. "Think about it, I just need to stay in the camp, he can't manipulate public opinion against me. As for assassination, he should first find a way to convince the people who can assassinate me. After all, no one is a fool. Without sufficient benefits, who would take the risk to do such a thing? Salamander Hanzo is very powerful, but is Salamander Hanzo stupid? Definitely not stupid. Without sufficient benefits, no one would pay any attention to Chimera Danzo. The embarrassing thing is that during this period, Chimera Danzo was at a stage where he was demoted from his position and could no longer control the power and interests of the village. Without sufficient benefits, it would be extremely difficult to convince Salamander Hanzo to take action. If you were Hanzo of the Salamander, would you help Danzo Chimera for no reason? Only a fool would do such a favor if there is no sufficient benefit. Tsunade shook her head decisively. She is not stupid, and neither is Hanzo the Salamander. It depends on what benefits Danzo Chimera can offer to attract Hanzo the Salamander. So your safety is safe for the short term? Tsunade asked. Yes. Jing nodded. Then should we talk about what happened just now? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, walked towards the door first, and locked the wooden door of the room. Forehead. What does this little girl want to do? Is she going to settle the score later? Cough cough. Jing-ai tried to defend herself. Tsunade, this can't be blamed on me. It was you who put the quilt over my head. I was holding a plate in my hand, and I couldn't let the plate fall. So what do you say? Will it look good? Nice. Jing-ai felt that he was an honest young man and could not lie. Good-looking was good-looking. You. Tsunade, who wanted to attack directly, was unable to do so instead. Are you, Hinata Shizuka, so straightforward? How about I take a loss and pledge my love to you? Hinata Shizuka, you're going to die for me. Wait, don't do it, let's talk it over. Damn, are you serious? I'm going to fight back. Wait, I'm just a kid, you can't do this. Tsunade roared, and everyone in the camp was awakened. They rushed out of the cabin and rushed to the medical room, and many more. Others were unfamiliar with Tsunade, but Sarutobi Mishima was different. Realizing that the voice he just heard was a little familiar, Sarutobi Mishima recalled it. His face changed suddenly, and he quickly called out to others. Mishima, the people in the medical room. Little Honda turned around. Sarutobi Mishima raised his hand and rubbed his face, saying helplessly, "It's Princess Tsunade, it's definitely her, let's go back to sleep, those on duty continue, don't disturb them." Princess Tsunade arrived at the camp at some point and was still in the medical room. In response to Tsunade Shizuka's shout, a group of big men in the camp showed understanding looks. A few more wretched guys laughed and cast envious glances towards the medical room. Ahem, except for those on duty, everyone else go back to sleep. You have nothing to do with this. Drive away a group of people who like to watch the show and make trouble. Honda pulled Sarutobi Mishima aside and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure it's Tsunade? She and Shizuka. Don't worry about what you shouldn't do, let's go." Sarutobi Mishima didn't want to discuss this kind of thing with Honda. If Honda couldn't control his mouth, he would be the one who would suffer in the end. The camp, which had been bustling for a moment, quickly became quiet. Only the ninjas on duty looked towards the medical room curiously, wanting to know what was going on inside. "Tsunade, that's enough. It's okay to kiss you, but you also bit me." Jing-ai rubbed her lips, which seemed to be broken. Tsunade licked her lips, as if savoring the taste, and shook her head after a moment. "It doesn't seem like there's anything special about it. Is it because you haven't grown up yet? What the hell? If it weren't for the great god of river crabs watching over me, the scores would let you know what corporal punishment is. Go to bed." Jing-ai brought out a brand new quilt. He didn't want to pay attention to Tsunade. He pulled the quilt over him and prepared to go to sleep. As for Tsunade, she could either join him or fall asleep on the table. Fortunately, he had foresight and knew that the weather in the rain country was bad and that the quilts might become damp and moldy when winter came, so he prepared a few more quilts. In this horrible weather, only a fool would sleep on the table. I've already seen it and nibbled on it, so who the hell is still sleeping on the table? In the dark night, she felt a pair of dishonest hands reaching into her clothes. Tsunade sneered. "Didn't you say I was rude and unwomanly? Why are you reaching out now?" Cough cough. Jing-ai coughed and changed the subject. "When are you going back?" "I can't stay long." Tsunade had originally planned to stay in the camp for a while, but after a conversation with Shizuka, she realized that there was no point in her staying. In the short term, Jing-ai's safety is not a problem. Even if their guess was correct, it would not be easy for Danzo Chimera to convince Hanzo Salamander to assassinate Shizuchi. Then let's go back tomorrow. If we stay too long, I'm afraid someone in the camp will be dissatisfied. As the new year approaches, everyone misses the village and their families, but he is the only one with someone by his side, and she is the only female ninja in the entire camp. Some people may be curious at the beginning, but as time goes on, some people are bound to feel dissatisfied. It is good. Tsunade is not the type to be fussy. The next morning, Tsunade left the camp early and returned to the village without even meeting the people in the camp. In her words, there was no need to do so. There was no point in staying anyway. It was just one night, so she could just leave. Chapter 33 Jiraiya, I feel like Tsunade has changed. As for what would happen if the news of her coming and going to the camp got out, that was not something Tsunade considered. It will have a bad influence over time, but it's only for one night. Who dares to complain? Tsunade-sama is gone. After Shizuka walked out of the medical room and made sure that he was alone, Komodo and Sarutobi Mishima came over. Jingai stretched and said, I left early in the morning. Shizuichi didn't say why Tsunade came. As for what happened last night, it is even more impossible to say. The two captains were also very sensible and did not ask any further questions. After making sure Tsunade had left, he earnestly reminded Shizuka to have a good rest and then left. I didn't do anything. I've just satisfied my craving for the game. Why would I need to take a break? As the new year approaches, the atmosphere in the camp begins to change. No one has the enthusiasm they had when they first arrived, and many people keep looking towards the village. Obviously they all miss home and want to reunite with their families and celebrate the new year together. However, due to the mission on his shoulders, he could only stay in the camp and could not go anywhere until the next batch of ninjas came to take over. Ha ha ha, the Toad Sage, Master Jiraiya is back. With only 2 days left until the new year, Jiraiya, who had been out on a mission, finally returned to the village. Old man, next time you have a mission like this, don't give it to me. Go find Orochimaru directly. I'm exhausted. After submitting the task, Jiraiya started to complain loudly. This mission took too long. Go back and rest, get ready, and have a good new year. The third Hokage smiled and changed the subject. Among his 3 disciples, he liked Orochimaru the most, and Orochimaru received the most care. Because of his personality, Jiraiya was the most obedient one. Therefore, whenever there were some difficult tasks, the third Hokage would give them to Jiraiya. As for Tsunade, the medical department is too busy. Secondly, she will directly refuse some tasks. Orochimaru is more decisive. Once he has the money, he will be busy with his own experiments and research. As for the mission, it's better to ask Jiraiya. Old man, go away. Rest is impossible. After leaving the Hokage's office building, Jiraiya, feeling itchy inside, went straight to the hot spring hotel. He soon returned disappointed because it was winter and New Year and there was no one in the hot spring hotel. Jiraiya, who wanted to enjoy the view, was greatly disappointed. If you can't satisfy your eyes, you can only satisfy your mouth. Jiraiya found Orochimaru, dragged him out from the laboratory, and then took Tsunade to the tavern together. Tisk, I'm finally alive. This mission was so annoying. I was almost exhausted to death. While drinking his wine, Jiraiya kept complaining. Orochimaru listened quietly, and as usual, he let it go in one ear and out the other. After complaining for a long time, Jiraiya suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right. Orochimaru was still the same Orochimaru as before, ignoring me and treating everything I said as nonsense. And Tsunade. Jiraiya found something wrong. In the past, when the 3 of them got together, Tsunade would curse or even hit him when she heard him complain. This time, Tsunade didn't curse, let alone hit anyone. What happened after I left the village? Zilly also blinked blankly. Tsunade, is the food not to your liking? Tsunade has always liked the food in this small restaurant, but why didn't she eat much today? Maybe the taste has changed. It doesn't taste as good as before. Tsunade rarely got angry at Jiraiya. Instead, she curiously asked Jiraiya what interesting things he encountered during the mission. Long live, is this still the Tsunade I know? Jiraiya's mouth opened so wide that it almost fell onto the table. Orochimaru, who was quietly tasting wine, also felt it was a bit strange that Tsunade was too quiet today. Orochimaru couldn't figure it out. Ever since the team disbanded, the 3 of them had been spending less and less time together, and it had been quite a while since they last met. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Jiraiya found his loyal little fan, Noeke. Is there anything wrong with your sister recently? No. Holding the book brought by Jiraiya in his hands, Noeke was reading with great interest. Hearing this, he said without even raising his head, maybe her appetite is not good. Not only her, but also Kushina. After Jingai left, we haven't had delicious food for a long time. Shizuichi? Tsunade's apprentice? Jiraiya was stunned. Shingshu said dissatisfiedly, what little apprentice? Jingai is just learning from my sister. He is not a teacher apprentice. My sister doesn't even admit that she has an apprentice. Hey. Soon, Noeke's mind was immersed in the book, leaving Jiraiya sitting aside scratching his head. He felt like he was missing something, but I can't tell. Compared to Konoha, which was hung with red lanterns, the border camp remained the same. Little Honda made 2 lanterns with red paper and hung them at the entrance of the camp to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Unfortunately, the red lanterns did not have any effect. Instead, they made many ninjas miss their families even more. There's no way around it. Noticing that the atmosphere in the camp was not right, Jing'ai could only shake his head. Many people miss their families and hope to return home as soon as possible, but the village does not show any response at all. It's fine for the rest of the time, but with the new year coming, shouldn't we send some supplies to reward the ninjas guarding the border? Konoha is so poor that it can't even give anything as a reward to the ninjas stationed at the border. There's not even a hint of thanks. It can only be said that the F4 group is not doing anything. Getting closer. Somehow, Jing'ai felt that the third fetal movement of the reincarnation I was about to come. On New Year's Eve, the third fetal movement of the reincarnation I came as expected. Jing'ai, who was well prepared, took out the white cloth prepared in advance to cover her eyes and lay quietly on the bed. There are 3 fetal movements, and each movement lasts longer than the previous one. It may be because he himself does not have its Satsuki chakra, so the movement of the Rinnegan lasts longer. The interval is also quite long. In the entire border camp, as the only medical ninja, Jing'ai has always been the most respected one. When they found that his face was covered with a white cloth, everyone in the camp became nervous. Jing'ai, are your eyes okay? Little Honda was very nervous. Nothing can happen to Jing'ai. As a member of the 3rd Hokage's clan, Saratobi Mishima knew some inside information. Jing'ai, the after effects of the Byakugan degeneration have started again. Yes, my eyes are not feeling well, and I feel like something is jumping. I am afraid of strong light and cannot attack at will. Everyone should protect themselves during this period. The sequelae have occurred twice before, and each time they lasted for a while. I don't know how long this time will last. Damn it. After listening to Jing'ai's story, Honda said angrily, Hokage should transfer you back. Your health is not good to begin with. Saratobi Mishima could tell that Honda was very resentful in what he said. As a member of the 3rd Hokage's clan, his position was naturally a bit awkward, and it was difficult for him to respond. Jing'ai smiled and shook his head, comforting the anxious Honda. Captain, I have experienced this twice before, and I can take care of myself during this period, so there is no need for rotation. What if someone gets injured, can you treat him? Little Honda asked the most worrying question. As a medical ninja, your duty is to treat and rescue the wounded. If a medical ninja can't even save people, then he is just a decoration. Chapter 34 Feeding from the Rich Little Lady Kushina. Simple treatment and surgery are no problem, Captain, don't worry. I'm just not fit to fight, but that doesn't mean I can't use ninjutsu. In fact, Jing'ai was not affected that much. As long as he didn't look directly into the strong light, everything else would be fine. He could use medical ninjutsu or fight without any problem. To exaggerate the situation is just a sign of weakness. Jing'ai couldn't be sure whether there were any people from Shimura Danzo in the camp. If so, then showing weakness is the best way to trick others. If Danzo Shimura wants to take the opportunity to attack him, Jing'ai will definitely give him a big surprise. That's good. Honda breathed a sigh of relief. Jing'ai, you can just stay in the medical room and recuperate. Don't worry about anything else. Mishima and I will take care of it. While your eyes are recovering, I will ask everyone to be careful and reduce the possibility of injury as much as possible to save you trouble. You can only feel at ease if you recover soon. After comforting Jing'ai with a few words, Honda and Saratobi Mishima left together. After leaving the medical room, Honda complained, Mishima, Jing'ai's condition shouldn't have been selected. Do you know what happened? I do not know. Are you kidding? How can you tell anyone about this? Not to mention that you don't know, it's just a guess. Even if you know the truth, you can't tell anyone. It will be bad. Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Jing'ai's current condition has happened twice before in the village, and he recovered soon after. Don't think too much about it, and tell everyone not to worry about it. It can only be the sequelae of Jing'ai's white eye degeneration recurred again, and the news was quickly sent out of the camp. That night, the 3rd Hokage in Konoha had already received the news. The message was delivered by Saratobi Mishima. Danzo, what would you do? Shizuka's health is a problem, which is a good opportunity for Danzo Shimura to strike. But there is a risk of being exposed if he takes action, and the 3rd Hokage is very curious about what the other party will do. The 3rd Hokage believed that Danzo Shimura must have channels to obtain the same information. Upon learning that Shizuchi had health problems, whether Danzo Shimura would take action became the most concerning issue for the 3rd Hokage. Humph. After receiving the same information, Danzo Shimura snorted coldly, threw the information scroll into the furnace and burned it directly. The 3rd Hokage knew very well what kind of person Danzo Shimura was, and conversely, Danzo Shimura also knew very well what kind of person the 3rd Hokage was. Cooperating with him and allowing him to take action is the last resort. Once he crosses the line, the 3rd Hokage will sell him out without hesitation. As an ambitious man who aims to become Hokage, Danzo Shimura will not push himself into a trap just to take revenge on Shizuchi. There was something wrong with Shizuka's body, which seemed to give him a suitable opportunity to take action, but in Danzo Shimura's view, this was not an opportunity at all, but a trap. It is obvious why Tsunade went to the border camp. The third Hokage seemed to condone his act of revenge, but in fact he just forced a patch on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking up at the Hokage's office building, Shimura Danzo was so angry that his teeth were itching. In order to avoid being implicated, he had to bear with Danzo. This was the work of the third Hokage. If the patch was applied, Danzo Shimura could still successfully assassinate Shizuchi, and the third Hokage would have accepted it. As long as Danzo Shimura doesn't use the power of the village, he can't be blamed anyway. All the anger will be directed towards Danzo Shimura. Jing'ai, are your eyes feeling better? Can you take care of yourself? Since the third fetal movement of the Samsara eye, Jing'ai has never left the medical room. Even the food and drinks are prepared by himself, without anyone else's help. Although his medical ninjutsu was good, it was better to be cautious during this critical period. It's still the same. It will last for a while. It may not get better until after the new year. Captain, do you want to talk to me about something? His face was covered with cloth, so he couldn't see anything, but it didn't affect Jing'ai's ability to move. His powerful perception and response to gravity and repulsion were enough to replace his eyes. Don't bother. It's so cold, it's better to drink less water, otherwise you'll have to go to the toilet all the time. Honda stopped Jing'ai from pouring water, then took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to him. Just now, a ninja from the village came to the camp and said that they were sending this scroll to you on the orders of Princess Tsunade. An ordinary sealing scroll. Inside the scroll there are various things bought by Tsunade. The person who bought the things is Tsunade, but the person who paid is Kushina. After learning that Shizuka had been transferred to a border camp and would not be able to return to the village for at least a year, Kushina became depressed. Because her only friend had left her like that and wouldn't come back for at least a whole year. As for the little yellow-haired boy, he is only half a friend. So Kushina and Tsunade discussed it and bought a bunch of things, threw them into the sealing scroll, and sent someone to deliver it to Shizuka. Captain, thank you for your help. Putting the scroll away, Jing'ai smiled and thanked Honda. Little Honda waved his hands quickly. Don't say thank you. As the captain of the camp, it is my duty to take care of my teammates and companions. I still have to be on duty later, so I won't disturb your rest. After sending little Honda away, Jing'ai opened the scroll, scanned the scroll with his senses, and then his whole body froze. Have they moved the vegetable market here? Who bought it? Tsunade? No, Tsunade is just a poor bastard. There is only one person who has a lot of money and buys things for him without caring about the cost, and that is the rich girl Kushina. It's hard to repay this favor, little rich girl. Tsunade hasn't sorted things out yet. Jing scratched her head and started to have a headache. As a man, he certainly wouldn't mind having more girlfriends, or more women, but if the targets were Kushina and Tsunade, something big is going to happen. Both of them have hot tempers, both of them are strong, and both of them have extremely high combat power. Now Tsunade is strong and Kushina is weak. When Kushina becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and grows up, her strength will surpass Tsunade. Jing'ai felt a little numb on her scalp when she thought of the scene of the two sisters fighting. Forget it, let's talk about it later. At least I don't need to worry about this kind of thing now. Jing'ai picked out some vegetables and a piece of beef, ready to have a good meal. The conditions in the camp were really average, and there was basically no hope of eating good food. The most he could do was go out hunting and eat some barbecue. Don't think about the rest. Captain Mishima, can you do me a favor? You said. Sarutobi Mishima walked into the medical room. Jing'ai pointed to the open space next to the medical room and said, Captain Mishima, please bring a few people to help me shovel the ice and snow here, and then make a box with ice. It's better to make a big box. Vegetables can still be kept indoors, but those that are prone to spoilage should be eaten first. Meat must be prepared properly. Make some bacon and air-dried meat, and freeze the rest in a natural refrigerator. It is good. Although he didn't understand what Jing'ai wanted to do with an icebox, Sarutobi Mishima did not refuse him. He called a group of people over, and they started working together. Fortunately, Jing'ai would not let them work in vain, and directly stewed a big pot of beef and potatoes, which was enough for them. Jing'ai, it's already been dug. What are you going to use this thing for? Freeze some meat, or it will go bad if there's too much. When Jing'ai took out piece of meat from the sealing scroll and threw it into this natural refrigerator, the surrounding ninjas were dumbfounded. This is too arrogant. Will we have enough meat to eat in the future? A ninja muttered. Sarutobi Mishima slapped him in anger and said, This is what Princess Tsunade bought for Shizuka. It's not for the camp. Want to eat it? Ask your wife to buy it for you. Just throw all the meat that needs to be frozen into the natural refrigerator, cover it with ice, and you're done. Phew, delicious. Do you want to dig ice cubes again tomorrow? I promise to come as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, I'll come too. Count me in. A group of people were eating hot beef and potatoes, still thinking about tomorrow's meals, which made Jing'ai laugh. Chapter 35, Sand Village Provokes, Konoha wants to fight back. Jing'ai wouldn't take such a joke seriously, and of course, wouldn't be stupid enough to agree to it. It's not that he is stingy, but it's troublesome to cook for too many people. Besides, he can't always use Kushina's personal fund to subsidize the village's ninjas, right? The new year has arrived, and the ninjas in the camp used their limited resources to hold a party as a celebration of the new year, but Jing'ai did not join in the fun. Lying on the bed, Jing'ai silently felt the fetal movement of the Rinnegan. Konoha, Senju's old house. What's wrong, girl? Are you unhappy? Uzumaki Mito ruffled Kushina's long red hair, and Kushina forced a smile. No, I'm very happy, Grandma. Oh, Uzumaki Mito sighed and tightened his hold on Kushina. Feeling aggrieved, Kushina whispered, Grandma, I'm not happy. I thought I could spend a lively new year with Jing'ai. He is my only friend, but I didn't expect that he went directly to the border camp. I heard from Sister Tsunade that the weather over there is very bad. I wonder if he is doing well. He should miss me. What should I say? Uzumaki Mito opened his mouth several times but couldn't utter any words of comfort. He could only accompany Kushina quietly. As for Tsunade and Noeki went off to play with his classmates, while Tsunade was called to a meeting. It was a meeting on New Year's Eve. It wasn't that the third Hokage liked to make things difficult for people, but he had to hold an important meeting. An important meeting was held in the conference room on the first floor of the Hokage office building. Except for the third Hokage, 2 representatives of the elders, representatives of the Jonin class, and other people who were qualified to participate in the meeting, almost everyone in the dojo was present. Except for those who went out on missions and did not return to the village, and the unlucky Gaidanzo Shimura, the rest of the people are basically present. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth and smoked in boredom. As the Hokage, he gave a speech. Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone should spend a good new year at home with their families, including me. But our enemies will obviously not let us have a lively and peaceful new year. Since last year, the ninjas from the Sand Village have frequently entered the river country and constantly provoked the village. They violated the peace agreement signed by the 5 major ninja villages. The First Shinobi World War shattered the peaceful ninja world created by Hashirama Senju and tore the peace document signed by Hashirama Senju into pieces. With the end of the First Ninja World War, the villages began to sit down for peace talks and signed new peace documents. As time went by, the strength of each village gradually recovered, and some villages began to show their ambitions. They showed their fangs towards their neighbors and frequently launched provocations. The purpose of the small country sandwiched between the big ninja villages is to serve as a buffer zone between the 2 big powers, reduce friction and conflicts between the big powers, and thus reduce the probability of war breaking out. Once one side sends people into a small country serving as a buffer zone in a high-profile manner, it will be regarded as a provocation by the other side. At this moment, the Sand Village is provoking Konoha. It's not just the Sand Village, the Rain Village is also unstable. Under the leadership of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, the strength of the Rain Village is growing day by day. Like Danzo Shimura, Hanzo Salamander is also an ambitious person. His ambition is to lead the Rain Village to thrive, become increasingly powerful, and then gain the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the 5 major ninja villages. Let yourself be honored with the title of Shadow. He didn't want to hear others call him the leader of the Rain Village, he wanted to be the Rain Shadow. Taking a deep puff of the cigarette and blowing out a large amount of smoke from his mouth, the third Hokage continued, in addition to the Sand Village, the Rain Village, under the leadership of Hanzo the Salamander, has also frequently tested the bottom line of the village. This demigod is an ambitious leader. Compared to the Rain Village, the village should pay more attention to the Sand Village. Yutain Kohara took over the words of the third Hokage. The Rain Village is strong, but only in a small country. Even with the addition of the demigod Hanzo, it cannot threaten the village. Therefore, the focus of our village's defense should be the Sand Village. Hanzo of the Salamander is very powerful, but without sufficient strength he cannot call himself a demigod. However, it is useless to be strong alone, unless you can become the second Hashirama Senju or the second Madara Uchiha, otherwise you cannot intimidate others at all. The powerful Salamander Hanzo, who leads the Rain Village, can only threaten other small countries and villages, but cannot threaten the status of the 5 major ninja villages. Because the two sides are not on the same level in size. It is useless for one person to be strong, let alone in the Rain Village, even in the 5 major ninja villages. The former Senju Tobirama was powerful enough, and Konoha was not weak either, but the combination of the two still could not deter those ambitious people. The Gold and Silver brothers said they would launch a coup, so they launched a coup. They said they would launch a war, so they launched a war. Who the hell cares about you, Tobirama Senju? If it were Senju Hashirama who came, the Gold and Silver brothers would definitely lie down obediently, but you, Senju Tobirama, are nothing. By the same token, among the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, the third Raikage can be said to be the most terrifying and difficult one. The overall strength of the Cloud Village is also not weak. So the question is, can the Cloud Village suppress the other villages? Forget about suppressing everything, just one Great Noki and the Uegakure are enough to give the Kumagakure a headache. So no matter how much the Rain Village jumps around, it is just a clown. Only the Sand Village is worthy of Konoha's attention. It is a correct strategy to attach importance to the Sand Village, but the question is how should we attach importance to it? It's not like they would immediately send people into river country to provoke the other side just because they were provoked by the Sand Village. Everyone looked at the third Hokage, wanting to know what their Hokage thought about this issue. The village cannot passively defend itself. Since the enemy has already taken action, we should also move. Being passive will only make the enemy more aggressive. The third Hokage's words basically meant that Konoha would fight back. As for how to fight back, that still needs to be discussed. Hokage-sama, rashly sending people into the land of rivers is not the best option. As the Hokage strategist and the leader of the Jonin squad, Nara Shikashin put forward his own suggestions. The enemy is provoking us, we should fight back, but we should start from other aspects instead of following the example of the Sand Village and invading the Kingdom of Rivers. Nara Shikashin's words attracted everyone's attention. The third Hokage hesitated and said, Luxian, do you mean the Land of Rain? There is no doubt that the third Hokage has the ability to sit firmly on the throne of Hokage, and his political sense is also very keen. Isn't the Sand Village provocative? The Rain Village is not stable either, so why not send people into the Rain Country to stimulate the Sand Village's nerves and make the Sand Village focus its attention on the Rain Country? The invasion of Konoha and Sand Village can also suppress the development of Rain Village and the ambition of Salamander Hanzo. I think Luxian's idea is very good. Since it responds to the provocation of the Sand Village, it can also suppress the development and ambition of the Rain Village. As expected of someone with the smartest brain, you can connect the Rain Village and the Sand Village together with just a few words. Many people in the meeting room were talking in low voices. Tsunade, who had her arms crossed over her chest, frowned as she heard this. Everyone, Senior Luxian's proposal is very good. If nothing goes wrong, it can divert the attention of the Sand Village to the Rain Country. With the entry of the village and the Sand Village, the development of the Rain Village will definitely be affected. So have you thought about the reaction of the Rock Village? Why did the Sand Village provoke Konoha in River Country instead of running to the Rain Village? Is the Sand Village afraid of the Rain Village and Hanzo of the Salamander? No, it's just that the Sand Village or the third Kazekage doesn't want to provoke two powerful enemies at once. If they provoke in the Land of Rivers, they will only provoke Konoha, but if they provoke in the Land of Rain, not only will Konoha be nervous, but the nerves of the Uegakure will also be irritated. After all, the Rain Kingdom borders the Fire Kingdom, the Wind Kingdom, and the Earth Kingdom at the same time. Once one of them takes action here, it would be tantamount to provoking two powerful opponents. Don't formulate a strategy targeting the Sand Village and the Rain Village, but end up dragging the Uegakure into it as well. Chapter 36 Danzo colludes with Salamander Hanzo. Tsunade slammed the table and said loudly, the geographical environment of the Rain Country is special. It borders the Fire Country, the Wind Country, and the Earth Country. Once we send people into the Rain Country and provoke the Sand Village, we will also irritate the Earth Country. Will Onoki just sit back and do nothing when the time comes? Luxian, do you have anything to say about this? The third Hokage glanced at Nara Shikashin. Nara Shikashin stood up with a smile and said calmly, Tsunade-sama, if the village sends people into the Rain Country, it will indeed stir up the nerves of the Sand Village, the Rain Village, and even the Rock Village, but we also need to consider the enemies of the Rock Village. In the past 2 years, the Cloud Ninja Village has frequently harassed and attacked the border of the Land of Earth, and many small-scale conflicts have broken out between the Rock Ninja Village and the Cloud Ninja Village. I think everyone should understand what I mean. Even if the Uegakure is eventually involved, the enemy we need to face should be the Sand Village, not the Uegakure. Nara Shikashin dared to propose such a plan and had also considered the existence of the Uegakure. Fortunately, the conflicts and frictions between the Uegakur and the Kyumegakur have been considerable in recent years, which gave Konoha an opportunity. However, such a plan is somewhat risky. It is good that the Uegakur does not participate on a large scale. Once the Uegakur sends a large number of ninjas to join the war, Konoha may be besieged. I hope so. Since Nara Shikashin had already considered all this, Tsunade, who didn't like to get involved in these matters, simply kept silent. This was just a targeted meeting, not a combat meeting, because Konoha had no intention of going to war with the Sand Village, at least not yet. After the meeting, the content of the meeting was sent directly to Danzo Shimura. Danzo Shimura, who was thinking about how to persuade Hanzo of the salamander, knew that his chance had come. As time went by, the camp remained the same, and the new year did not bring any changes to the camp. Jing'ai, who was still waiting for the Rinnegan's movement to end, did not know that the fuse of the Second Ninja World War was about to break out. In the Naruto anime and Naruto manga, there is not much information about the Second Ninja World War. It is simply explained that it was caused by the uneven economic development of various countries and villages. Then a massive war broke out. The Rainland directly became a battlefield. Konoha fought with the Sand Village, the Uegakur fought with Konoha, and the Sand Village fought with the Uegakur. Then, Hanzo the Salamander, who could no longer bear it, led the Rain Village to declare war on Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Uegakur, intensifying the situation of this melee war. The three major ninja villages fought each other and also fought with the Rain Village. The entire Rain Kingdom was in chaos. Several special guests came to Rain Village and were received by Salamander Hanzo. In the spacious office, only Danzo Shimura and Hanzo Salamander were sitting together. I don't know why the Hokage assistant came to my Rain Village. Danzo Shimura was demoted to the lowest position because he offended Uzumaki Mito. After all, this was not a glorious thing to do, and only a few people in Konoha knew about it, and it was not publicized to the outside world. Therefore, Hanzo of the Salamander did not know that Danzo Shimura sitting in front of him was no longer an assistant to the Hokage. I came here for a deal that will benefit both the Rain Village and Konoha. Shimura Danzo said calmly. What deal? Hanzo of the Salamander frowned. He was not someone who would allow himself to be manipulated by others, even if Danzo Shimura represented Konoha. Under his leadership, the Rain Village has become much more active than before, and has been openly and covertly seizing some of Konoha's interests. But it cannot be said that they are enemies with the wood industry, because such a small amount of profit is not worth the two villages going to war. Shimura Danzo said calmly, the Sand Village frequently sent people into the river country to provoke Konoha, and the village held a meeting for this. During the meeting, someone mentioned the Rain Village, believing that the strength of the Rain Village had become a threat, so they wanted to persuade the Hokage to send people into the Rain country to attract the attention of the Sand Village and the Rock Village. What? Salamander Hanzo's face changed drastically, and he stood up angrily. Who suggested this? Isn't this putting the Rain Village on the line? If Konoha sends people into the Rain country, the Sand Village will definitely follow. Once the Sand Village follows, the Uegakur will not pretend not to see it. The friction between the three villages may lead to war at any time. At that time, the Rain country will become a battlefield between Konoha, Sand Village, and Uegakur. It doesn't matter who made the suggestion. What matters is that the Rain Village has become a threat in the eyes of the 5 major ninja villages. What on earth does this guy mean? After the initial panic, Salamander Hanzo quickly calmed down. He didn't believe that he would come here to see him for no reason and share such important information. He must have a purpose, and he might even be asking for something big. Then the problem is coming. Is there anything in the Rain Village or even the Rain country that is worthy of the Hokage's attention? Danzo, tell me your purpose. After calming down, Hanzo sat back in his chair and poured himself a glass of water. Help me kill someone, and I will do my best in the village to oppose the proposal of sending people into the Rain country. Danzo Shimura had no intention of playing guesswork with Hanzo Salamander, so he stated his purpose right away. Kill. Salamander Hanzo instantly became alert, staring at Shimura Danzo with scrutiny. Danzo, you have come from afar and brought the information that the village needs. I am very grateful to you, but this old man and the Rain Village will not intervene in the internal conflicts of Konoha. Is the information that Shimura Danzo brought important? It is important, otherwise Salamander Hanzo would not say something like, I am grateful to you. But Salamander Hanzo would not accept the other party's proposal. The person that Shimura Danzo wants to kill must be no simple person, and could be some high-ranking official of Konoha, since Shimura Danzo could throw out such a bait to attract him. Once he did it, it would be declaring war on Konoha, and the Rain Village would not be able to withstand Konoha's wrath. Hinata Shizuichi, this is your target. He is just a medical ninja and not very strong, but he is highly regarded by Lord Mito, so I cannot attack him. He is not a high-ranking official of Konoha, but just a small medical ninja. However, he is valued by the big boss Uzumaki Mito. For a moment, Hanzo of the Salamander was a little confused about what Danzo Shimura was trying to do. The medical ninja is not very strong. With Shimura Danzo's strength and means, he should be able to kill the other party easily. Why would he come to me for help? Is this a trap? Wait, Hyaga, the person that Shimura Danzo wants to kill is from the Hyaga clan? Here is the information. I will leave one person behind to wait for news. After the matter is done, I will try my best to persuade others to prevent the village from sending people into the Rain Country. Besides, this matter was your own behavior from the beginning to the end. It has nothing to do with me, and I will not recognize today's transaction. Leaving behind Jingai's information, Shimura Danzo got up and left. If the village had not held a meeting against the Sand Village, it would have been difficult for him to convince Salamander Hanzo. But it is different now. The initiative is in his hands. For the sake of Rain Village and the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander has to agree. Danzo, I haven't agreed to your request yet. Chapter 37. Is the Second Ninja War about to begin? Danzo Shimura dropped the information and left, cleaning himself clean. Hanzo Salamander was so angry that his nose became crooked. Who the hell do you take me for? Am I, Salamander Hanzo, your subordinate? But Danzo Shimura showed no intention of turning back and continued walking outside, albeit slowly. You have no right to refuse, unless you are willing to watch the Rain Country become a battlefield and watch the people of the Rain Country suffer from the harm of war. In addition, you don't have much time. I hope to receive good news from you. Damn. Hanzo of the Salamander wanted to hack Danzo Shimura to death or poison him, but he didn't dare to do anything. Danzo Shimura had the confidence to come to the Rain Village to see him, and the other party had made it very clear that he had no choice. Unless he, Hanzo of the Salamander, can watch his country become a battlefield and the people of the Rain Country being harmed by the war. Chief, should we take him down? Roll. The frustrated Salamander Hanzo roared at his subordinates. This is a conspiracy and an open conspiracy. As Danzo Shimura said, he has no right to choose. Because he will face enemies like the Sand Village, the Uegakur, and Konoha. Being located between the three major ninja villages, the Rain Village had no choice. Danzo. Limited information and a verbal promise forced Hanzo Salamander into an awkward position. It took a while for Salamander Hanzo to calm down. He picked up the documents on the table and looked at them carefully. Bloodstain disease? In the ninja world, blood disease is not a rare disease. All ninja families with bloodline limits have this symptom to a greater or lesser extent, whether they are Uchiha or Hyaga, including ninja families outside Konoha. Is a mere medical ninja worth all the trouble for Danzo Shimura? Salamander Hanzo didn't believe things would be that simple. If it were really that simple, Danzo Shimura would have taken action himself. As for why he couldn't take action easily, that's all nonsense. The old man was cautious, so he didn't dare to take action, so I went to him. It was too difficult to get the information, and Danzo Shimura had no intention of explaining it. If his position was really taken away because of warning Jing'ai, and he was also treated with joy, I'm afraid Salamander Hanzo would laugh to death. Kill people, or watch your village and country become a battlefield and become victims of a great power. What made Salamander Hanzo most angry was that Shimura Danzo only gave him a verbal promise. Whether the assassination was successful or not was his, Salamander Hanzo's own business and had nothing to do with Shimura Danzo. Others would not admit to having seen him, let alone such a thing. It's not a pleasant feeling to be controlled by others. Before his dream of becoming an equal to the 5 Kage could be realized, the Rain Country would become a battlefield first. Hanzo Salamander could not accept this outcome. Danzo, you'd better keep your word, otherwise. At night, the puppet crow flew into the camp and landed on the window of the medical room. Jing'ai opened the window, let the puppet fly in, untied the information scroll on the puppet's feet, opened the scroll, controlled the puppet, and used the puppet's vision to see the contents of the scroll. That's right, Jing'ai, with his eyes blindfolded, can see things through the puppet's vision. The intelligence scroll was sent by Tsunade, and the puppet crow became the tool bird for her and Tsunade to transmit information and letters. Emergency meeting? Why would the Sand Village provoke Konoha at this time? Is the Second Ninja World War about to begin? That's not right, the timing is wrong. According to the original time, there are still at least 3 to 4 years before the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War. After all, war doesn't just break out, it's too involved. So where did the provocation from the Sand Village come from? Are you so eager to take a piece of fat from the Fire Nation? The Kingdom of Wind is too poor. The Fire Nation is rich in resources, too rich. This resulted in Konoha developing much faster than the Sand Village in the same period of time, and it was even left so far behind that it couldn't even see the rear lights. Ever since the establishment of the Ninja Village, the Sand Village has always been thinking about taking a piece of meat from the Fire Country. The increasingly powerful military force has made some people in the Sand Village interested, such as the third Kazekage and the Cho siblings, all of whom are hardliners and warmongers in the Sand Village. Tisk, as expected, people who play with their brains have unclean hearts. Seeing Nara Shikashin suggest transferring the fire to the Rain Country, Jingai couldn't help but grin. This was a vicious plot. It responded to the provocation of the Sand Village and also began to suppress the development of the Rain Village in disguise. It shattered Hanzo Salamander's dream of becoming the Rain Shadow with one hammer, and made him consider how powerful the Rain Village was. As for the Uegakur, if the three major ninja villages got really angry and started a big fight in the Rain Country, Konoha wouldn't suffer too much. It is impossible for the Sand Village and the Uegakur to cooperate all at once to besiege Konoha. In addition, the Rain Country has a mediocre Rain Village, which will only make the waters more muddy, and many more. Is the village planning to send people into the Land of Rain to attract the attention of the Sand Village and respond to its provocation? Konoha's move was timely and crucial. It was crucial for the village and for Danzo Shimura. Given the kind of person Shimura Danzo is, he might use this incident to target Salamander Hanzo. And the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander seems to have been tricked by Danzo Shimura many times. Danzo Shimura knows how to control demigods. Jingai didn't believe that Danzo Shimura would let go of such a good opportunity, unless he didn't want to attack him. Otherwise, without the help of the village and without showing up himself, Salamander Hanzo is a very sharp knife. The most important thing is that it is easy to use. After using it, he can just pat his butt and leave without admitting any responsibility. Don't ask, asking is slander, this has nothing to do with me. You really know how to pick the right time. After destroying the scroll sent by Tsunade, Jingai felt that he needed to make some preparations, because he was not sure whether Danzo Shimura had persuaded Hanzo of the Salamander. Once Salamander Hanzo is persuaded, it is impossible to predict when he will take action. The camp is very close to the Rain Kingdom. With the strength of Salamander Hanzo, he can run to the camp for a stroll at any time. This demigod's telekinesis and physical skills are terribly powerful, but what's more terrifying is that even he needs to be on guard against poison. To put it bluntly, if Salamander Hanzo were to run into the camp and take a stroll, he could easily poison a group of people to death. The provocation of the Sand Village and the village's plan indirectly helped Danzo Shimura a lot, giving him the opportunity to easily control Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 38 Salamander Hanzo sells out Danzo. Danzo Shimura is definitely not a man who keeps his word, but Hanzo Salamander has no choice. Just like what Danzo from the gay village said, you don't have the right to choose, you can only trust me and believe that I will help you lobby. Danzo, you like to manipulate others, don't you? Jingai took out a scroll, tied it to the feet of the puppet crow, and controlled the puppet to fly towards the Rain Village. You want to use the hand of Salamander Hanzo to get rid of me and clear yourself of it? There are no doors. Jingai was sure that Salamander Hanzo didn't know that Shimura Danzo was fired from his position. Only Danzo Shimura, the Hokage's assistant, can help with lobbying and help the Rain Village. If Danzo Shimura lost his position as the Hokage's assistant and became just a conspirator hiding at home to rest, would Hanzo Salamander still listen to him? The puppet crow flew to the Rain Village, found the building where the leader of the Rain Village worked, aimed at one of the ninjas on guard and threw the scroll down, then turned and flew away. What? Noticing something falling from the sky, the ninja on duty subconsciously grabbed the scroll that fell from the sky and looked around in confusion. The night sky was dark and it was raining, so he couldn't see anything. Scroll? Who sent it? Is someone watching me? The Rain Village ninja on duty was startled. He checked again and again, and after making sure that there was no one around, he hid where he could not be exposed to the rain and opened the scroll. He opened the scroll, took a look at its contents, his face changed instantly, and he quickly put the scroll away and rushed towards Salamander Hanzo's office. Dong dong dong. Come in. Salamander Hanzo's tone was not very good because he was still struggling whether to agree to Shimura Danzo's deal. Chief, someone sent me an intelligence scroll. The ninja on duty brought the scroll up. Salamander Hanzo picked up the scroll and asked, who cast it? Sneak into the village so brazenly? Are you taking yourself too seriously and not taking me, the Salamander Hanzo, seriously? Have no idea. The ninjas on duty shrank their necks, fearing that they would be blamed or punished by their leader. Okay, let's go down. Hanzo of the Salamander was inevitably a little disappointed. Compared with the 5 major ninja villages, the ninjas of the Rain Village were still somewhat unreliable. Apart from himself, there were only a few ninjas who could stand on their own. After all, the Rain country is so small, and there are only so many people who can become ninjas. You can't be picky. As long as you can refine chakra, you can get training. Although the number of ninjas has increased, their quality is not so good. It is unique among many small countries and villages, but if compared with the 5 major ninja villages, it is not up to par. Waving his hand to let the on-duty ninjas retreat, Salamander Hanzo opened the scroll and began to read. After glancing at the scroll, Hanzo, the salamander wearing a respirator, widened his eyes. Was Danzo Shimura's position as Hokage's assistant removed? And this guy came up to me and tried to control me. Hateful. He was fooled. Danzo Shimura was just trying to get something for nothing and use some intelligence to control him. All the lobbying and deals were nonsense because Danzo Shimura was not qualified at that time. Danzo, how dare you play tricks on me? When I thought about how I had been struggling for 2 days, worried about all kinds of things, afraid that a war would break out in the Rain country, afraid that Konoha would drag the Rain village into the water, I realized that in the end I was just asking for trouble. So who sent this scroll? It can't be that it is Hinata Shizuka that Danzo Shimura wants to kill. Come here, capture the people left behind by Danzo, take them away for interrogation, and then send the information over. No matter who sent the intelligence scroll, Hanzo of the Salamander has become suspicious and he will not easily trust Danzo Shimura again. As for whether what the other party said was true or false, all we had to do was interrogate the ninjas left behind by Danzo Shimura. Even if the ninja left behind by Danzo Shimura is a dead man, Hanzo Salamander can still get information out of him. In the ninja world, there are too many ways to extract information from corpses. Each village has corresponding means, but it can only be said that some are strong and some are average. 2 hours later, a document was delivered to Salamander Hanzo. Shimura Danzo. After reading the document, Salamander Hanzo was furious. The information in this scroll that came from somewhere was true. Shimura Danzo's position as Hokage's assistant was taken away, and he is currently staying in the family to rest. I don't have any rights at all. The face of the Salamander Hanzo gradually turned red while wearing the breathing mask. Danzo, I'm still wondering why you can't even kill a little medical ninja. So you're plotting against me, trying to get something for nothing? Good, very good. Send this information and the body to the Konoha camp and hand them over to the Konoha people. I want to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen will deal with Shimura Danzo. Assassinating the ninja of his own village, asking outside forces to take action, and leaking the village's intelligence. Once these charges are proven, it will definitely be enough for Danzo Shimura to enjoy himself. Yes, leader. Wait, I'll deliver it myself. Shimura Danzo, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. It was you who made fun of me first. When he thought of himself being controlled like a monkey, Hanzo of the Salamander wished he could kill Danzo Shimura. The next morning, the ninja on duty at the camp sounded the alarm. The ninjas in the entire camp became nervous. Because the leader of the Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was known as a demigod, came uninvited and brought a corpse with him. The reputation of the demigod is very famous in the ninja world. As the captain of the camp, Honda stepped forward and negotiated with the other party. It was also fortunate that Salamander Hanzo came in a swagger and did not look like he was going to attack the camp, otherwise it would not be a negotiation but a battle. Jing'ai, the leader of the Rain village, Hanzo Salamander, has arrived and brought a corpse with him. The captain has gone to negotiate, and there may be a war. As the person who protected Shizuka, Sarutobi Mishima went straight to the medical room. Hanzo of the Salamander is here? As the leader of a village, going to other countries without any notice would cause misunderstanding, even if you have no ill intentions. Could it be that the intelligence I sent yesterday worked? Jing'ai guessed the purpose of Salamander Hanzo's visit. May I ask why the demigod entered the Fire Nation? Young Honda still had respect for Hanzo of the Salamander. After all, he was the leader of a village and a well-known strong man in the ninja world, so he had to give him the respect he deserved. Salamander Hanzo threw the corpse in his hand at the entrance of the camp. A few days ago, Danzo Shimura came to Rain Village and offered me a lot of Konoha's intelligence to trade with me, hoping that I could kill a medical ninja named Hyaga Shizuchi. I refused him. This is the person he left behind. I hope you can tell the Hokage about this as soon as possible and tell him that I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Konoha. What? Little Honda, he jumped so high, is the corpse a ninja from Konoha? Chapter 39. The third Hokage is very angry. Wait, this isn't the point. The point is that Danzo Shimura leaked village intelligence and made a deal with Hanzo Salamander, hoping that the other party would kill Shizuichi. Hiss, this matter is quite serious. Is everything you said true? Salamander Hanzo looked at little Honda coldly. I don't care about lying. This man offended me in the village, so he was captured. Here is the information of the torture. Send it to the Hokage. Tell him that if he wants to respond to the Sand Village's provocation, don't involve the Rain Village. I don't want to be an enemy of Konoha, but I'm not made of mud. Are you making fun of me like a monkey? Then don't blame me for throwing dirty water on you. Anyway, you, Danzo Shimura, did leak a lot of information about Konoha. I'm just adding some water to it, and you have to take the blame. Something happened. After leaving the corpse behind and saying what he wanted to say, Salamander Hanzo decisively evacuated. Little Honda was in a panic. Why did Lord Danzo assassinate Shizuichi? I don't know. Did Jingai offend him? Regardless of whether there is a conflict or not, this kind of thing should not be done. What's worse is that it leaked the village's information and asked others to take action. No matter what conflicts and contradictions there were between Shizuichi and Shimura Danzo, it was wrong for Shimura Danzo to attack him and assassinate him. Leaking village intelligence as a deal and asking outsiders to take action was even worse. Little Honda rushed to the medical department and told the story of what happened, very anxious. What to do? What to do now? What to do? Of course it is cold salad. Saratobi Mishima covered his face in pain. Danzo, Danzo, how dare you? It's bad enough that you hired someone to assassinate me, but you did it so crudely. Now, others have directly sold you out. You're finished. Saratobi Mishima was sure that as long as the news got back to the village, Shimura Danzo would be finished. The demigod is also a person with personality. Danzo, you didn't expect it. Ha ha ha. If Honda and Saratobi Mishima were not still here, Jingai would have wanted to laugh for a while. I'll go there myself. The matter is a bit serious, and neither Honda nor Saratobi Mishima can handle it. They can only return to the village as soon as possible and ask the third Hokage to make the decision. I hope the Hokage won't be mad to death. Ha ha ha. After Honda and Saratobi Mishima left, there was a burst of laughter in the medical room. The ninjas in the camp looked at each other in confusion. Although they could understand Jingai's feelings, wouldn't it be bad to laugh so blatantly? This time, Danzo Shimura shot himself in the foot. Even though he will not be severely punished because of his past contributions, the third Hokage will not let him off easily. In a short period of time, Danzo Shimura completely lost all his capital to jump around. When he was able to start jumping around, Jingai could easily crush him to death, just like crushing a small stink bug. The matter was of great importance, so Saratobi Mishima first used the ninja hawk in the camp to pass the information back to give the third Hokage a heads up, and then he carried the body to the village himself. Running back to the village from the border camp, coupled with the thick snow in winter which would affect the travel speed, it would take Saratobi Mishima at least 2 days to get back to the village. On the contrary, a ninja hawk flying directly in the sky can reach Konoha in just 3 or 4 hours. Hokage-sama, this is a scroll sent by the intelligence department from the border camp of the Rain Country. Hanzo of the Salamander arrived at the camp early in the morning, and Saratobi Mishima quickly sent out the news, so when the intelligence scroll arrived in Konoha, the third Hokage had just finished lunch. Put it on the table. The third Hokage, who was flipping through the documents, said this without even looking up and continued to look at the document in his hand. As for the scroll, he would need to wait. After carefully reading the document in his hand, he thought for a moment, reviewed it, and stamped it with the Hokage seal. Then the third Hokage put the document away and picked up the scroll beside him. The third Hokage opened the scroll with a unique password, stared at the scroll, picked up the pipe on the table with both hands, skillfully put the pipe in his mouth, and started to light it. Puff cough cough. As soon as he lit the cigarette and took a puff, the third Hokage's eyes widened and he stood up in shock, not only pushing the chair under his buttocks, but also choking on the smoke that he had just inhaled into his lungs. How come? That's impossible. At this time, the third Hokage had no time to smoke. He threw his pipe aside as quickly as possible, grabbed the scroll and held it close to his eyes, almost touching his face. Is this scroll serious? Danzo actually leaked the village information to make a deal with Hanzo of the Salamander and asked him to assassinate Shizuichi. As a result, he himself was sold out. The first time he watched it, the third Hokage felt like his eyes were dazzled. The second time, it was unbelievable. The third time, anger filled his entire face. Danzo. The third Hokage was shaking with anger. Slammed the scroll onto the table. The Umbu ninja standing guard outside the door was startled. He could condone Shimura Danzo's attempt to harm Shizuka, and as long as Shimura Danzo did not use the power of the village and drag him into the water, he would pretend not to see it. After all, Shimura Danzo has taken a lot of blame for him and made many contributions. So, he still has room for improvement in his ability to use Shimura Danzo. So you have to give some sweetness. But the third Hokage couldn't believe it even in his dreams. Danzo Shimura was so bold as to trade the village's information. What the hell is the difference between this and betrayal? The village was holding an important meeting just now, and now you, Danzo Shimura, are taking the information to trade? Where's your face? Go and call Danzo over to me right now. Oh, and call Koharu and the others, as well as the fat guy Akimichi Tofu, all of them over here. Hurry up. Salamander Hanzo went to the camp in person to negotiate and spoke the matter out in public, making it impossible to hide it. Once the news starts to spread, the effect will be absolutely explosive. If it is not handled properly, all their top management groups will be affected. Lord Hokage is very angry. The people in the Umbu didn't know what was going on. Knowing that the third Hokage was in a furious state, they could only go and ask for help. Monkey, why did you call me here again? Didn't I say? Akimichi Norifuge was called over in confusion and was about to make a joke, but before he could finish his words, he saw the gloomy face of the third Hokage, which seemed to be dripping with water. So he chose to shut up decisively and sat on the floor obediently waiting for others to arrive. Although Akimichi Tofu looked serious on the surface, he was secretly thinking about what could have made the third Hokage so angry. It seems that things are not simple. Soon, Yutin Koharu and Mito Kato also arrived. The two walked into the Hokage's office and noticed the third Hokage's expression, then looked towards Akimichi Norifuge. Chiodao Kyufeng gave the two of them a look that I didn't know what to look at, then sat down calmly. He decided that it would be better for him to stay out of this matter today. Chapter 40, The Third Hokage. This is Danzo's fault, it's his fault. From now on, he should interfere less in the affairs of the village, give Liu Xian more opportunities, try to push Shu Lu Dai to the top, and he will stay at home to retire. Hiruzen? Yutin Koharu called out tentatively, but the third Hokage said nothing. Oh open. It seems that the situation is a bit serious. The third Hokage would only act like this when he was extremely angry. He would ignore everyone and would only speak when everyone was present and he wanted to speak. Just wait. The three of them exchanged glances and sat down. Hokage-sama. At this time, the Umbu ninja who went to inform Danzo Shimura came back. Where is Danzo? Asked the third Hokage. The Umbu ninja said awkwardly. Danzo said he was not feeling well, so. Bump. The words feeling unwell were very harsh to the third Hokage, and he slammed the table in anger, shocking everyone in the office. Is this still the Sarutobi Hiruzen we know? Are you sure it's not Tsunade in disguise? You go down first. Yutin Koharu stood up and let the Umbu ninja go down. After the other party left, he said to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, what did Danzo do to make you so angry? What's up? The third Hokage was so angry that he laughed. It's almost going to turn the world upside down, do you know that? He assassinated a ninja from the same village, used the village information to trade with Hanzo, and asked Hanzo to kill Hinata Shizuka, but was sold out by Hanzo. Others went to the border camp and revealed the matter in front of dozens of ninjas. What do you think he did? Assassinating ninjas from the same village and leaking village intelligence are crimes that can be serious or minor. At the very least, they can be gotten away with by giving a vague explanation. Once it is magnified, you will definitely be in trouble. If these things were revealed through other channels, the third Hokage could still accept it. It was Hanzo of the Salamander who came to the door and said it in front of dozens of Konoha ninjas. The ninjas who rotated at the border were already somewhat reluctant and unwilling because they had to be stationed there for a long time. The news of Shimura Danzo's incident would make many people feel disheartened. We left our families and homes to celebrate the new year and braved the heavy snow and freezing rain to run to the border camp to guard it. We patrolled and stood guard all day long, and we also had to be on guard against our own people because we might be assassinated by them. Who the hell can stand this kind of thing? Although they were not the ones who were assassinated, they were all stationed in the same camp and were all members of the same camp. Anyone who could empathize with them would feel chilled. Numb, completely numb. Akimichi Norifuge covered his forehead helplessly, while Yutain Koharu and Mito Kato had dull eyes, unable to believe what they heard. Is Danzo Shimura crazy? To assassinate a ninja from the same village, it is better to ask an outsider to do it, so that the news gets out and people will become disloyal. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary person, but is Hinata Shizuka an ordinary person? I couldn't imagine how Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito would react when they heard the news. Hiruzen, we have to control Danzo. If possible, a gag order needs to be signed at the border camp. Yutain Koharu was extremely anxious. The third Hokage said with a headache, "Do you think it is possible to sign a gag order? When Uzumaki Mito is just a decoration, Tsunade could turn the Hokage's office building upside down. Alas, I never thought that Danzo would do such a cruel thing. We must give an explanation to the villagers about this matter." At the critical moment, the third Hokage abandoned Danzo Shimura without hesitation. "Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be involved in this kind of blame, not at all. I can only leave it all to Danzo Shimura." Mito Kato-en nodded seriously and said, "I think Hiruzen is right. This matter was caused by Danzo alone from the beginning to the end. We must control him and give an explanation to the villagers. Before the news spreads, capture Danzo Shimura as quickly as possible, lock him up, release an announcement quickly, and make arrangements in advance. This kind of thing cannot wait. Once the news spreads and ignites the anger of the villagers, it will be difficult to resolve. Therefore, we must strike first, take down Danzo Shimura, and correct the attitude of the Hokage's office. I'll leave Danzo's side to you. I'll send someone to make an announcement." The third Hokage didn't want to meet Danzo Shimura at all. The punishment of that Danzo. This kind of thing could be a big deal or a small one, but Danzo Shimura was betrayed too harshly by Hanzo Salamander, so the Hokage's office must step in to punish him severely. Otherwise it will chill the hearts of many people. As for Danzo Shimura's punishment, Utane, Koharu and the other two were unable to grasp the scale. Lock him up first. No matter what, Danzo has made many contributions to the village. Even though he made a mistake, he should not be punished too harshly. It would be difficult to explain to the villagers if Shimura Danzo was not punished, and the severity of the punishment also needs to be controlled. After all, Danzo Shimura is still of great use, and the third Hokage cannot possibly kill him directly. After a brief discussion, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and Akimichi Torikatsu III brought the Umbu people to find Shimura Danzo. Seeing the courtyard where he lived being surrounded by Umbu members, Danzo Shimura realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Uzumaki Mito is causing trouble? It was still Salamander Hanzo who failed. This stupid demigod couldn't even kill a medical ninja. "Danzo, your crime has been exposed. Per the Hokage's orders, you are to be captured and detained. I hope you will cooperate." Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato-en had no intention of speaking up, so Akimichi Tofu had no choice but to step forward and be the bad guy. "Why?" Shimura Danzo asked calmly. Chiodao Chufeng rubbed his fat face and cursed angrily. "You're still asking me why? Monkey is almost mad at you. You want to assassinate Hinata Shizuka just because of a small conflict? Don't forget that you were the one who went to cause trouble for others first. It would be fine if you did it yourself, but you actually leaked the village information and made a deal with Hanzo of the Salamander. If Shimura Danzo did it himself, Akimichi Tofu would still be able to express his admiration. As a result, this guy was unwilling to take action or show up, so he used the village's information to trade. As a result, he was sold out by Hanzo of the Salamander. Has it failed? No. Although there are a lot of ninjas in the border camp, they definitely can't stop Salamander Hanzo. Although he looked down on Hanzo of the Salamander from the bottom of his heart, Danzo Shimura had to admit that the other party was really strong, at least much stronger than him. So the question is, how did it break out? It's impossible that a cripple like Hinata Shizuka would show his supernatural power and capture Salamander Hanzo. Danzo Shimura was sure that he would be able to control Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 41. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs him, he will not lose. But what he didn't expect was that the Salamander Hanzo, who had already been captured, turned against him because of an insignificant piece of information. How the news leaked. Danzo Shimura didn't care whether he would be caught or locked up. Because he believed that the third Hokage would not kill him, at most he would just imprison him. His current situation is no different from that of a detainee, so it would be better for him to just sit there and have a few years of peace and stability. The third Hokage needs him as the black glove, needs him as the scapegoat, needs him as the shadow in the darkness. It is only a matter of time before he returns to power. How dare you ask? Akimichi Tofu really wants to give Shimura Danzo a big slap. Yuditen Koharu couldn't help it anymore, so she walked up and cursed. "Danzo, we don't care too much if you do something shameful, but why did you leak the village's information and use it to trade with Hanzo? The village just held an important meeting, and right after that, you sold the information out. You're really willing to do that? What a pity. You're blind." "What do you mean? Did I misjudge the person?" "Hanzo Salamander captured the person you left behind and tortured him. The person was already dead. Then the old poisoner personally brought the body to the gate of the border camp and revealed everything about you in front of dozens of ninjas. Am I really blind? Is this something that Salamander Hanzo can do? No. Why? Doesn't he care about the Rain Village and the Land of Rain? Isn't he afraid that the Rain Kingdom will be plunged into war? Danzo Shimura couldn't understand why the person he had already controlled suddenly turned against him and sold him out completely. Danzo Shimura could never figure out this problem. Even after being taken away by Umbu and locked up in the Umbu prison, Danzo Shimura still couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Danzo Shimura, even the third Hokage was confused. But this kind of thing, it happened to him. Hanzo of the Salamander said that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of Konoha, but the question is, can this kind of thing be solved by just a few words? It is the consensus of the village to drag your Rain village into the water. The peaceful day was broken by the latest announcement from the Hokage's office building. When the announcement was released, the whole village was in an uproar. Why did Lord Danzo assassinate the village's ninja? I don't know. The notice said that he not only assassinated the village's ninjas, but also leaked the village's intelligence and betrayed the village's interests. How could he do such a thing? As soon as the announcement came out, Danzo Shimura became a pariah on the street, with a terrible reputation. Everyone in Konoha was eating this big melon, and while eating the melon, they all praised the third Hokage. As soon as the incident happened, Danzo Shimura was arrested and imprisoned. This is all thanks to the Hokage. As for the outcome of Shimura Danzo, few people cared. He had already been arrested and imprisoned. Everyone believed that the Hokage would give him severe punishment. The announcement and arrest operation released by the Hokage's office building directly dispersed all the anger and hatred among the villagers and village ninjas. The situation has not escalated, and after a period of time, the affairs of Shimura Danzo will be forgotten by most people as time goes by. So, no one knows why Hanzo Salamander turned against us? Sarutobi Mishima nodded and said, yes, Hokage-sama. The other party had no intention of explaining. He just told Danzo about Danzo's affairs, left the body and left. The identity of the body has been verified to be a ninja from the Shimura clan. After Sarutobi Mishima arrived at the village, he met the third Hokage immediately and then reported the matter in detail. Thank you for your hard work, Mishima. Take a rest and return to the camp immediately to announce the village's punishment. I cannot let Danzo's actions chill the hearts of my companions. If nothing unexpected happens, this matter will come to an end. In the short term, the third Hokage will not allow Danzo Shimura to show up, let alone give him the opportunity to cause trouble. As for when Danzo Shimura will be able to step out openly, it depends on when Sarutobi Hiruzen will need the scapegoat and the black gloves. Of course, it also depends on the situation at Kinshao's ancestral home. It is not appropriate to release Danzo Shimura before Uzumaki Mito leaves. Yes, Hokage-sama. After completing his mission, Sarutobi Mishima rested in the village for a night and then set out on the journey back to the camp. The first thing Sarutobi Mishima did after returning to the camp was to publicize the handling announcement of the Hokage office building. For a moment, many ninjas who were feeling uncomfortable shouted excitedly. For a moment, all kinds of words praising and admiring the third Hokage filled the camp. Arriving at the medical department, Sarutobi Mishima relayed the announcement to Shizuichi and said, Lord Hokage takes this matter very seriously. In the next period of time, you just need to rest and recuperate. The captain and I will work together to handle the camp's affairs. Then I'll trouble you, Vice Captain. Jingai agreed politely. I have to say that the third Hokage played this move beautifully. Not only did he gain a wave of goodwill, he also successfully saved Danzo Shimura. Cover this matter up. The villagers' attention is all on the punishment announcement. Few people really care whether Shimura Danzo's punishment is really severe and appropriate. One look at the campsite shows how effective this tactic is. When the incident broke out, many ninjas in the camp were full of resentment, but now they were all smiling and happily praising the third Hokage. It's just a matter of putting up a sign to worship the third Hokage. It seems a bit dramatic, but the matter has come to an end. Jingai can rest in peace and wait for the third fetal movement of the reincarnation eye to end. The duration of the third fetal movement of the reincarnation eye was a little beyond Jingai's expectations. He originally thought it would be over in half a month, but it ended up dragging on for more than a month. Jingai suspected that the reason why the Rinnegan's fetal movement lasted so long might be related to the fact that he had no Otsutsuki chakra, and his bloodline had faded. When the movement of the Samsara eye completely stopped, Jingai untied the white cloth covering his eyes, took out a spare mirror from the ceiling scroll and observed for a while. I found that apart from my skin becoming a little whiter, there was not much difference between me and before. The appearance is the same, but the interior has undergone tremendous changes. Jingai's body recovered. This was good news for the ninjas in the camp, and everyone finally felt relieved. Chapter 42, Tailed Beast Transfer, on the agenda. Even if Jingai says that she can't see anything, it will not affect the treatment. But unfortunately, many people are skeptical about this statement. Jing'ai could understand everyone's concerns. Anyone who was sick or injured and needed to see a doctor would be worried if they found out that the doctor was blind. This is a normal psychological reaction, unless Jing'ai has really treated someone when he couldn't see. Unfortunately, he didn't get such an opportunity. During non-war periods, conflicts and frictions rarely occur in border camps, let alone large-scale battles. Without battles, where would the casualties come from? If someone got himself injured without fighting or stepping into a trap, he would probably be laughed to death by others. Hanzo of the Salamander is ambitious, but he is not stupid. He will not conflict with Konoha for no reason, so the border camp is very peaceful and the ninjas of Konoha will not take the initiative to cross the border into the land of rain. The ninjas from the Rain Village will not easily enter the Fire Country. Tsunade regularly sent some news and intelligence about the village to the camp using puppet crows. This allowed Jing'ai to understand the changing situation in the ninja world. The Sand Village's provocation and temptation towards Konoha is still continuing. Although they are just pretending every time, it is like a fly circling around you and is very annoying. In addition to the continued provocations from the Sand Village, the more important news is related to Kushina. Uzumaki Mito's health is much worse than last year. Uzumaki Mito's health is deteriorating, which is definitely bad news for Konoha. This means that the matter of the nine-tailed fox's transfer must be brought to the surface. Transferring the nine tails does not mean waiting for Uzumaki Mito to die and then stuffing the nine tails into Kushina's body, but transferring it before Uzumaki Mito dies. This method of transfer can allow Uzumaki Mito to help suppress the power of the nine tails. Once the suppression of Uzumaki Mito is gone, let alone whether Kushina can withstand the power of the nine tails, once the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will be free again. It is still unknown whether Konoha can capture the nine tails at this time. Without ruthless people like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, even Senju Tobirama would be in a dilemma if he encountered the nine tails. Not to mention the third Hokage and his group. If the nine tails breaks free from its seal, the Night of the Nine Tails will probably happen ahead of schedule. During this period, there is no ninja in Konoha who can use the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu to transfer the tailed beast balls. If the nine tails tailed beast ball exploded in the village, the result would definitely be terrible. After all, after countless comparisons by netizens, it was found that the nine-tailed fox's charged tailed beast ball, except that it does not have terrible radiation, is definitely no less powerful than a nuclear bomb. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if an explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb occurred in a village. Many people died on the Night of the Nine Tails, and this was based on the fact that the little yellow-haired boy had transferred the tailed beast ball and the nine tails away. If the war had broken out in the village, no one would know how many people would have died in the entire Konoha. Although the third Hokage was not a very good person, he had one advantage, which was that he knew himself well and did not dare to compare himself with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. He knew very well that once the tailed beast came out, no one in the village would be able to stop this terrifying big fox. Uzumaki Mito is too old. When the nine tails is in a sealed state, he can still suppress it. But once the nine tails comes out, even if Uzumaki Mito does not die, he will not be a match for the nine tails. As a result, the successful transfer of the tailed beast became the village's top priority. Even the provocation and excitement of the Sand Village can be put aside. The transfer of the tailed beasts means that Uzumaki Mito will die. Tsunade has already prepared herself mentally. I'm afraid that Noeki and Kushina will suffer for a long time. Hope everything goes well. Shizuichi sighed and destroyed the scroll that Tsunade had passed to him. Far away in the border camp, he couldn't help much and could only pray that the transfer of the one-tailed beast would be completed smoothly. Not to mention that he was far away in the border camp and couldn't help. Even if he could help, the F4 group would not allow him to interfere. To them, Jing'ai was only half a person after all. They could trust him, but not completely. So Jing'ai would not be given any chance to interfere in this kind of matter. Kushina, what's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? In recent days, the atmosphere at home has become very depressing. Tsunade hasn't even gone to work and has been at home accompanying her grandmother every day. There has been no smile on Kushina's face recently. She and Tsunade both knew what it meant to transfer the tailed beasts. Only the silly boy Shenshu was kept in the dark. What nonsense. Tsunade patted Noe's head and taught him earnestly. Shenshu, this time when you go to visit the daimyo in the daimyo's mansion, you have to behave yourself, okay? Don't do anything naughty in the daimyo's mansion. In order to prevent Shinshu from overreacting, the best way is to get him out of the way. This is what Uzumaki Mito meant. She hopes to take Rope Tree back after everything is over and tell him the truth. I know, why is it so bad? Noeke pouted in dissatisfaction because he didn't want to go to the daimyo prefecture. However, his grandmother was too old to leave the village, and his sister Tsunade was busy and couldn't leave, so he had to go to the daimyo prefecture as a representative. You deserve a beating, don't you? Tsunade's face darkened. This kid, if you give him some sunshine he will start to shine. Danger. Noticing that his sister's face looked strange, Shingshu quickly shut up, no longer dared to complain, and ate obediently. As for why Kushina was in such a bad mood, he would find out after he returned from the daimyo prefecture. Jiraiya will go with you to the daimyo prefecture this time. After giving her brother a small warning, Tsunade still threw in a little sweet treat, which was to send Jiraiya out to follow Noeke. Although Jiraiya was unreliable in small matters, at least he was never vague in big matters. Tsunade felt relieved to leave Rope Tree to him. The only annoying thing is that this guy would take Rope Tree to peek at other people taking a bath or something. Jiraiya's bad habits can't be changed. What made Tsunade most angry was that Jiraiya was unable to change himself and even led Noeke astray. Thinking back to the stupid yet clear look in my brother's eyes before, and then looking at him now, I hope he won't do the same stupid thing as Jiraiya when he grows up. Really? Shingshu was so excited that he dropped his chopsticks on the table. Tsunade was full of black lines. Really, but if you follow him and mess around, you will be dead. I promise to be good and obedient. I won't do anything naughty. Rope Tree various guarantees. His assurance made Tsunade even more worried. Noeke was just being naughty, and if he listened to Jiraiya, who knows what kind of trouble he might get into. They are all lawless people, and nothing good will happen if they get together. But Shenshu has a special identity, and no one in Daming Prefecture can touch him except the Daming. This will undoubtedly encourage Shingshu's arrogance. Chapter 43 The new Hokage assistant, Uzumaki Mito, falls. Finally being able to go out and play with Jiraiya, Noeke was so happy that bubbles of snot were popping out of his nose. Even though he idolizes Orochimaru, he likes playing with Jiraiya the most. Because Jiraiya would never despise his childishness and would always take him with him in everything he did. Except for leaving Rope Tree behind when helping the poor little sister, she would take him with her on everything else. After a while, the Rope Tree became very sticky. The village moved quickly, and Noeke soon followed Jiraiya to the daimyo prefecture with a group of people and gifts. The village also began to prepare for the transfer of the nine-tailed fox. The location where the nine-tails was transferred was at the Senju ancestral home. Uzumaki Mito dragged his old body, hugged Kushina, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, kid. Grandma will be in heaven watching you grow up, dear child. Wow, Grandma Mito, I can't bear to leave you. Kushina's eyes and nose were all red from crying. Her usually beautiful big eyes were now filled with sadness, and her eyeballs were bloodshot. Silly child, Grandma can't bear to part with you, but this is our destiny. Don't be sad. Grandma wanted to go down to find your thousand hands grandpa a long time ago. Without me by his side, this old man will definitely not behave himself. With Uzumaki Mito's constant comfort, Kushina gradually calmed down. Tsunade was in a very irritable mood wandering outside the ancestral home, but she couldn't break in because she needed to be responsible for a corner of the seal. Like medical ninjas, sealing ninjas are also the treasures of each village. Tsunade's official identity is a medical ninja, but in fact she is also quite talented in sealing ninjutsu. He is also doing the work of sealing ninjas in private. Monkey, let's start. Outside the door, the new F4 group is waiting here. With Danzo Shimura imprisoned, Akimichi Torifu took Danzo Shimura's place. Although he didn't want to show up, Uzumaki Mito would not allow him to hide at home any longer. That's right, after the incident of Shimura Danzo assassinating a ninja from the same village and leaking village intelligence broke out, Uzumaki Mito did not cause trouble for the third Hokage. Just a suggestion. The suggestion is to let Akimichi Torikaze replace Shimura Danzo and become the village's assistant Hokage. Akimichi Norifuge was personally unwilling to do so, because if he showed up it would mean that the Ino, Shikaku and Cho families would need to be patient and keep a low profile, and he also didn't want to get involved in many things in the village. He was afraid of trouble, and he didn't want the third Hokage and others to do all kinds of immoral things against their conscience. However, Uzumaki Mito did not give him the chance to choose and directly dragged him out. Put the fat guy Akimichi Norifuge in the position of assistant to the Hokage. The Hokage's assistant, who is in charge of the medical department and the wood industry medical system, can be said to be in power, and has invisibly weakened the power of the third Hokage, Yudatan Koharu, and Mito Kato-en. Before the tailed beasts moved, Akimichi Torifu was dragged out and forced into the position of assistant to the Hokage. The medical system was also assigned to him for control, forcing the Ino, Shika, and Cho families to move closer to Tsunade. Whether you like it or not, I, the old woman, will put you up here. After experiencing all the things that Danzo Shimura did, Uzumaki Mito, under Tsunade's persuasion, gritted his teeth and made targeted arrangements. Tsunade's reason for persuading Uzumaki Mito was also very simple. Grandma, if you don't consider me and Nowakia, at least consider Kushina. When Kushina becomes the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, given the old man's personality, he will definitely let Shimura Danzo come out. What will Kushina do then? The third Hokage and others were all raised by Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito knew that Danzo Shimura was narrow-minded but ambitious. She had no idea at first, but finally she was moved. Tsunade and Nowaiki have special identities, and even if Danzo Shimura comes back, he can't do anything to them. But what about Kushina? You have to know that Danzo Shimura has always been tough on Kushina. Then a fat guy who just wanted to hide at home and study food got into trouble. He was forced into the position of assistant to the Hokage. The medical system was forcibly divided into his hands, and the Ino, Shika and Cho families were forced to lean towards Tsunade. Upon learning of Uzumaki Mito's arrangements, Akimichi Tofu was dumbfounded. He begged and pleaded to refuse, and almost knelt down on his knees. However, Uzumaki Mito did not give him a chance to refuse. Now that Ino Shikacho is leaning towards Tsunade, Akimichi Norifuge has been placed in the position of Hokage's assistant, and he is a powerful Hokage assistant. Even if he wants to give up, the three families behind him will not allow this to happen. He, Akimichi Tofu and Ino Shikacho, have been completely marked by Tsunade. As for why Tsunade made such a suggestion, someone who was hanging around in the border camp said that it had nothing to do with him, he just made a small suggestion, but who knew that Uzumaki Mito was so bold? That night, the Qiansho ancestral home was heavily guarded and filled with people. The people in the village knew nothing about all this. According to the recollections of some villagers, they heard a roar similar to that of a wild beast in the second half of the night. The transfer of the tailed beast went smoothly. Kushina had great talent. After mastering the unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, she successfully suppressed the Nine Tails with the help of Uzumaki Mito behind the sealing formation. The poor Nine Tails had been sealed for so many years. It only had time to catch its breath and let out a roar before being sealed in Kushina's body again. Uzumaki Mito, damn it, damn it. In the sealed space, a giant fox tied up with chains was roaring in frustration. As the big fox struggled, the chains kept making collision sounds, but the pressing force of the chains was too strong, and no matter how the nine-tailed fox struggled, it was of no avail. Liquid release and Sharingan, the Uzumaki clan's unique sealing technique is naturally capable of restraining the tailed beasts. Even though Kushina was still a child, she was still able to firmly suppress the Nine Tails after it was successfully sealed. It's different from the seal during Naruto's time. During Naruto's time, young Joey could lie down and rest leisurely in the sealed space in Naruto's body. With Uzumaki Mito and Kushina here, the nine-tailed fox is having no chance of even having a peaceful rest, as highly targeted chains will lock the nine-tailed fox tightly, from the head to the nine tails, leaving no part untouched. Kushina was too young and was worried that the nine tails would cause trouble, so she tied it tightly, causing the nine tails to become upside down in the sealed space. Its butt was facing upwards, and its nine tails were tied tightly to its two hind legs with chains, making it unable to move. The two front legs were tied to the torso, and the head was pressed against the ground at a 90-degree angle. This posture was not only extremely embarrassing, but also extremely uncomfortable. The nine tails was so angry that it started cursing, but no matter how it cursed, Kushina, who was very sad because of the loss of Grandma Mito, ignored it. Even if the Kyubai's struggles would make Kushina uncomfortable, Kushina still had no intention of making the Kyubai feel more comfortable. Chapter 44. If you can afford the price, I will show you the puppet I made. Because Uzumaki Mito told her that big foxes are the kind that ask for a beating. If you are nice to it, it will become more and more demanding and will take advantage of you, so you need to be a little ruthless to it. The obedient and sensible Kushina followed Grandma Mito's instructions and directly hung the nine tails upside down. Uzumaki Mito's burial was carried out in a low-key manner on the third day after the tailed beasts were transferred. Except for the Umbu and a few people, almost no one knew that the Nine Tails had completed its transfer and Kushina became the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki of the village. Compared to the village, which is facing a generational reshuffle, the border camp remains the same. The rain never stops and the sun is nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, Jingai didn't need to go out on patrol or on duty. Even if it was a bit boring to stay in the medical room, it was better than running around in the heavy rain. Stop coming. Noticing a man wearing a black raincoat with his head and face covered walking towards the camp, the ninja on duty stopped him immediately. The stopped ninja stopped and raised his hand to remove the hat covering his head. Orokamura-sama. After confirming the identity, the ninja on duty relaxed his guard. Sir, please come to the camp. I'm here to see Hinata Shizuka. I have something personal to discuss with him. Orokamura smiled at the ninja on duty and explained his purpose. Even though Orokamura usually doesn't have a good face towards Jiraiya, when facing outsiders, this guy always has a smile on his face, giving people a closer feeling. Only those who are familiar with Orokamura's background know that this guy is a venomous snake that may spring up and bite you at any time. My lord, please. Orokamura specifically asked to see Shizuka for some private matter, and the ninja on duty certainly didn't dare to stop him. After confirming that it was the real person, they let him in. Orokamura arrived at the camp unhindered. Jingai, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. Shizuka hadn't expected that Orokamura would come straight to the camp. This is the cargo this time. Taking off his raincoat, Orokamura took out a scroll and a list. Jingai picked up the list and took a look at it. Oh my goodness, another debt is about to be added. If this continues, Orokamura will become his biggest creditor. The kind that owes a lot of money. After confirming the amount was correct, Jingai put the list on the table and said frankly, Orokamura, I am very satisfied with the goods you brought. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money right now, and I am afraid that the money I owe you will continue to grow. It's okay, I believe you can pay it back. Even though the amount of money he owed was increasing, Orokamura was still confident in being Shizuka's creditor. The main reason is that Jingai has a high income and good reputation. Since the cooperation, even if he owes debts, he will pay back part of it as soon as he has money. If it were Tsunade, Orokamura would decisively terminate the cooperation to avoid getting deeper into trouble. Finally, one more bad debt. I'll find a way to pay you back as soon as possible. Jingai didn't want to become a deadbeat. He was the kind of person who wanted to pay back the money he owed as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Orokamura delivered too many goods, and his debt grew too fast. In addition, he was stationed in a border camp and had fewer opportunities to make extra money, so he could only rely on his salary to pay off his debts. No hurry. Orokamura smiled and shook his head. Can I see the puppet you made? Suddenly, Orokamura made a rather rude request. Jingai took away too many materials, and purchased a lot of other materials and parts, but he almost never took out the puppet. Therefore, Orokamura was very curious about what kind of puppet Shizuchi was making. If you think it's rude, forget it. Orokamura added with a smile. You're so good, Orokamura, you're trying to retreat in order to advance, and now you've got me, Hinata Shizuka, in trouble, right? It's indeed quite rude, and I'm worried that you may not be able to accept it. Whether it was rude or not, normally the other party wouldn't say it to your face if they were unhappy, but Jingai just said this directly. He also said something that made Orokamura feel itchy. Oh. Orokamura automatically ignored Jingai's words of excluding him and asked with interest. What kind of puppet would be unacceptable to me? To be honest, I'm very interested. As long as you're interested. Jingai also smiled and said, it would be great if you are interested, but I won't show it to you anyway. What's the meaning? When Jingai came out without following the routine, the smile on Orokamura's face froze slightly. Well, this is my impression of Orokamura. Orokamura's breath changed, becoming cold. Shizue nodded in satisfaction, stood up, poured 2 glasses of water, and pushed one of them in front of Orokamura. If the debt is wiped out, give me 5 million taels and I will satisfy your curiosity. The puppet is just Jingai's transitional force. Although the Samsara Eye's attack methods are not as many as the Rinnegan, they are still many. The puppet is just Jingai's transitional force. At the appropriate time, he can release them and let everyone know that he, Hinata Shizuka, can control some special puppets. As for whether he would be targeted, Jingai didn't care. Before the 3 movements of the Samsara Eye are completed, he needs to keep a low profile and pretend to be a grandson. Now that the 3 movements of the Samsara Eye have ended and his control over the Samsara Eye is constantly improving, why is he still keeping a low profile? If you keep a low profile any longer, you'll really become a grandson. Turning over some of the cards appropriately can only do him good. Not only will the debt be wiped out, but I will also give you 5 million taels before I can see the puppet you made. Hinata Shizuka, are you sure you're not kidding? As long as you can afford it, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Interesting. Orokamura didn't know where Shizuka got his confidence from, but his itch was definitely scratched. At this moment, he didn't care about the debt or the 5 million taels. He just wanted to know the secret of the puppet. If the debt is wiped out, I can send 3 batches of materials for free. Orokamura was willing to spend money for things he was interested in, but he really had no money now, so he changed the conditions. The debt has been settled, and I will send you 3 times of materials for free. As for the 5 million taels, I'm sorry, I can't take it out and I'm short of money myself. The materials need to be of high quality. It's just hunting some powerful creatures, no big deal for Orochimaru. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Putting down the cup in his hand, Jingai raised his hand and waved. Under Orochimaru's puzzled gaze, a crow fell from the sky, flew into the medical room, and landed on Shizuka's arm. You can only look at it, you can't tear it down. Grabbing the puppet crow and throwing it to Orochimaru, Jingai reminded him that he could look at it but must not try his hands on it. Catching the puppet crow, Orochimaru's first reaction was that Shizuchi was playing a trick on him. But soon, this idea was suppressed by Orochimaru, because Orochimaru had already noticed the specialness of this crow. Chapter 45 Orochimaru changes his research direction. No heartbeat. That's right, the puppet crow has no heartbeat. No matter how much it looks like a living thing, a puppet is still a puppet. Jingai will not put all his thoughts on the puppet. After all, it is just a transitional thing and not worth his time and effort. The smile on Orochimaru's face completely disappeared. Is this a puppet? Correct. Jingai deliberately picked up the cup with his hands and showed it to Orochimaru clearly to confirm that he was not controlling the puppet. It looks like a living thing, but it is a puppet, and it has no chakra threads to control it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. This puppet was worth his in-depth study. Get it? Although he really wanted to take the puppet away, Orochimaru still held back. After all, this puppet still belongs to Jingai. He was just shown it to him and was not asked to take it away. If you want to take this crow puppet away, you may have to pay some price. Ha ha ha, I really wasn't wrong about you. Jingai-kun, you are an interesting person. I feel like I'm pretty funny, too. Jingai raised his hand, and the puppet crow broke free from Orochimaru's hand, jumped onto Jingai's palm, and tilted its head to look at Orochimaru. Be sure to research this in depth. Being stared at curiously by the puppet crow, Orochimaru felt his breathing become rapid. The puppet actually has life. This is amazing. Orochimaru, who has always longed for immortality, feels that the door to a new world has been opened for him. Such puppets must be taken down, at least one must be taken down. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru was about to speak, but Jingai said first, I'm short of money. This is not a joke. Jingai is really short of money at the moment. Even if Orochimaru's debts are settled, he will still be short of money. In addition to paying off his debt to Orochimaru, most of his money was used to purchase various materials and parts. These things were not cheap. It can be said that Jingai's entire family fortune was invested in puppets. From the time he started making puppets to now, he almost forgot how many puppets he had made. In short, there should be a lot of them, at least hundreds of them. Jingai plans to work hard to gather another group of puppets and build his own puppet army. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely let the puppet masters of the Sand Village see what a fucking puppet army is. The so-called puppet army of the Sand Village is nothing more than a team formed by a group of puppet ninjas. Jingai's puppet route is to form an army of one person. Not only quantity, but also quality. As for how Orochimaru would study puppets, Jingai was too lazy to think about it. Without the Samsara eye chakra, no matter how much you study, you will never be able to figure out the secret. Of course, if you, Orochimaru, can research something good from this, Jingai can only say, you are awesome. Short of money? Now Orochimaru was worried because he was also short of money. This is not a joke. Orochimaru's income is basically invested in base construction and the purchase of various equipment. It costs a lot of money to build a research base, plus daily expenses and the expenses of various experiments. Completely drained Orochimaru. He really can't come up with much money. I'll find a way. Since the conditions are here, why bother talking about other things? Just find a way to make money. As for what means Orochimaru will use to make money, it has nothing to do with Shizuka. After leaving the border camp, Orochimaru rushed to Konoha as quickly as possible. He arrived in Konoha in just one day, a journey that others would take about 2 days to complete. In order to save time, Orochimaru is not afraid of tiring himself to death. After returning to Konoha, Orochimaru went straight to the Hokage's office building. Teacher. Orochimaru, who came uninvited, panted slightly and closed the door. The third Hokage raised his head in confusion. Orochimaru, do you have something to ask me? As the third Hokage's favorite disciple, the third Hokage knew Orochimaru's nature best. Unless there was something important, the other party would hardly take the initiative to see him. I think I can give the research project that the teacher mentioned last time a try, but I need financial support from the village. I need money. There is a reason why the third Hokage liked Orochimaru the most as his disciple. In everyone's eyes, Orochimaru is an all-round genius who has knowledge in all aspects and outstanding abilities in all aspects. He is a ninja who is completely developing towards the hexagonal path. Research project? The third Hokage was stunned for a moment. He once mentioned to Orochimaru that he hoped Orochimaru would shift the research direction towards the development of the village. People's livelihood is the best way. However, his suggestion was rejected by Orochimaru. Developing some daily necessities was not too difficult for Orochimaru, he simply had no interest in it. Who would have thought that Orochimaru, who had refused without hesitation in the past, would change his mind today and actually bring up this project? Although he was curious as to why his disciple wanted to take on this project, the third Hokage wanted to see Orochimaru take over the project. He knew very well how capable his disciple was. Since you are willing to take over this project, the teacher is very happy. This project has been ongoing, but the progress is not great. It would be best if you can accept it. You don't have to worry about the funding. No one knows what the third Hokage and Orochimaru talked about. Orochimaru then entered the village's research and development base, and in less than a month, a household appliance refrigerator with the white snake logo was born. With the publicity in the village, it was quickly accepted by the villagers. I'm a darling. Is it possible that Orochimaru is engaging in electrical appliance research and development just to make quick money? Jingai was a little confused when she heard the news. Ha ha ha. When Jingai thought about Orochimaru trying his best to find ways to make money, and even lowering himself to take over projects that he used to look down upon, he couldn't help laughing. What the hell is this inexplicable feeling of joy? Orochimaru, who wears a white coat and engages in electrical equipment research and development, is like Tsunade, who becomes an anti-gambling ambassador, and Jiraiya, who writes dog-sad youth romance novels, giving people a huge sense of contrast. Although it was a bit tricky, Jingai felt that Orochimaru did a great job. If he could make a refrigerator, how far would other household appliances be? Not far away. Once we have these basic household appliances, our daily life will definitely be much more convenient. If we work hard, we might be able to get the ninja world into its development stage ahead of time. Facts have proved that the technology tree in the ninja world is not impossible to develop, but that the people engaged in research and development have gone astray. As long as you calm down, these people will definitely give you a surprise. There is a not-so-funny joke in the ninja world. In the eyes of other countries, the people of the Land of Lightning are all mountain barbarians, unreasonable barbarians, the kind whose brains are covered with muscles. However, in terms of technological development, the Land of Lightning has far surpassed other countries. Jingai couldn't understand where these people got the courage to laugh at the people of the Thunder Kingdom and call them barbarians with muscles in their brains. I hope Orochimaru won't go down the path of civilian research and development and never look back. After all, research and development is addictive, and it makes money quickly, unlike his previous biological research, which was almost entirely a waste of money. What Shizuka didn't know was that Orochimaru was full of energy at this moment. He was full of energy and immersed in the research and development of electrical appliances. In the past, he would hardly touch these things and look down on such projects, but now that he has always been short of money, he has tasted the sweetness. Tsunade came to the business site again, but this time she came with a mission. Kushina seems to be in a better mood. Shizuichi poured Tsunade a glass of water. Chapter 46. Where is the caged bird curse on your forehead? It's much better now, unlike when Grandma just passed away, when you could hardly see a smile on your face. If the old man hadn't forbidden me, I would have brought her to the camp and asked you to keep her company. Speaking of Kushina, Tsunade started to feel awkward. Kushina's emotions have been unstable since she was transferred from the Nine Tails. In addition, the Nine Tails was unwilling to be sealed and kept making trouble, causing Kushina to be in a state of physical discomfort for a long time. Tsunade's heart was always in her throat. On the one hand, I was worried that Kushina would not be able to get out of her sad state, and on the other hand, I was worried that the Nine Tails would cause trouble. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique has a powerful suppressive ability against the tailed beasts, but Kushina is too small. What's more, the Nine Tails is the most powerful among the tailed beasts. Kushina has cried in her quilt more than once because of the burning of the Nine Tails chakra. Just get over it. She is a strong and determined child. As for the Nine Tails problem, when Kushina grows up, she will be able to completely suppress the Nine Tails. No one can help with this kind of thing. Kushina can only rely on herself. By the way, what's the situation in the village? Don't mention it. Tsunade had a headache. The old woman Yuting Koharu was jumping up and down, always hoping that the old man would transfer the rights to the medical system to him. After being rejected by the old man, she began to exonerate Danzo. Danzo Shimura is not a good person, and the same goes for Koharu Yudaten. Every one of the members of the F4 group is not a good person. It is more reliable to wander outside in the autumn road to get the wind. Shimura Danzo has big ambitions, a dirty heart, and dirty hands. There is no need to say much about the third Hokage. On the surface, he is a heroic ninja, but in fact, he has done a lot of things that the Black Swallow did. The same goes for Yutang Koharu and Mito Kato-en, who cling to power and refuse to let go, and collude with Shimura Danzo in various ways. Not to mention now, in the original work, Konoha was in chaos, the third Hokage was dead, and these two old guys could still fight with Tsunade for their own rights, restricting Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, in every way. Jing curled her lips and said, "It's not surprising. Every one of them values power very much. In the past, the medical system was in the hands of this old woman. Now it's in the hands of Chiodao Chufeng. She must be unhappy. To exonerate Shimura Danzo is just to force the Hokage and get a helper." "You're right." Tsunade agreed with Shizuichi's analysis. As she was speaking, Tsunade suddenly laughed. Now the fat man Akimichi Tofu is being placed in the position of assistant to the Hokage. He wants to come down, but finds that he can't. Even if he is targeted, he can only cling to the medical system tightly. If he knew that it was you who suggested Grandma put him up there, he would probably scold you to death. If someone else were in this position, they would definitely be overjoyed. But Chiodao Chufeng was different, he was absolutely unwilling to do so. Unfortunately, it was useless even if he was unwilling. He was directly carried up by Uzumaki Mito, who also pushed Akimichi Torikyu and the Ino Shikucho family behind him towards Tsunade. In today's Konoha, Akimichi Tofu sits in the position of assistant to the Hokage and also holds the power over the medical system, which directly led to the beginning of the tearing apart of the F4 group. "This is Lord Mito's order. It has nothing to do with me." Jingai laughed unkindly. "Anyway, he won't take the blame, correct?" Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. "The village has planned to send people into the Rain Country to respond to the provocation of the Sand Village. There is a possibility that a new war will break out in the ninja world. In order to ensure a smooth transition between the new and old Jinchuriki, Konoha tolerated the provocations of the Sand Village in River Country, and everything was based on the transition of Jinchuriki. As a result, Konoha's patience made the Sand Village feel that Konoha was giving in, and the provocations began to intensify. Now that Kushina, the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, has stabilized, Konoha will no longer give the Sand Village a chance to take advantage of the situation. Provocative, right? I just responded and suppressed the development of Rain Village at the same time. The third Hokage would not stop making things difficult for the Rain Village just because of a few words from Hanzo of the Salamander. There is no sympathy or tolerance between villages. There are only benefits. In response to the Sand Village defending Konoha, suppressing the development of the Rain Village is in the interests of Konoha. As for whether the Rain Village and the Rain Country are wronged, no one cares. It shouldn't start that soon. At this stage, the most they can do is to provocate each other and cause some minor frictions, but it is still a long way from a real war. Provocation is just a provocation after all. If the bottom line is not touched and preparations are not made, a war between the two villages will not easily break out. At most, it will be a small-scale conflict. Jingai doesn't need to worry about war at all, not to mention that war cannot be started just like that. Even if it starts, given his identity and strength on paper, his task will definitely be to stay in the camp medical department, responsible for treating and caring for the wounded, rather than rushing to the battlefield to fight the enemy. Besides, with how much silver would you earn in a month, why would you risk your life on the battlefield? Jingai doesn't care how others fight. Anyway, he won't risk his life for the third Hokage and others. Don't blame me. You are the one who should take it easy. You say you are a medical ninja, but you are actually stronger than anyone else. Among all the medical ninjas in the entire ninja world, only Tsunade bears the title of medical ninja, and she is more powerful than anyone else on the battlefield. Other medical ninjas dare not play like this, and even if they follow the team to the battlefield, they only play a supporting role. Tsunade, on the other hand, did the opposite, making herself the main force and letting her teammates become auxiliary. Ahem, got it. What's that look in your eyes? Am I that impulsive? Seeing Jingai staring at her with distrust, Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger, walked in front of him and bent down, and after their foreheads touched each other, she gritted her teeth and said, "I could do that before, but I can't now, and I won't. Now that Grandma is gone, I need to take on a lot of responsibilities, the most important of which is you." "What's wrong with me?" Jingai raised her hand and tried it. What had Tsunade eaten recently? Why did it feel a lot bigger? Isn't this development a bit late? Stop making trouble. Tsunade pressed down the mischievous hands, bumped her forehead against Jingai, and said unhappily, "My and Noeka's identities are very special. No one can do anything to us. Kushina is similar. She is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. When she grows up in a few years, the village needs to think carefully if they want to control her, but you can't." Damn the Hyuga clan. Tsunade wanted to curse when she thought of the caged bird curse seal on Shizuka's forehead. In the past, no one needed to tell her that if there was a war, she would definitely rush to the front line, but Tsunade didn't dare to do that now. Because behind her are the family forces of Noeki, Kushina, Inashikacha, and most importantly, there is Shizuka. The others are fine, but Jingai may be targeted at any time. The caged bird curse is too deadly. Only when Tsunade becomes strong and the power behind her becomes increasingly powerful, the Hyuga clan will not dare to jump out and cause trouble. Even if the third Hokage wants them to cooperate, they have to remain neutral. Yes, damn Hyuga clan. Jingai burst out laughing. What the hell are you laughing at? How can you still laugh? After teasing Tsunade for a bit, and seeing that she was about to lose her temper, Shizue stopped laughing and said, "How about playing a game?" "Not very good, I'm not in the mood." Tsunade stood up and slapped Shizuchi's hand away from her chest. "Stop messing around, cooperate and untie this thing." Shizuka motioned for Tsunade to take off the forehead protector. Other members of the clan would like to cover their foreheads tightly, but you want to show it instead, right? After being hinted by Shizuka's eyes several times, Tsunade was completely convinced. I could only raise my hand to pull the forehead protector off, but it took quite a bit of force. Because she didn't want to see the caged bird curse, which looked very glaring. "Now that you have the forehead protector, are you satisfied?" Tsunade was about to throw away the forehead protector in her hand, but the moment she raised her hand, she froze. "Is it dazzled?" I rubbed my eyes and looked carefully, and it seemed that I was not seeing things. There was nothing. "The curse mark on your forehead. What about such a big caged bird curse? Where have you been?" Raising his hands to hold Tsunade's waist, he picked her up and placed her on the table. Shizue came forward and gave Tsunade a hint. "Remember when we were studying in the hospital, you asked me why I smelled so strongly of paint? Have it?" Tsunade, whose mind was a little confused, recalled, and it seemed that this was the case. She asked it herself, but Jingai's answer was that he got paint on his body while painting at home. He even pulled up his clothes to show Tsunade that there was indeed paint on him. Tsunade didn't think much about it and believed it. "So, the caged bird curse mark on your forehead was painted on?" Tsunade felt like her brain wasn't enough. Wasn't the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal very powerful? How could it just disappear like that? "Yes, it's painted on." "Impossible." Grandpa and second grandfather tried to break the caged bird curse when the village was founded, but they all failed without exception. The old man also tried. "How did you do it? Is there a possibility?" Jingai pointed to her own eyes and said, "These eyes are not degenerated." Staring at Jingai's blue eyes like stars, Tsunade fell silent. "If it's not degeneration, then it's evolution? Same as Uchiha's Sharingan? Tomorrow is Children's Day. I wish Kinkin's children a happy Children's Day. Please give me a free gift if you want to update more. There will be more updates." Chapter 47, The Third Kazekage Meets Salamander Hanzo. Don't tell me that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can evolve just like the Sharingan. Why not? Jingi said, "I have gained a lot of strange abilities, and the caged bird curse that bound me has also disappeared. For this, I can only say that my eyes have evolved." Hateful. When Tsunade heard this, she wanted to hit someone. "I don't care whether your eyes have degenerated or evolved. The caged bird curse that bound you has disappeared. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been worried that the old man might collude with the Hyuga family to target you. If I had known that your caged bird curse had disappeared, I wouldn't have even bothered to show off." "Asshole, stop rubbing it." Konoha still has not given up the idea of sending people into the rain country to provoke the Sand Village and the Uegakur. The third Hokage and others unanimously believe that this is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Even if there is a small accident along the way, the Sand Village and the Iwa Village will be fooled. The village responded to the Sand Village's intelligence. It was leaked by Shimura Danzo. "I don't know if it will affect the plan." Nara Shikaka was worried about this. "Even if there is an impact, it has nothing to do with us. The current pig, deer and butterfly are not the same kind of people as them." Sigh. Chiodao Chufeng felt that the barbecue in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. What on earth is Mito-sama thinking? He insists on putting a fat guy like me in the position of assistant to the Hokage. Not only does he put me in the position, but he also puts the medical system in my hands. It's obvious that he doesn't want me to step down. "Can you still come down?" Nara Shikashin said unhappily. "Now that the Ino, Shika and Cho families, and some other families have sided with Princess Tsunade, do you think you can come down?" "Fatty, why am I so unlucky? I just want to stay at home and make some delicious food, and give a thumbs up to my family behind the scenes, that's all." Has the new Jonin squad leader been decided? Since the establishment of the village, the squad leader of the Jonin squad has always been a member of the Nara clan, but now this position no longer exists. With the assistance of the Hokage, the power of the medical system lies in the hands of Akimichi Tofu. The F4 group will find a way to weaken the influence of Ino Deercute. The most obvious thing is that Nara Shikashin's position as the leader of the Jonin squad was taken away. You know, this position carries a lot of power. The one who has been chosen is Sarutobi Matsuda. Akimichi took outside. Nara Shikashin couldn't help but frowned. Matsuda? This guy becoming the leader of the Jonin squad, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Who knows? Chiodea Kafeng continued eating barbecue. The person was nominated by that guy Men Yen. It should be the monkey's idea. No, I just can't figure out why Mito-sama is staring at me. Where's your brain? Nara Shikako looked at him with disdain. As expected, it was Danzo's actions that irritated Mito-sama, and Mito-sama didn't want Tsunade and the others to be in an awkward situation after he left. Only if you go up there, Tsunade-sama will have a greater say. Then just, forget it, let's not talk about this. The more Chiodea Kafeng thought about it, the more depressed he became. He almost wanted to say, why not just let Tsunade sit in her seat? But if you think about it, if you really want to do this, the purpose is too strong. You need someone who can stand in the open and compete with people like the third Hokage. So he, Chiodao Chufeng, was pushed out. The Ino, Shika and Cho families are quite powerful, and there are many families in the village that have dealings with the Ino, Shika and Cho families. Akimichi Tofu and the third Hokage were former classmates and teammates, and they were also disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He is standing in the open, so the deterrent effect he brings is stronger. At the border of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, stood in a cave dugout on the top of the mountain, looking at the gloomy sky. A small black dot appeared on the horizon and gradually grew larger. Feng, you're late. Salamander Hanzo was unhappy because the other party did not arrive at the agreed time, making him wait for 2 more hours. Waiting for 2 hours is nothing. What made Salamander Hanzo angry was that the third Kazekage did not treat him, Salamander Hanzo, as a person of equal status. Sorry, the village is a bit busy. Flying to the side of the cave and walking down from the iron sand under his feet, the third Kazekage explained lightly. Do you think I will believe this? The third Kazekage didn't care if the other party would get angry. Hanzo, don't forget, it was you who took the initiative to find me and wanted to reach a cooperation with the Sand Village. I have already shared the information with you. Is this not enough to express the sincerity of the Rain Village? Hanzo of the Salamander clenched his fists, holding the handle of the sickle tightly with his clenched hands. If he hadn't been so eager to cooperate with the Sand Village, he really wanted to ask the third Kazekage to eat some poisonous salamander. Konoha wants to respond to the provocation of the Sand Village, but it wants to drag the Rain Village into the water. Salamander Hanzo can only take the initiative and seek cooperation. The Sand Village was the target he chose. It can be said that Danzo Shimura's trade of village intelligence with Hanzo Salamander has already affected the direction of Konoha's plan. If the Rain Village and the Sand Village do not know this information, Konoha will send people into the Rain Country. At that time, the Sand Village and the Uegakur will take the initiative to respond to Konoha's provocation, and the Rain Village will suffer an unexpected disaster for no reason. As a result, the information was leaked, and seeing that Konoha was determined to drag the Rain Village into the water, Salamander Hanzo had to seek a new way out. The third Kazekage seemed to be unable to see the anger of Hanzo of the Salamander. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance. I have certainly seen the sincerity of the demigod. So how does the Rain Village want to cooperate? If you want to use this information to prevent the Sand Village from entering the Rain Country, then it's better for the demigod not to say anything. So what if your Rain Village has risen? Are you of the same size as the 5 major ninja villages? How the Sand Village and Konoha compete is a matter between us. You, Hanzo Salamander, have no right to interfere. Damn it. Salamander Hanzo really wanted to swing the sickle in his hand to teach the third Kazekage a lesson, as the other party didn't take him, a demigod, seriously at all. Tell him directly that he can either serve as a dog for the Sand Village and join in targeting Konoha, or sit back and watch the game between Konoha and the Sand Village. As for whether it will affect the Rain Village, who cares? Clatter. The chain on the sickle made a sound due to friction, and Hanzo said angrily, Kazekage, don't go too far. If I can find you, I can naturally find others to cooperate with, such as Konoha. As long as you are happy. The third Kazekage glanced at the Salamander Hanzo. I hope the demigod can still say such words when the Uegakur is about to end. Fall to Konoha? You can try. Free gifts for urging updates. Updates will not stop. My dear children, happy Children's Day. May our childlike innocence remain and happiness continue. Chapter 48 Uegakur. They must be here to provoke me. Asshole. do you really think that Hanzo the salamander is made of mud? Black iron sand floated up and surrounded the third Kazekage, but the third Kazekage never showed any intention of turning back. He would not put Hanzo of the salamander on his level. The Rain Village has no right to choose, and neither do you. It's up to you to choose. Cooperation? Why should the Sand Village cooperate with you? As for turning to Konoha, that is even more impossible, as it will only make the Uegakur place a heavy bet. There is only one final result: a Megakur and the Land of Rain have no choice and cannot escape. I hope you won't regret it. After leaving behind these harsh words, Salamander Hanzo rushed into the rain and soon disappeared into the mountains. Faced with the threats and sarcasm from the third Kazekage, Hanzo Salamander had no intention of compromising. He didn't want the village and the country to suffer unnecessary disaster, but he would not bow to the five Kage. After all, once you lower your head, you can never raise it again. For someone like Hanzo of the Salamander who wants to be on equal footing with the five Kage, such a result is more painful than killing him. Ridiculous. What level? You still want to become the Rain Shadow, want to be on par with the five shadows? Does Rain Village have a choice? No. In the game between Konoha, Sand Village and Uegakur, a Megakur was one of the victims. Salamander Hanzo has no choice unless he can transform from a demigod to a true god. Without such strength, it would be useless even if some information about Konoha was obtained. At most it would just make the situation more chaotic. Tsunade stayed in the camp for a few days and then returned to the village. Just as she said, the village sent a group of ninjas and marched into the Rain Country in a swagger. Konoha sent people into the Rain Country in response to the provocation of the Sand Village. The Sand Village, which was intent on provocation, would certainly not show weakness and would transfer the ninjas that had been jumping around in the River Country to the Rain Country. Suddenly, the situation in the Rain Kingdom changed and the atmosphere became tense. The Rain Country borders the Fire Country, the Wind Country, and the Earth Country. Konoha and the Sand Village sent people into the Rain Country, and the Uegakur, which had been a spectator, suddenly became uneasy. What do you, Konoha and the Sand Village, want to do by sending people into the Rain Country? This is not the way to provoke someone. If you really want to fight, go to the Land of Rivers. Why are you jumping around in the Land of Rain? That's right, the actions of Sand Village and Konoha are seen as a provocation by Uegakur. If Konoha simply wanted to go against the Sand Village, it could have just started from the River Country. There was no need to go to the Rain Country to make trouble. Konoha's plan is aimed at the Rain Village, but the Uegakur doesn't think so. Is a small Rain Village worthy of your Konoha's attention? I'm afraid the drunkard's real intention is not to drink. An important meeting was held in the Tsuchikage office building, and soon a ninja unit from the Uegakur also entered the Rain Country. For a time, the atmosphere in the Rain Kingdom became full of gunpowder, and even the heavy rain that fell all year round could not extinguish it. The result of a chaotic situation filled with gunpowder is friction, and where there is friction there will be fighting. The medical room bed that had been idle for more than half a year was finally put to use. If there hadn't been any wounded sent from the Rain Country, Jingai would have almost forgotten that he was the medical ninja of the camp. The situation in the Rain Country was very chaotic, but it did not affect the border camp. After all, the main function of the border camp is to provide reconnaissance and buffer, rather than letting the camp's people rush to the battlefield to kill the enemy. By ensuring that no enemy enters the Fire Kingdom from the direction of the Rain Kingdom, the camp's mission is completed. When the conflict intensifies or even a war breaks out, the village will send more people. Only by then will the camp become a war resource logistics department. It's just that Konoha has never thought of launching a war of aggression. If possible, the third Hokage would be eager to hold more 5 Kage summits to allow the ninja world to develop peacefully. Anyway, other villages do not have the innate advantages of Konoha. In terms of development, only the Cloud Village can challenge it. Konoha has good innate advantages, with a large population and a large base of ninjas. It is also the village with the most ninjas among the 5 major ninja villages. Although the Cloud Village is trying hard to catch up, it will take a very long time to catch up with Konoha, and this is based on the fact that the Cloud Village has money. The Uegakur village is still the same. I have always played the explosive troop mode. I have no innate advantages and no economic advantages, so I will just explode the troops and play the Earth Escape Army. The Mist Village is still in the midst of internal strife. At least before the 4th Mizukage Yagura takes office, it will be difficult for the Mist Village to launch an external war. At most, it can just join in the fun. The Sand Village guards the most barren land in the ninja world, but has the greatest ambition in the ninja world. Perhaps because the land is too barren and the population is too small, the Sand Village has always been drooling over the Fire Country, always wanting to pounce on it and take a bite and eat their fill. The provocations from the River Kingdom and the Rain Kingdom are the best proof. In addition to being driven by ambition, the biggest reason is that the development potential of the Sand Village has been exhausted and its development has stagnated. If it wants to continue to move forward, it will need more resources, population, and money. Without sufficient population, resources and money for development, the development has stagnated and has been spinning in place for several years. However, its next-door neighbor, Konoha, is getting stronger year by year. How can the Sand Village sit still? Konoha doesn't mind the peaceful development of the 5 major ninja villages, but the Sand Village does mind, and the Sand Village is absolutely unwilling to accept such a situation. There were constant small conflicts but no large-scale battles, and the situation stabilized. Although the atmosphere was tense, none of the 3 parties took the initiative to break the situation. Because I was afraid of being beaten up. The situation in the Rain Kingdom is relatively stable, and Jing'ai is happy for the situation to continue like this. At least the conflict should not escalate until he rotates back to the village. Once the conflict intensifies or a local war breaks out, rotation will become a fantasy and all the ninjas in the camp will be left behind to continue to stick to their posts. At the end of the year, Jing'ai and the same group of rotating ninjas set out on the journey back to the village. Everyone had a happy smile on their face because when they returned to the village, they would be able to celebrate a lively new year with their families. Came back. Looking at the somewhat shabby gate of Konoha, Jing'ai felt that it was inexplicably familiar. Being stationed in a border camp for a year is really painful. First go to the hot spring hotel, take a hot bath, then eat something and go home to rest. Jing'ai did not go to find Tsunade. As it was near the end of the year and the situation in the ninja world was changing, Tsunade had been very busy recently and might still be in a meeting in the Hokage's office building at this time. They found a hot spring hotel and chose a separate hot spring pool. Jing'ai took the ticket and went to the changing room to change clothes. I soaked my body in the slightly hot water and took a long breath. It is indeed more comfortable to return to the village. It is difficult to take a hot shower in the border camp, not to mention food. There is not much room for choice. Soaking in the hot spring pool, Jing'ai closed his eyes comfortably and began to feel a little sleepy. After taking a hot bath, I felt much more relaxed all over. Jing'ai rubbed her stomach and decided to have a barbecue to soothe her internal organs. She had been busy traveling for the past 2 days and had only eaten dry food along the way. I came to the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan, found an empty seat and sat down, then ordered a lot of meat in one go. My dear children, here are the gifts for urging you to update. I love you. Chapter 49 Kushina, stop crying. He was going to have a big meal and then go home to sleep. When it comes to eating, the Akimichi clan knows everything. Just relying on special barbecue, one can easily earn a lot of money. Such a high-income industry makes many families drool with envy. It's a pity that they don't have the ability of the Akimichi clan. I can only watch. Good. Jing'ai picked up a piece of barbecue, dipped it in a little seasoning and put it in his mouth, then gave a very pertinent evaluation. Fresh ingredients, premium dips and crisp, refreshing side dishes. With such a combination, it would be hard for the Akimichi clan not to make money. There are many barbecue restaurants in Konoha, but only the barbecue restaurants run by the Akimichi clan are always full all year round, and the prices of barbecue restaurants run by the Akimichi clan are still the highest. He picked up the roasted meat and was about to put it into his mouth when unexpectedly a petite figure pounced towards him. So bold, trying to snatch food halfway. Jing raised his hand and wanted to stop the other person, but what he saw first was long red hair. Kushina? Jing'ai moved the hand that was blocking her body away and hugged the little guy who jumped into her arms. Wow, Jing'ai, Grandma Mito is gone. Kushina threw herself into Jing'ai's arms and sobbed. How are you? Before Jing could finish his words, the grilled meat on the chopsticks was taken away by Tsunade, who ate the grilled meat in one bite. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at him and said, "It tastes good. Hey, long time no see." Shen grinned, pulled over a small stool and sat aside. Okay, don't cry, don't cry. Holding Kushina in his arms, Jing'ai began to coax the child helplessly. Just try to comfort her, Kushina has been nagging you for a whole year. Giving Jing'ai a look that told her to fend for herself, Tsunade sat next to Noeki, picked up the chopsticks and put the meat on the grill. Having not seen Shizuka for a whole year, Kushina's tense emotions finally burst out. The little girl cried so sadly that there was a large wet spot on Jing'ai's chest of the clothes he had just changed. But he could only keep coaxing her, hoping that the little girl would stop crying soon. Kushina, how did you know I was back? Seeing that coaxing didn't have much effect, Jing'ai had to use the method of diversion. Tsunade's sister, she said you can get to the village today. Kushina answered with sobs, and her words were intermittent because she was crying so hard. After taking a bite of the barbecue, Tsunade snorted, "He didn't even bother to look for us when he came back. He went to the hot springs by himself and came here to eat barbecue. Don't mention it." Jingai looked up at the sky in silence. Life in the camp is really hard. Even taking a shower is troublesome, not to mention eating. Uncle Hokage is the worst. He's the one who sent you to the border camp. As her attention began to shift, Kushina's emotions gradually stabilized a lot. She sobbed and blamed the third Hokage. Fortunately, there were many people in the barbecue restaurant and everyone was sitting relatively far away, so no one heard what Kushina said. Otherwise, someone might jump up and accuse them. You can even go to the police department to report it. The third Hokage of this period was known as the ninja hero and his reputation in the village was extremely high. "You've lost weight. Haven't been eating well recently? Look how delicious this barbecue is. Hey, Shenshu, don't eat so fast. It's almost all gone." Jingai decisively pulled out the rope tree to attract hatred and divert Kushina's attention. Rope tree brother. As expected, Kushina, who was originally crying, suddenly became angry when she heard this and asked, "How could you finish the barbecue by yourself?" Tsunade, who was eating and drinking, immediately put down her chopsticks, while Ropaki, who was holding a piece of meat, looked confused. "No, this is only my second piece of meat. The rest were eaten by my sister. It has nothing to do with me." Kushina's hot-tempered temper had already shown signs, and as she grew older, she became more and more like Tsunade, which made Noeki a little afraid of her. "It's not me, I didn't. Noeki explained in a panic and raised his hand to point at Tsunade, but as soon as he raised his hand he noticed Tsunade staring at him with a warning look, and for a moment he wanted to die. "You are just a bunch of bad guys, and you all bully me. Okay, Shenshu is just hungry. Let's order some more meat. I'm hungry too, so let's have a good meal together." After comforting Kushina, Okinawa Shu blinked his eyes. Jingai raised his hand to call the waiter over and added a lot of dishes. With Shizuka's company, Tsunade's interruptions, and rope tree attracting hatred, Kushina's emotions quickly stabilized. Jingai also told them some interesting things that happened in the camp. "By the way, Noeki will graduate soon, right?" As we chatted, the topic shifted to this matter. "Yes, after I take my graduation exam, I will no longer be a student, but a real ninja." Shingshu had an expression of great pride on his face. He almost stood up, put his hands on his hips, and did a fadeaway tactic. "I'm still a rookie even after graduation." Tsunade hit back mercilessly. "Your sister graduated from the ninja school when she was 6 years old. How can I compare with you?" Shingshu shouted loudly. "Jingai also graduated at the age of 10, why don't you say he is a rookie?" Actually, Noeki is not a wimp, he is only a wimp compared to Tsunade. Among the children who are about to graduate, Shingshu is the top student in all subjects except academic performance. Jingai watched the brother and sister quarreling with amusement. A smile also appeared on Kushina's face, but it was a bit gloating. Jingai. While Tsunade was lecturing Noeki, Kushina leaned against him and whispered, "Can I invite my friends over to your house tomorrow? I'd like to treat them to a barbecue." "Of course, I promise not to disappoint our little princess." "Hee, Jingai, you are so nice. By the way, who do you want to invite?" Kushina counted on her fingers, their sister Mikato, and the little yellow-haired boy, and Miwi. Pfft. Jingai, who was drinking tea at the time, sprayed out the tea from her mouth. "This little yellow-haired guy, is he the one I know? Is the little yellow-haired boy Minato Namikaze?" "Yes." Kushina smiled and said happily. "In the class, he is the only one willing to be friends with me. Oh, and there is also Maihui, but Maihui doesn't talk much. You said before that little yellow-haired boys always attract girls' attention, so I think it's right to call him little yellow-haired." When he was a child, Minato Namikaze was a sunny boy who loved to smile. He had good looks, a sunny smile, and good grades in all subjects. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many girls in the class. "Commit a sin. I'm just describing it, I didn't ask you to call others little yellow hair." However, there is no little yellow-haired girl in the Naruto world, and Minato Namikaze originally had golden hair. After being called by Kushina for a while, he reluctantly accepted this name. "Jingai, when Maihui comes, please don't be angry with her, okay? She's a very timid girl." Kushina looked up at Shizuichi eagerly. "Today we are all celebrating Children's Day, so Qianqian decided to add another picture for the babies." Chapter 50, Who understands the joy of being forced to eat by a rich woman? Jingai laughed and said, "Of course not. Your friends are my friends. How could I be angry with your friends?" "Oh, why are you worried that I will be angry with Maihui?" Jingai was very surprised because he didn't know a child named Maihui, and she was just a little girl. You'll know tomorrow. Kushina still wanted to cover up. Jing'ai smiled and ruffled her red hair, then gave her a few pieces of meat. Eat quickly. This is the time for growth. Eating more meat will help you grow taller. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Jing'ai paid the bill and the four of them left together. When he arrived at the door of his house, Jing'ai was stunned. Where is my home? The location is correct. Did I go to the wrong place? Kushina, who was lying on Jing'ai's back, tilted her head and giggled. Jing'ai, I'm really awesome, right? After you went to the border camp, I asked someone to demolish the house and rebuild it. It has 3 floors and many rooms. I'm going to live here in the future. Why didn't you tell me about this? Jing'ai turned around and looked at Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade opened the door with a sour look, walked into the yard, and said sourly, the little girl wouldn't let me tell her. She wanted to give you a surprise. I've been taking care of this girl, but she didn't even lend me 200,000 taels. She turned around and built a house for you. My sister Tsunade is like an outsider. Xingxu wanted to talk but hesitated. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to, so he could only hold it in. But Kushina is different, because even if she said hurtful words, Tsunade would not beat her. Of course not. Kushina nudged her little nose, raised her face and said seriously, Mito's grandmother told me not to lend you money, or give you money, or you'll never get it back. Tsunade, a heartless girl, ha ha ha. Jing burst out laughing. Tsunade was so angry that she wanted to kick him twice, and you're still laughing. To be honest, it does feel great to hold the thigh of a rich woman. The question is this considered as living off a gigolo? It seems like the rich young woman stuffed it into his mouth. I opened the door and took a look at the decoration of the house. Well, there is no doubt that it is absolutely top-notch. This house cost a lot of money, no wonder Tsunade is jealous, no one can stand this. Take a look at the environment and layout of the house. Jing'ai asked, have you been living here recently? Tsunade collapsed on the sofa with a look of despair and waved her hand. Kushina doesn't want to go back, and Noeki also said that he always misses his grandma at home. Alas, plus the ancestral house hasn't been renovated for a long time, so after the house here is built, we might as well move in together. After Uzumaki Mito left, the Senju ancestral home became completely deserted. Not to mention Kushina and Noeki, even Tsunade didn't want to go back to live there. So as to avoid being sad by the scene, it's hard enough to have 2 little ones crying all day long. She needs to act stronger, but no matter how strong she acts, she will still feel sad. So Tsunade moved in with the 2 little ones. It's fine, thank you Kushina, I like it very much. Jing'ai pinched Kushina's little face and said to her, if you're sleepy, go to sleep for a while. I'll make you something delicious later. Ever since leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kushina had been lying on Shizuichi's back and yawning. I'm so sleepy now. Xingxu rolled his eyes and wanted to go out to play, but before he reached the door, he found his sister with her hands on her chest, staring at him expressionlessly. So he walked upstairs with a sad face. Why should he have to sleep too just because Kushina is sleepy? This is not fair. Unfortunately, facing the powerful Tsunade, Noeki didn't dare to force her and could only go back to his room obediently. Did this child make a mistake? Tsunade is not as strict with her brother Noeki as other siblings, and is usually more indulgent. She wasn't even allowed to go out to play, so she must have done something bad to make Tsunade angry. It's all because of that bastard Jiraiya. Tsunade gnashed her teeth and cursed, that bastard has been running around with Rope Tree since he came back. More than 10 days ago, he even went to the women's bathhouse. The 2 perverts even fell from the roof and almost scared the girls to death in the bathhouse. This matter has even reached the Hokage's office. Tell me if I'm angry or not. Damn, this is so exciting. It seems that after Jiraiya returned to the village, Noeki has learned a lot. No wonder Tsunade strictly forbade him to go out. With all this trouble, who would dare to let him go out? You're only 9 years old, don't act like an LS. Her younger brother was messing around, and as an older sister, Tsunade was both angry and helpless. The old man asked me about my plans for the Rope Tree a few days ago, but I haven't replied to him yet. Not all children who graduate from the ninja school will be assigned to a ninja team and find a teacher to lead them in carrying out missions and growing up. This requires separation of people, but it doesn't need to be like this for Noeki. Tsunade can just find a teacher for him and take care of him alone. Originally, Tsunade was considering Orochimaru. As long as she asked, Orochimaru would definitely not refuse. But after discussing with Shizuka, Jiraiya was added. As a result, before they even became master and apprentice, they were already going crazy and causing trouble everywhere. Tsunade was so angry that her blood pressure soared, and she wished she could crush these 2 bastards to death. Do you really think highly of Jiraiya? If Tsunade were to choose, she would definitely choose Orochimaru instead of Jiraiya. How to say? Thinking about what Jiraiya did, Jing'ai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although Jiraiya is lustful and has done a lot of dirty things that make people angry, I believe in his ability to be a teacher and teach his disciples. The main reason is that his personality is very similar to Nawaka's. Follow Jiraiya, maybe Nawaka will be favored by Miyaboka Mountain in the future. Naruto is just a low-profile version of Nawajiki. If Naruto can be valued by Miyabokuzen, there is no reason why Nawajiki can't be valued as well. If I could learn some magic, my strength would surely soar. Let me think about it. Let me think about it first. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more confused she became. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had to face the reality. Jiraiya was indeed the kind of person who kept growing step by step, and his upper limit was constantly being raised. Damn, can't this bastard be more serious? Even if you are lustful, don't take your children to peek and mess around. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Tsunade slapped her forehead hard and let out a breath of foul air. What about you? Do you need to sign a leadership contract with the slug? I brought the scrolls with me. Summoning beasts won't help me much, and I don't want to become a pure medical ninja. Jing'ai shook her head. He had never thought about signing a contract with a summoning beast. If I can get it for free, I might give it a try, but I don't know how difficult it is to learn the wet bone forest immortal technique, and how dangerous it is. You didn't learn magic from the big slug. This, ahem. Tsunade suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The slug sage said that I didn't have enough talent. I could learn it if I wanted to, but it was very dangerous, so I gave up. Not talented enough? Are you sure? Why do I feel like you're feeling a little guilty? I wish you happiness, not just today.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.